The blade was already falling when Oriva began to sing. She didn't think. There was no time for thought. The rogue's claws gleamed silver in the moonlight, aimed straight for the throat of the wolf chained to the stone altar. A wolf whose golden eyes had found hers through the darkness, whose silent plea had shattered something inside her chest.
So she sang.
The note that tore from her throat wasn't gentle. It was raw, primal, a sound she'd never made before. The rogue froze mid-strike, his entire body going rigid. Around the clearing, 12 other rogues stumbled, clutching their heads as her voice carved through the night like a blade of its own. The chained wolf's eyes widened. Not with fear, with recognition. Oriva didn't know what she'd just done. Didn't know that her voice had just marked her as something the wolf world hadn't seen in 3 centuries. Didn't know that the massive black wolf bleeding on that altar was Silas Theron, the exiled Alpha King who'd been hunting for her his entire life. She only knew that she couldn't let him die. Not tonight. Not like this. Not when his eyes looked at her like she was the answer to a question he'd been asking for 1,000 years.
Chapter 1.
The morning Oriva's life ended, the sky was the color of a bruise. She stood in the center of the Clearbrook Pack's ceremonial circle, wearing a dress the color of fresh snow. Her mother had sewn it by hand, every stitch a prayer that things would be different. That somehow, the universe had made a mistake 22 years ago when it failed to give Oriva a wolf. It hadn't been a mistake. You disgrace this pack. Alpha Darian's voice cut through the silent crowd. 200 wolves watched as Oriva kept her chin high, her hands clasped in front of her to hide their shaking. Darian stood 10 feet away, his ceremonial robes making him look larger than life. Behind him, the pack elders formed a wall of judgment. For 22 years, Darian continued, we have waited for your wolf to emerge. We have made allowances. We have been patient. His lips curled. But patience has limits. Oriva's throat was dry. She'd known this was coming. I had felt it building for months, like a storm on the horizon. Ever since her 22nd birthday passed without a shift, the whispers had started. Defective. Broken. Humans. The healers have examined you. Darian's eyes were cold. They confirm what we all suspected. You are wolfless, Oriva. You will never shift. You have no place in this pack. Her mother made a small sound of protest from the crowd. Her father's hand tightened on her mother's arm, holding her back. They both knew there was no fighting this. The pack's word was law. By the authority granted to me as Alpha of the Clearbrook Pack, Darian said, I hereby banish you from these lands. You have until dawn tomorrow to leave our territory. If you remain past sunrise, you'll be treated as a rogue and dealt with accordingly. The words hit like physical blows. Banishment. Not just rejection, complete severing from the only family she'd ever known. You can't, her mother started. Silence. Darian's alpha command rippled through the circle. Oriva's mother went rigid, unable to disobey. Even Oriva felt the pull of it, the instinct to submit that every wolf had. Except she wasn't a wolf. She was just nothing. The decision is made, Darian said. Oriva of no pack, you are cast out. May the moon goddess have mercy on your soul, for we will not. He turned and walked away. The pack elders followed. One by one, the crowd dispersed, unwilling to meet her eyes. In minutes, the ceremonial circle was empty except for Oriva and her parents. Her mother rushed forward, pulling her into a desperate embrace. We'll fight this. We'll find a way. There is no way. Oriva's father looked older than she'd ever seen him. The Alpha has spoken. Then we'll leave with her, her mother said fiercely. If they banish our daughter, they banish us all.
No.
Oriva pulled back, forcing strength into her voice that she didn't feel. You have a life here. A pack. You can't throw that away for me. You're our daughter. And I love you. Oriva touched her mother's face, memorizing every detail. But this is my burden to carry, not yours. The argument lasted another hour. Her father tried reason, her mother tried tears, but Oriva held firm. By the time the sun set, she'd convinced them to stay, to let her go alone into the unclaimed lands beyond the pack's borders. It was better this way. Safer. A wolfless girl traveling alone might slip beneath notice. A family of wolves leaving packlands would draw attention the wrong kind. That night, Oriva packed what little she owned. A change of clothes, a water flask, a knife her father had given her years ago, and a book, her grandmother's journal, filled with old songs and stories from before the packs formed. Her grandmother had been strange, too, gifted with a voice that could calm storms and make flowers bloom out of season. The pack had tolerated her oddities because she'd been mated to a powerful beta. But after he died, they called her mad. Dangerous. She died when Oriva was 12, but not before teaching Oriva every song she knew. Your voice is a gift, her grandmother had whispered on her deathbed. Don't let them make you forget that. Oriva hadn't sung in years. What was the point? A pretty voice couldn't give her a wolf. Couldn't make her belong. She left before dawn, while her parents slept. It was easier that way, no more goodbyes, no more tears. Just the quiet darkness and the forest path that led away from everything she'd ever known. The unclaimed lands began at the river. Oriva stood on the bank as the first light of sunrise touched the water, turning it gold. Behind her was pack territory, safety, home. Ahead was wilderness, danger, and a future she couldn't even imagine. She took a breath and stepped into the water. The current was stronger than she'd expected. Cold mountain runoff that soaked through her boots and made her gasp. But she pushed forward, holding her pack above her head, until she reached the far bank and pulled herself onto unfamiliar soil. No going back now. The forest on this side of the river was different. Wilder. The trees grew closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. Strange bird calls echoed through the shadows. And underneath it all, a feeling of being watched. Oriva walked for hours, following deer trails when she could find them, pushing through underbrush when she couldn't. Her legs ached. Her stomach growled. But she didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not until she was far enough away that the Clearbrook pack couldn't change their minds and come after her. By midday, she'd reached a clearing she didn't recognize. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wider than 3 men standing side by side. And in the center of the clearing stood ruins, the remains of something that might have been a temple once, built from white stone now stained green with moss and age. Oriva approached cautiously. The ruins looked abandoned, but in the unclaimed lands, you could never be sure. Rogues used places like this for shelter. And rogues were dangerous, wolves cast out from their packs, driven mad by isolation and loss. But the ruins were empty, silent except for the wind moving through the broken columns. She set down her pack and allowed herself to rest. Her feet were blistered. Her throat was parched. She drank carefully from her water flask, rationing what little she had left. That's when she heard it. A sound like singing?
No.
Not singing.
Chanting.
Multiple voices speaking in unison, the words too low to make out, but the rhythm unmistakable. Oriva stood slowly, every instinct screaming at her to run. But curiosity, stupid, dangerous curiosity, made her move toward the sound instead. She crept through the ruins, using the broken columns for cover until she reached the far edge of the clearing, and stopped breathing. Below, in a natural bowl carved into the earth, at least 20 rogues surrounded a stone altar. They were chanting in a language Oriva didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in a pattern that made her skin crawl. On the altar, chained with silver that burned against his dark fur, was the largest wolf Oriva had ever seen. He wasn't fighting. I wasn't struggling. He just lay there, golden eyes open and aware, watching the rogues with an intensity that made Oriva's heart stutter. This was no ordinary wolf. Even from this distance, even knowing nothing about pack hierarchy, she could feel the power radiating from him. This was an alpha, a strong one, and they were going to kill him. The lead rogue stepped forward, raising a curved blade that gleamed in the filtered sunlight. He spoke in that strange language, his voice rising to a crescendo. The blade began to fall, and Oriva sang. She didn't plan it, didn't think about the consequences. She just opened her mouth and let the song pour out, one of her grandmother's songs, wild and ancient and filled with power she'd never understood. The effect was immediate. Every rogue in the clearing froze. The blade stopped mid-strike, trembling in the leader's hand. Around the circle, wolves stumbled, clutching their heads as Ariva's voice carved through whatever dark magic they'd been weaving. The chained wolf's eyes locked onto hers. Golden. Impossibly bright. Looking at her with recognition made no sense because she'd never seen this wolf before in her life. The lead rogue recovered first. He spun toward her hiding spot, his face twisting with rage. "An Omega singer," he snarled. "Kill her. Kill her before she breaks the binding." 12 rogues rushed toward the ruins. Oriva ran. She crashed through the forest, branches tearing at her clothes and skin. Behind her, she heard snarling, the sound of paws pounding against earth. They were faster than her. So much faster. She wasn't going to make it. A rogue burst from the trees ahead, cutting off her escape. She skidded to a stop, spinning, only to find 3 more blocking her retreat.
Trapped.
The rogues circled her, teeth bared, moving with the coordination of a pack. The leader emerged from the forest, still holding that curved blade. Blood dripped from its edge, whether his own or the chained wolf's. Oriva couldn't tell. "You should have stayed hidden, little Omega," he said softly. "Now you'll die with the false king." "I'm not an Omega." Oriva's voice shook but held. "I'm nothing. I can't even shift." The leader laughed. "You're a singer, rarest of all Omega gifts. Your voice can break magic, can command wolves, can..." He stopped, studying her with sudden interest. "You don't even know what you are, do you?" Before Oriva could answer, the forest exploded with sound. A roar, not a howl, something deeper and more terrifying, shook the trees. The rogues spun toward the noise, confusion breaking their formation. From the direction of the ruins, a massive black shape launched through the air. The chained wolf. Except he wasn't chained anymore. He hit the clearing like a force of nature, silver chains still dangling from his legs, blood matting his dark fur. But his eyes burned with fury and power. The lead rogue screamed something in that strange language. The other rogues attacked as one. They didn't stand a chance. The black wolf moved like liquid death, tearing through his attackers with brutal efficiency. He was wounded, bleeding from a dozen places, but it didn't slow him. If anything, the pain seemed to fuel his rage. Oriva stood frozen, watching the carnage unfold. She should run. Should take this chance to escape. But her legs wouldn't move. The black wolf killed the last rogue and turned to face the leader. "You can't win," the leader spat. "You're already dying. The silver has poisoned your blood. Even if you kill me, you'll be dead by nightfall." The black wolf's lips pulled back in what might have been a smile. Then he lunged. The fight was brief and brutal. When it ended, the leader lay dead at the black wolf's feet, his curved blade buried in his own chest. The black wolf swayed. For a moment, Oriva thought he might collapse. But those golden eyes found hers again, and he took a step toward her. She should have been terrified. Should have run screaming. Instead, she found herself moving closer. "You're hurt," she whispered. The wolf made a sound, not quite a growl, more like agreement. "The silver." Oriva looked at the chains still burning against his fur. "I need to get those off you." She didn't know why she was helping him. This massive, dangerous wolf who'd just slaughtered 20 rogues without hesitation. But something in those golden eyes called to her. Something that felt like recognition. Like fate. The wolf lay down slowly, his breathing labored. Up close, Oriva could see how badly injured he was. Deep gashes across his ribs. A wound on his shoulder that looked like it had been made by that curved blade. And everywhere the silver touched, his skin was burned and blistered. "This is going to hurt," she warned. The wolf's eyes never left her face. Oriva worked the chains loose as carefully as she could, trying to ignore the way the silver burned her own hands. The wolf didn't make a sound, even when she had to pull metal free from wounds where it had embedded itself. When the last chain fell away, the wolf shuddered. His eyes rolled back. "No." Oriva pressed her hands to his side, feeling his heartbeat stuttering beneath her palms. "Stay with me, please." Without thinking, she began to sing. Not the wild song from before. Something gentler. A lullaby her grandmother had taught her about moonlight and healing and finding your way home. The wolf's heartbeat steadied. His breathing, while still labored, became more regular. And, in her mind, impossible, incredible, she heard a voice. "Thank you," Oriva gasped, pulling back. The wolf's eyes opened, fixing on hers with an intensity that stole her breath. "Don't stop singing," the voice said. "Please. It's the only thing keeping the darkness back." I can hear you," Oriva whispered. "How am I hearing you? You're a singer. We're connected now. You saved my life." The wolf's mental voice was rough, strained with pain. "That creates a bond." "A bond?"
Yes.
His eyes were already closing again. "And it might be the only thing that saves us both." Before Oriva could ask what he meant, the wolf went limp. She checked his heartbeat, still there, still steady. He just passed out from pain and blood loss. Oriva sat back on her heels, her mind reeling. A singer. Connected. Bonded to a massive alpha wolf she'd never met before today. What had she gotten herself into? Chapter 2. The wolf didn't wake for 3 days. Oriva made camp in the ruins, too afraid to move him and too terrified to leave. She used water from a nearby stream to clean his wounds, tearing strips from her spare clothes to bind the worst of them. The silver burns were the most horrific, angry, blistered flesh that wept clear fluid and refused to heal. She sang to him constantly, not because the voice in her mind asked her to. He'd gone silent after that first connection, lost in whatever darkness unconsciousness had pulled him into. She sang because when she stopped, his breathing became labored. His heartbeat stuttered. It was as if her voice was the only thing tethering him to life. On the second day, she realized she could feel him. Not physically. Something deeper. A warmth in her chest that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. When his pain spiked, she felt an echo of it. When he dreamed, dark, violent dreams full of blood and betrayal, she woke up gasping. The bond he'd mentioned. It was real, growing stronger every hour. Oriva didn't know whether to be grateful or terrified. She was gathering firewood on the 3rd evening when she felt it, a shift in that strange warmth in her chest. Awareness flooding through the bond like dawn breaking. He was waking up. She dropped the wood and ran back to the clearing. The black wolf's eyes were open, tracking her movement as she approached. But something was different. The golden color had dulled slightly, and she could see intelligence there. Recognition.
And pain.
So much pain. "You're still here," his voice whispered through her mind. "Where else would I go?" Oriva knelt beside him, checking the bandages she'd made. Some of the wounds had started to close, but the silver burns looked worse. Infected, probably. "You're in no condition to be left alone. You should have run." The mental voice was stronger now, but still strained. "Those rogues, they'll have allies. Friends who'll come looking when they don't return. Then we'll deal with them when they come." Oriva met his eyes, steadily. "Right now, you need to heal." The wolf made a sound that might have been a laugh.
Brave.
"Foolish.
But brave."
"I've been called worse." She managed a small smile. "Can you shift? Back to human form? It might help you heal faster." The wolf's eyes darkened.
No.
The single word carried such weight of emotion through the bond. Shame. Fear. Something else she couldn't identify, that Oriva didn't press. "What's your name?" he asked instead. "Oriva." "Oriva, no pack name." "Not anymore." The words still hurt. "I was banished 2 days before I found you." "Banished?" Interest sparked in those golden eyes.
"Why?"
"I'm Wolfless. I'm 22 years old, and I've never shifted. The Clearbrook Pack decided I was defective." She shrugged, trying to appear casual even as old wounds ached. "What about you? Who are you?" The wolf was silent for a long moment. When he finally answered, his mental voice was carefully neutral. "My name is Silas." "Just Silas?"
"For now."
He shifted slightly, wincing. The rogues who captured me. What did you hear them say? Oriva thought back to that terrible moment. The leader called you a false king. What does that mean? It means I have enemies who tell convenient lies. Silas's mental voice turned hard. I'm no king. Not anymore. But you were?
Once.
He closed his eyes. A lifetime ago. The bond pulsed with old grief, old rage. Oriva wanted to ask more, but the exhaustion radiating from Silas stopped her. Whatever his story was, it was painful, and he was in no condition to relive it. Rest, she said softly. We can talk more when you're stronger. You keep saying we. Silas's eyes opened again.
Why?
You owe me nothing. You're free to leave whenever you want. And where? Oriva gestured to the darkening forest. I'm wolfless and banished. I have no pack, no home, no idea how to survive in the unclaimed lands. She paused. Besides, the bond works both ways, doesn't it? I can feel you. If I left, I think I'd always feel you. Always know if you were hurt or worse. The bond shouldn't have formed this strongly this quickly, Silas said quietly. Singer bonds are supposed to be temporary, lasting only as long as the healing takes. But this feels permanent, Oriva finished.
Yes.
They stared at each other in the gathering darkness. Oriva should have been afraid, should have demanded answers, explanations, a way to break this connection she'd never asked for. But all she felt through the bond was Silas's bone-deep loneliness. An isolation so profound it made her own banishment seem like nothing. I'll stay, she said firmly. At least until you're healed. After that, we'll figure it out. You're a strange woman, Oriva of no pack. You're a strange wolf, Silas of no kingdom. She smiled. I think we'll get along fine. The attack came at midnight. Oriva woke to Silas's mental shout, run, and the sound of snarling outside the ruins. She scrambled up, grabbing her father's knife, as 6 rogues burst into the clearing. They were smaller than the ones from before, younger, but their eyes held the same madness, the same hunger for violence. The false king's pet, one of them sneered, circling Oriva. Our brothers died because of you, Singer. We're here to collect the debt. Silas struggled to his feet, teeth bared despite his wounds. The rogues laughed. Look at him, another one mocked. Can barely stand. The mighty king brought low by silver and time. Sing, Silas commanded through the bond. Like you did before. Sing now. But Oriva's throat had closed with fear. The wild song that had poured out of her 3 days ago felt impossibly distant. She didn't know how to summon it. Didn't know how to. A rogue lunged at her. Silas intercepted, despite his injuries. He caught the rogue mid-leap, jaws closing around the wolf's throat. The rogue went down hard, but 2 others attacked Silas from behind.
Sing.
Silas's mental voice was desperate. Oriva opened her mouth. No sound came out.
She was going to die.
They were both going to die because she couldn't control this power she didn't understand.
No.
The word came from somewhere deep inside. Somewhere primal. She was Oriva, granddaughter of a woman who'd calmed storms with her voice. Banished for being different. Bonded to a dying king. She was not going to let fear steal her voice. Oriva threw back her head and sang. This time, she felt the power. Felt it rising from that place in her chest where the bond lived. Felt it pouring through her throat like liquid fire. The song was wordless, wild, a command that resonated in the bones of every wolf present. Stop. The rogues froze mid-attack. Their eyes went wide with terror and confusion as their bodies refused to obey them. What? One of them choked out. What is she? Submit, Oriva sang, and the word carried weight beyond meaning. As one, all 6 rogues dropped to their bellies, necks exposed, bodies trembling. Oriva stared at them, shocked. She'd done that. Her voice had done that. Through the bond, she felt Silas's surprise.
His awe.
You're not just a singer, he said quietly. You're an alpha singer. I've only read about them in ancient texts. Thought they were myths. What's an alpha singer? Oriva whispered, not breaking the song. Someone who can command any wolf, regardless of rank or pack bond. Silas limped closer to her. Someone more powerful than any alpha. More dangerous than any king. The rogues were whimpering now, still unable to move. What do I do with them? Oriva asked. That's your choice.
You're the one holding them.
Oriva looked at the 6 wolves who'd come to kill her. She should be angry. Should want revenge. But all she felt was tired. Leave, she sang, releasing them from the command. Go back to wherever you came from. Tell your pack that Silas is under my protection. Anyone who comes for him goes through me first. The rogues scrambled up and ran, falling over themselves in their haste to escape. When they were gone, Oriva's legs gave out. She sat down hard, the knife falling from nerveless fingers. I didn't know I could do that, she said numbly. Neither did I. Silas settled beside her, close enough that she could feel his warmth. An alpha singer. By the goddess, Oriva. Do you understand what this means? That I'm more of a freak than I thought? That you're the most powerful Omega-born in 300 years. His mental voice was soft. That you're exactly what I've been searching for my entire life. Oriva turned to look at him. What? There's a prophecy. An old one, from before the packs formed. It speaks of an alpha singer who would rise when the wolf world needed her most. Silas's golden eyes held hers. Who would unite the broken pieces. Who would sing a new age into being. That's insane. I'm nobody. I'm wolfless. You don't need a wolf to have power. You have something better. He nudged her hand gently with his muzzle. You have a voice that can shake the foundations of every pack in existence. Oriva's mind reeled. I don't want that. I just want to survive. To find somewhere I belong. What if I told you that you belong with me? The words hung between them. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's sincerity. His hope. His desperate need for connection. You don't even know me, she whispered. I know you saved my life when you could have walked away. I know you stayed when any sane person would have run. I know your voice calls to something in my soul that's been silent for years. Silas moved closer. I know the bond between us isn't an accident. The goddess doesn't make mistakes. The goddess made me wolfless. Or gave you something better than a wolf. Ever consider that? Oriva hadn't. For 22 years, she'd seen her lack of a wolf as a curse. A defect. Something that made her less than everyone around her. But what if Silas was right? What if she'd never shifted because she was meant for something else entirely? Tell me the truth, she said quietly. All of it. Who you really are. Why do those rogues want you dead? What this prophecy actually says. Silas was quiet for a long moment. Then, it's not a pleasant story. I'm listening anyway. Very well. He settled more comfortably, though she could feel the pain radiating through the bond. My full name is Silas Theron. Until 3 years ago, I was the Alpha King of the Northern Territories. I ruled over 17 packs, maintained peace across lands that had been at war for centuries, and was mated to a woman I thought I loved. What happened? Betrayal. The single word carried such weight of pain that Oriva flinched. My mate, Zariah, wanted power I couldn't give her. So she found someone who could, my beta, Kalen. They conspired together, spreading lies about me, claiming I'd gone mad with power, that I was unfit to rule. That's ridiculous. Anyone can feel your strength. They were convincing. And they had help from pack alphas who'd always resented bowing to a king. Silas's mental voice turned bitter. The coup happened during the full moon celebration. They attacked while I was vulnerable, in wolf form. Kalen used silver chains, illegal, forbidden silver chains, to bind me. And Zariah, he trailed off. Through the bond, Oriva felt a spike of agony. You don't have to. She severed our mate bond. In front of the entire court. Declared me a false king and claimed Kalen as her true mate. Silas's eyes closed. I should have died from that alone. The severing of a mate bond is almost always fatal. But I survived. Broken, exiled, stripped of my crown. But alive. The prophecy, Oriva said softly. That's what you've been searching for. A way to reclaim your throne. Not the throne. Silas opened his eyes. I don't care about power anymore. But there are wolves suffering under Zariah and Kalen's rule. Good wolves who deserve better. And the prophecy says that an alpha singer can restore balance. Can unite the packs under a true ruler again. You think I'm supposed to help you take back your kingdom? I think you're supposed to help me save my people.
He corrected me.
There's a difference. Oriva wanted to refuse. I wanted to say this was too big, too dangerous, too impossible for someone who'd been banished from her own tiny pack just days ago. But she felt the truth in Silas's words through the bond. Felt his genuine concern for wolves she'd never met. His desperate need to fix what had been broken. And underneath it all, she felt something else. Something that terrified and thrilled her in equal measure. She felt like she'd finally found her purpose. I don't know how to control this power, she said quietly. I don't even understand it. I can teach you. I've spent 3 years studying everything I could find about singers and their gifts. Silas's mental voice filled with hope. Together, we can figure this out. Together, Oriva repeated. Together, Silas confirmed. Partners. Equals. Bonded in ways that go beyond pack or rank or any of the traditional structures. It was insane. Impossible. A wolfless girl and an exiled king against an entire kingdom. But when Oriva looked into Silas's golden eyes, she saw belief. Saw certainty that they could do this. And for the first time in her life, she believed in herself too. All right, she said. Teach me. Help me understand what I am. And then, Silas prompted. Oriva smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of someone who'd been underestimated her entire life and was finally ready to prove everyone wrong. And then we will take back your kingdom. Chapter 3. Training began at dawn. Oriva woke to Silas's mental voice pulling her from sleep. Up, singer. We have work to do. She groaned, every muscle in her body protesting. The previous night's confrontation with the rogues had taken more out of her than she'd realized. It's barely light out. Zariah won't wait for you to be well rested before she sends more assassins. Silas was already on his feet, moving with less of a limp than yesterday. The bond pulsed with determination. If you're going to survive what's coming, you need to understand your power. Now, get up. Grumbling, Oriva dragged herself upright. She'd slept in her clothes, using her pack as a pillow. Her hair was a tangled mess, and she was fairly certain she smelled like 3 days of camping in ancient ruins. Silas watched her, with what felt suspiciously like amusement. You look like you fought a forest and lost. I can't hear you, Oriva muttered, stumbling toward the stream. I'm too tired to hear mental voices. Liar. The bond doesn't care about your energy levels. He was right, unfortunately. She could feel him as clearly as ever, his presence warm and steady in her chest, his emotions bleeding through the connection. She splashed cold water on her face, gasping at the shock of it. When she returned to the clearing, Silas had positioned himself near the center of the ruins.
First lesson, he said.
Understanding what you are. I'm an alpha singer. You said that last night. I said you might be an alpha singer. There's a difference. Silas settled onto his haunches. True alpha singers are vanishingly rare. The last confirmed one lived over 300 years ago. She united the warring wolf clans and established the first pack system. Oriva sat down across from him. What happened to her? She was assassinated by wolves who feared her power. They couldn't control her, couldn't predict her, so they killed her. Silas's mental voice was grim. After her death, alpha singers became a myth. Legend. Most wolves today don't even believe they existed. But you believe. I've read the old texts, studied the histories that most packs have forgotten or deliberately buried. His golden eyes fixed on hers. Alpha singers weren't just omegas with strong voices. They were something else entirely. A bridge between wolf and magic, between the physical and spiritual worlds. You're saying I'm magical? Oriva couldn't keep the skepticism from her voice. I'm saying your voice carries power that transcends normal pack bonds. You proved that last night when you commanded rogues who had no connection to you. Silas leaned forward. Normal Omegas can soothe their pack members, can calm emotions, and heal minor wounds with their voices. But they're limited by pack bonds. They can only affect wolves they're connected to. And alpha singers can command any wolf, anywhere, regardless of pack or bond. He paused. With enough training, the legends say they could do far more. Shatter alpha commands. Break mate bonds. Even force shifts in wolves who'd lost their ability. The implications made Oriva's head spin. That's terrifying. Yes. Silas's agreement was simple. Which is why Zarya will stop at nothing to kill you once she learns you exist. An alpha singer is the one thing that could threaten her stolen throne. Oriva wrapped her arms around herself. Maybe we should just hide. Find somewhere remote where no one will ever find us. And let innocent wolves suffer under her rule? Silas's mental voice sharpened. You have power, Oriva. Real power. Not the kind that comes from strength or rank, but the kind that can change the world. Are you really going to waste that hiding in the wilderness? I didn't ask for this power. No one asks for their gifts. But we have a responsibility to use them. He softened slightly. I'm not saying you have to decide today. But at least let me teach you to defend yourself. To survive. Can you agree to that much? Oriva took a shaky breath. He was right, damn him. She'd already made enemies. Already proven she couldn't just disappear into obscurity. The rogues would spread word about what she'd done. And when that word reached the wrong ears. All right, she said. Teach me.
Good.
Silas stood. Lesson 1. Your voice is a weapon, but like any weapon, it requires control. Last night, you commanded those rogues out of desperation and fear. The power responded to your emotion. But emotion is unreliable, unpredictable. So, what do I do instead? You learn to channel it deliberately, to call on your power when you need it, not just when you're terrified. He moved to stand about 20 feet away.
Try to command me to sit.
Oriva blinked. Just like that? No warm-up. The rogues won't give you warm-up time either.
Now.
Command me. She felt ridiculous. But she opened her mouth and said, sit. Nothing happened. Silas remained standing, watching her with those unreadable golden eyes. I said sit.
Still nothing.
You're using your speaking voice, Silas observed. Not your singer voice. There's a difference. I don't understand.
Close your eyes.
His mental voice was gentle. Feel the bond between us. That warmth in your chest. That's where your power lives. Not in your throat, in your soul. Oriva closed her eyes, focusing inward. The bond was there, just as he'd said, a golden thread connecting her to Silas. She could feel his presence at the other end of it. His strength. His patience. Now, Silas continued, imagine pulling power from that warmth. Drawing it up through your chest, your throat, and releasing it with your words. Don't shout. Don't force it. Just let it flow. She tried again. This time, she felt something shift inside her. The warmth in her chest responded, moving up through her body like honey.
Sit, she said.
The word carried weight. Intention.
Power.
Silas's legs buckled. He sat hard, eyes widening with surprise. Good. Pride flooded through the bond. That's it. That's the singer voice. Do you feel the difference? Oriva opened her eyes, staring at her hands like they belonged to someone else. Ah, yes. It felt like the words had substance. Because they did. Your voice shapes reality when you speak with power. Silas stood, shaking himself.
Now, do it again.
This time, command me to stand. They trained for hours. Oriva practiced simple commands, sit, stand, come, stay, until she could call on her singer voice reliably. It was exhausting work. Each command pulled energy from somewhere deep inside, leaving her drained and shaky. That will improve with practice, Silas assured her when she finally collapsed, panting. Your power is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. How long did it take the last alpha singer to master this? According to the texts, she was born with near-perfect control. He settled beside her. But she also had teachers. A whole community of singers who understood the gift. You're learning from scratch, from someone who isn't even a singer himself. You're doing fine, Oriva said, surprised to find she meant it. Despite his gruff teaching style, Silas was patient. He never made her feel stupid for asking questions or failing to execute a command properly. Through the bond, she felt his pleasure at the compliment. Rest for now, he said. We'll continue this afternoon. For the next lesson, I want to... He froze mid-thought. His head snapped toward the forest, ears pricked forward. Someone's coming. Oriva scrambled to her feet, reaching for her knife. More rogues?
No.
Silas moved to position himself between her and the tree line. This feels different. Organized.
Military.
A moment later, 5 wolves emerged from the forest. They moved in formation, precise, disciplined, nothing like the chaotic rogues from before. All of them were massive, clearly alphas or high-ranking betas. They shifted in unison, becoming men who knelt immediately upon seeing Silas. "My king," the leader said. He was older, maybe 50, with silver streaking through his dark hair. "We've been searching for you for weeks." Silas's mental voice was carefully neutral.
Lorcan.
"I thought you'd sided with Soraya." The man, Lorcan, flinched. "Never, Your Majesty. When the coup happened, those of us who remained loyal were forced to flee or face execution. We've been in hiding, waiting for the right moment to find you." "How many?" Silas asked aloud, his voice rough from disuse. 43, my king. 43 wolves who remain loyal to the true Alpha King." Lorcan's eyes flicked to Oriva. "And we bring news. Soraya knows you survived the exile. She's hunting for you actively. She's also heard rumors of an Omega with unusual gifts." Oriva's stomach dropped. Silas moved slightly, blocking her more completely from view. What has she heard? Those 6 rogues attacked someone in the unclaimed lands and were repelled by an Omega's voice. That this Omega commanded them like an Alpha commands their pack. Lorcan's expression was grim. "Soraya is terrified, Your Majesty. She's mobilizing hunters, offering rewards for any information about this Omega's location." "This changes things," Silas sent through the bond. "We're out of time." "Your Majesty," Lorcan continued, "we've secured a safe location. A hidden compound deep in the mountains where Zoraya's forces can't reach. Please come with us. Let us protect you properly." Silas was silent for a long moment. Through the bond, Oriva felt his internal struggle. Part of him wanted to accept, to take the easy path to safety. But another part, the part that had been king, was already thinking strategically. If we go with them, he will be sent to Oriva privately, we'll be safe.
But we'll also be trapped.
Hidden away, while Zoraya consolidates her power. And if we don't? Oriva asked. Then we take the fight to her. Use your power while she's still afraid. Before she has time to plan a defense against an alpha singer. That's insane. I barely know how to use this power. And there are only 2 of us against an entire kingdom. 45 of us, Silas corrected. If Lorcan's wolves will follow. Oriva looked at the 5 men kneeling in the clearing. They were battle-hardened warriors, loyal to their king despite years of exile and danger. And they were looking at Silas with hope. He needed this. Needed to be more than a broken exile, hiding in ruins. Needed to be the king his people remembered. And she needed to be more than a wolfless girl running from her past. All right, she sent through the bond. Let's do something crazy. She felt Silas's surprise. His gratitude. His fierce joy. He addressed Lorcan directly. How far is your compound? 3 days' travel, Your Majesty. Through terrain that's difficult but defensible.
Good.
We'll come with you, but not to hide. Silas's voice carried command, the voice of a king addressing his subjects. We're going to use that compound as a base. We're going to train, prepare, and when we're ready, we're going to take back the northern territories. Lorcan's eyes widened. Your Majesty, with all respect, Zoraya has support built on lies and fear. We have something stronger. Silas glanced back at Oriva. We have an alpha singer. And once I teach her to wield her full power, No force in the wolf world will stand against us. The clearing went silent. All 5 warriors stared at Oriva with expressions ranging from shock to awe to fear. Are the legends true? Lorcan whispered. They're true, Oriva said, stepping forward despite her trembling legs. And I'm going to prove it. She didn't know where the confidence came from. Maybe from the bond, from Silas's certainty bleeding into her own emotions. Maybe from the desperate need to believe she was more than the broken Omega her old pack had discarded. Or maybe from somewhere deeper. Somewhere that had always known she was meant for something extraordinary. Lorcan stood slowly, his eyes never leaving her face. Then the prophecy is coming true, Silas finished. The Alpha Singer has risen, and the age of false kings is ending. Through the bond, Oriva felt his absolute conviction. His unshakable belief in her. It should have been terrifying. Should have made her want to run. Instead, it made her stand taller. When do we leave? She asked. Lorcan smiled. Immediately, my lady. The sooner we get you both to safety, the better. As they prepared to depart, Silas moved close enough that their bond hummed with proximity. Are you certain about this? He asked privately. Once we commit to this path, there's no going back. Oriva thought about her old pack. About Darian's cold dismissal. About 22 years of being told she was defective, broken less than. I've never been more certain of anything, she said aloud. And as they left the ruins behind, following Lorcan and his wolves deeper into the wilderness, Oriva felt something she'd never experienced before. Purpose. She was Oriva, the Alpha Singer. And she was going to change the world, whether the world was ready or not. Chapter 4. The mountain compound was nothing like Oriva expected. After 3 days of brutal hiking through terrain that had her gasping for breath, she'd imagined some crude shelter. Caves, maybe, or hastily built wooden structures hidden in the rocks. Instead, they emerged into a valley so carefully concealed that Oriva hadn't noticed it until they were standing at its entrance. Ancient stone buildings rose from the valley floor, not ruins like the temple, but structures that had been maintained, reinforced, transformed into something between fortress and home. This was a royal retreat, Silas explained through the bond as they descended. Built centuries ago as a safe haven during times of war. I'd forgotten it existed until Lorcan mentioned it. How many wolves are here? Oriva asked, seeing figures moving between buildings. Lorcan answered before Silas could. 43, as I said. Mostly warriors, but we have healers, scouts, even a few craftsmen who've been working to make this place livable. As they reached the valley floor, wolves began emerging from buildings. Some in human form, others as wolves. All of them stopped and stared when they saw Silas. Then, as one, they knelt. Your Majesty, they murmured in unison. Our king. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's overwhelming emotion.
Pride. Grief.
Love for these wolves who'd risked everything to remain loyal. Rise, he said, his voice rough. All of you, rise. I'm not your king anymore. You'll always be our king, a woman interrupted, stepping forward. She was striking, tall and lean with copper-colored hair and scars crossing her face. Zariah can steal your crown, but she can't steal our loyalty. That's Vaila, Silas sent to Oriva. My former captain of the guard. One of the finest warriors I've ever known. Vaila's sharp eyes fixed on Oriva. And this is the singer? Her name is Oriva, Silas said firmly. And yes, she's an Alpha Singer. The first in 300 years. The gathered wolves murmured among themselves. Oriva caught fragments of conversation. Impossible. The prophecy. Does Zariah know? Vaila approached slowly, studying Oriva with an intensity that made her want to squirm. Can you prove it? Vaila, Silas started. No, it's all right. Oriva stepped forward, meeting the warrior's gaze. She understood the challenge. These wolves had lost everything following Silas. They deserved proof that she was worth the risk. She drew on her singer voice, feeling the power rise from the bond's warmth. Kneel. The command rippled through the valley. Every wolf, all 43 of them, dropped instantly. Even Vaila, Despite the fierce resistance Oriva could see in her eyes, found her knees hitting the ground. Oriva released them immediately. I'm not here to command you. I'm here to help free you from someone who would. Viola stood slowly, rubbing her knees. A fierce grin spread across her scarred face.
Well,
that's impressive. She turned to Silas. She'll do, Your Majesty. She'll do just fine. The tension in the valley broke. Wolves began moving again, some approaching to introduce themselves, others returning to their tasks. But all of them looked at Oriva differently now, with respect tinged with healthy fear. That was well done, Silas sent privately. You showed strength without cruelty. That's important. I felt Viola fighting it, Oriva replied through the bond. She's strong. Really strong. She's an alpha in her own right. Before the coup, she commanded 100 warriors. Silas's mental voice carried pride. The fact that your command worked on her proves your power is genuine. Alpha singers are supposed to transcend normal pack hierarchy. Lorcan approached, gesturing toward the largest building. Your Majesty, we've prepared quarters for you and the singer. If you'd like to rest before. Before what? Silas asked. Before the council meeting. Viola appeared at Lorcan's shoulder. The others will want to know your plans. Whether we're hiding here or preparing for war. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's sudden exhaustion. The 3-day journey had taken its toll on his still-healing body, though he'd never admitted it aloud. Tomorrow, Oriva said firmly. The king needs to recover his strength. We can discuss strategy once he's properly rested. She expected an argument. Instead, Viola nodded.
Wise.
A tired king makes poor decisions. Her eyes flicked to the bond mark that had appeared on Oriva's wrist, a silver pattern like musical notes that hadn't been there before. You're bonded to him. It wasn't a question. Oriva touched the mark self-consciously. It happened when I saved his life. I didn't realize it would be visible. Singer bonds always mark both parties. Lorcan pointed to Silas's front left leg, where similar silver marks wound through his dark fur. It's how others know you're protected. That harming you means answering to your bonded wolf. Come. Silas is sent to Oriva. Let me show you our quarters before I collapse from exhaustion and ruin my dignified image. Despite everything, the danger, the uncertainty, the weight of expectations pressing down on her, Oriva smiled. The quarters were modest but comfortable. 2 rooms connected by a shared sitting area. Someone had lit a fire in the hearth, and simple furniture had been arranged with care. Silas collapsed onto a pile of furs near the fire with a groan that was half mental, half audible. I'm too old for 3-day mountain hikes, he sent. You're what, 30? Oriva knelt beside him, examining his wounds. They'd reopened during the journey, fresh blood seeping through the bandages she'd applied that morning. 28. But I feel ancient. He rested his massive head on his paws. Being betrayed by your mate and exiled ages you quickly. Oriva unwrapped the bandages carefully. These need cleaning. And you need to shift back to human form so they can heal properly. She felt his resistance immediately through the bond. The same shameful fear she'd sensed days ago when she'd first suggested shifting. Silas, she said gently. Whatever you're afraid of, I'm not going to judge you. But you can't heal properly like this. The silver poisoning.
I know.
His mental voice was heavy. It's not the wounds I'm afraid of you seeing. Then what? Silence. Then, quietly. What if I can't shift back? What if the silver damaged me permanently? Understanding flooded through Oriva. He wasn't afraid of being vulnerable in human form. He was afraid he'd lost the ability to shift at all. Has it been 3 years, she asked. Since the coup? Since you've been human? Yes. I tried once, about 6 months after the exile. The pain was extraordinary. I passed out halfway through the shift and woke up still in wolf form. His golden eyes met hers. What if that's all I am now? Just a wolf? What kind of king can I be if I can't even take human form? Oriva sat back on her heels, thinking. What if I help you? My voice can command shifts in other wolves. Lorcan mentioned that earlier. Maybe it can help you complete your own shift. It's worth trying. Silas stood slowly. But Oriva, if this goes wrong, if I'm stuck between forms, or if the pain is too much, then I'll sing you through it. She stood too, placing her hand on his head. You're not alone anymore, remember? We face this together. Through the bond, his gratitude was overwhelming. All right, Oriva said, drawing on her singer voice. Shift, Silas. Take your human form. The command settled over him like a physical weight. Silas's body began to change, bones shifting, fur receding. But halfway through, he made a sound of agony that tore at Oriva's heart. Can't. His mental voice was fractured with pain. Silver, Burns, stay with me, Oriva commanded, pouring more power into her voice. She began to sing, the same healing melody she'd used when he was dying. Let the shift complete. Let the poison release. Become whole. The silver marks on his body, the burns from the chains, began to glow. Oriva watched in amazement as her song seemed to pull the silver poison from his system, drawing it out like venom from a wound. Silas screamed. But he kept shifting. When it was finally over, a man knelt where the wolf had been. Oriva's breath caught. Silas Theron in human form was devastating. Broad shoulders, lean muscle, dark hair that fell past his collar. But it was his face that held her, sharp features, strong jaw, and those same impossible golden eyes that had haunted her since the river. His body was covered in scars, evidence of battles fought and survived. The silver burns were still there, angry and red, but already beginning to heal now that the poison had been purged. You did it, Oriva whispered. Silas looked down at his human hands like he'd never seen them before. I did it. His voice was hoarse, rusty from disuse. By the goddess, I did it. Then he started laughing. Great, gasping laughs that shook his whole frame. 3 years. 3 years stuck in wolf form, convinced I'd never be human again, and you fixed it in under 5 minutes. Oriva found herself laughing too, giddy with relief and success. I told you we made a good team. Silas's laughter faded. He looked at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Oriva, do you understand what you just did? Silver poisoning is permanent. Irreversible. Wolves who survive it carry the damage for life. But your voice purged it completely. The legend said alpha singers could force shifts in damaged wolves, Oriva said, suddenly shy under his intense gaze. I just tried it. You did more than try. You saved me. Again. He reached out, his human hand cupping her face with surprising gentleness. How am I ever supposed to repay you? Through the bond, she felt his emotions clearly now, gratitude, yes, but underneath it something deeper. Something that made her heart race. Help me understand this power, she said softly. Help me become strong enough to face whatever's coming. That's enough payment. Silas's thumb brushed across her cheekbone. You're already strong, Oriva. You just haven't seen it yet. A knock at the door made them both jump. Silas pulled back, suddenly aware that he was naked. He grabbed a piece of fur from the pile, wrapping it around his waist as Oriva called, Come in. Viola entered, carrying a tray of food. She stopped short when she saw Silas in human form, her eyes widening. Your Majesty, you shifted. The singer's doing, Silas said, his voice growing stronger with each word. She purged the silver poisoning. Viola set down the tray, with shaking hands. Then it's true. Everything the prophecy said about alpha singers, it's all true. She looked at Oriva, with something approaching awe. You really could restore the kingdom. One step at a time, Oriva said, uncomfortable with the reverence in Viola's voice. Right now, let's focus on keeping everyone here safe.
About that.
Viola's expression turned grim. We received word from our scouts an hour ago. Zariah's hunters are in the unclaimed lands. They're questioning rogues, following your trail from the temple ruins. Oriva's stomach dropped. How close are they? 2 days out, maybe 3 if we're lucky. Viola looked to Silas. We need to decide now, Your Majesty. Do we run deeper into the mountains? Or do we stand and fight? Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's internal debate. Running was safer. Fighting was suicide. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and Oriva's training had barely begun. But running meant always looking over their shoulders. Meant letting Zarya control their choices through fear. "We fight," Oriva said before Silas could speak. Both Silas and Viola stared at her. "You can't be serious," Viola said. "You've had what, 3 days of training?" "Against Zarya's elite hunters." "I commanded 43 wolves simultaneously this afternoon," Oriva interrupted. "Wolves who didn't want to obey. If I can do that, I can handle a few hunters." "You're thinking like a warrior," Silas sent privately. "I approve. But are you sure?" "I'm tired of running," Oriva said aloud. "I ran from my old pack. I've been running from who I am my entire life. No more." She turned to Viola. "How many hunters are we talking about?" The scouts counted 12. All alphas. All trained killers. Viola's respect was evident in her voice. "But if you're serious about fighting, I can help prepare you. We have 2 days to turn you into something resembling a warrior." "Then let's not waste time." Oriva stood. "When do we start?" Viola grinned, fierce and approving. "Right now, Singer. Right now." The next 2 days were brutal. Viola trained Oriva from dawn until long past dark, teaching her everything she could about combat, strategy, and using her Singer voice as a weapon rather than just a command tool. "Your power is wasted on simple orders," Viola explained during their first session. "Sit, stay, kneel, that's basic control. But an alpha Singer should be able to do so much more." "Like what?" "Shatter someone's focus. Make them question their own orders. Turn allies against each other with carefully crafted suggestions." Viola circled her like a predator. "Your voice shapes reality, Oriva. You need to think bigger." Silas watched their training sessions, offering advice from his years as king. In human form, he was even more formidable, a natural leader who commanded respect without effort. But he was also gentle with Oriva in ways that surprised her. Patient when she failed, encouraging when she succeeded. And through the bond, she felt his pride growing with each small victory. On the second evening, as Oriva collapsed exhausted after hours of training, Silas brought her water and sat beside her. "You're progressing faster than I expected," he said quietly. "Viola's a brutal teacher." Oriva drank deeply, her throat raw from constant singing. "I think she enjoys watching me suffer. She enjoys seeing you rise to challenges." Silas studied her face. "Oriva, tomorrow those hunters will arrive. Are you certain you're ready for this?" Through the bond, she felt his worry, his fear of losing her. "No," she admitted. "But I don't think I'll ever feel ready. Sometimes you just have to trust that you're strong enough." "You are." His certainty washed through the bond. "Stronger than you know." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun set over the mountains. After a while, Silas spoke again. "If we survive tomorrow, when we survive tomorrow, we need to talk about our next move." "Taking back your kingdom," Oriva said. "Our kingdom," Silas corrected. "The prophecy doesn't speak of a king restoring balance. It speaks of an alpha Singer and her bonded wolf. We're in this together, Oriva. As equals." The words settled into her chest, warm and right. Equals. Not king and subject. Not master and servant. Partners. "I like the sound of that," she said softly. Through the bond, she felt Silas's smile, even though she wasn't looking at him. "Get some rest," he said, standing. "Tomorrow, we will show Zarya's hunters what happens when they underestimate a Singer." Oriva watched him walk away, then looked down at the silver marks on her wrist. They'd grown more intricate over the past days, spreading like vines up her forearm. The bond was getting stronger, more permanent. And tomorrow, they will fight together for the first time. She just hoped they'd both survive it. Chapter 5. The hunters arrived with the dawn mist. Oriva stood at the valley entrance alongside Silas and Viola, watching 12 massive wolves emerge from the forest like shadows given form. They moved with deadly precision, trained killers who knew exactly what they were doing. "Stay behind me," Silas sent through the bond. He'd shifted back to wolf form for the battle, his dark fur gleaming in the early light. "No," Oriva said aloud. "We discussed this. I'm not hiding while others fight for me." Through the bond, she felt his frustration. His desperate need to protect her warring with his knowledge that she was right. She needed to face this threat directly. The lead hunter shifted to human form as he approached. He was older, scarred, with eyes like chips of ice. Silas Theron, the false king himself. "Zariah will be pleased we found you." "Tell Zariah," Silas growled, his voice rumbling with alpha power, "that she can come to collect me herself. If she dares." The hunter's smile was cold. "She doesn't need to. We're here to kill you and bring back the singer's body as proof." His gaze shifted to Oriva. Though she'd prefer the singer alive. Zariah wants to study what makes an alpha singer tick before she executes her publicly. Rage flooded through the bond, Silas's protective instincts flaring hot and violent. Oriva placed a hand on his back, steadying him. "You can try to take me," she said, her voice calm. "But I don't think you'll like what happens when you do." The hunter laughed. Bold words from a wolfless girl who's had, what, a week of training? He gestured to his pack. "We've been hunting rogues and rebels for 3 years. We've killed dozens of wolves stronger than you. What makes you think?" Oriva sang. Not a command. Something else. A note that vibrated through the air like a physical force, carrying weight and intention. The hunter's words cut off mid-sentence as the sound wrapped around him.
"Doubt," she sang.
"Question. Why are you here? Who are you fighting for?" The hunter's expression flickered, confusion bleeding into his cold confidence. "What?" he started. "Zariah betrayed your true king," Oriva's voice wove through the clearing. "She stole his throne through lies and treachery. You know this. Deep down, you know the truth." "Stop talking," the hunter snarled, but his voice lacked conviction. Behind him, the other hunters were shifting uneasily. Oriva's song was working on them too, planting seeds of doubt, making them question loyalties they'd taken for granted. "Look at Silas Theron," Oriva sang. "Look at the king you were told was mad. Does he look mad to you? Or does he look like a leader betrayed by those he trusted?" One of the hunters, a younger male with red fur, took a step backward. "Commander Tyrion, maybe we should." Silence. The lead hunter, Tyrion, shook his head violently, trying to clear Oriva's influence. "She's using her singer tricks. Don't listen. Don't." "You don't have to follow her," Oriva sang, her voice growing stronger. "You don't have to kill for someone who rules through fear. You have a choice." "We don't have a choice," Tyrion growled. But Oriva could hear the doubt creeping into his voice. "Zariah would kill us if we returned empty-handed." "Then don't return," Silas said, his mental voice somehow carrying to all the hunters present. "Stay here. Fight with us instead of against us. Help us restore the kingdom to what it should be." For a moment, one crystalline moment, Oriva thought it might actually work. She could see the internal struggle in several hunters' eyes. They want to believe, to choose something better. Then Tyrion laughed, harsh and broken. "You think it's that simple? You think we can just switch sides?" He shifted back to wolf form. "Zariah has our families, our mates, our children. If we betray her, they die. So no, false king. We don't have a choice." Understanding crashed through Oriva. These weren't loyal followers. They were hostages forced to hunt or watch their loved ones suffer. "Silas," she sent through the bond. "We can't kill them. They're victims too." "I know," he replied grimly. "But they're still going to try to kill us." Tyrion howled, a signal that sent his hunters surging forward as one. "Oriva!" Vaila shouted from behind.
"Now!"
Oriva drew in a breath and unleashed her singer voice at full power. "Stop!" The command crashed through the clearing like a thunderclap. All 12 hunters froze mid-charge, their bodies locked by the weight of her voice. But holding 12 alpha wolves simultaneously was like trying to hold back a river with her bare hands. Oriva could feel her power straining, the energy pouring out of her at an unsustainable rate. "Can't hold them long," she gasped through the bond. "You don't have to," Silas was already moving. Just give us time to secure them. Vaila and 20 other wolves surged forward, using silver chains, carefully insulated to avoid poisoning, to bind the frozen hunters. They worked with military efficiency born from years of training. Oriva held the command for 90 seconds. Then 2 minutes. Her vision started to blur. Her legs trembled. Almost done, Vaila sent. 10 more seconds. Oriva's knees buckled. The command wavered. Then Silas was there, his massive form supporting her weight. Let go, he commanded. We have them. Let go, Oriva. She released the power with a gasp. The hunters slumped in their chains, panting and disoriented but alive. Oriva collapsed against Silas's side, every muscle shaking. Did we get them all? All 12, Vaila confirmed, approaching with satisfaction in her voice. Bound and secured. Well done, Singer. Tyrion struggled against his chains, snarling. This changes nothing. When we don't report back, Zariah will send more hunters. Stronger ones. She'll raise this valley to find you. Let her come, Silas said quietly. We'll be ready. You can't fight the entire kingdom. I don't have to. Silas moved to stand in front of the captured hunter. I just have to give wolves like you a reason to stop following her. A reason to believe there's another way. There is no other way, Tyrion spat. She has our families. Then we'll free them. Oriva pushed herself upright despite her exhaustion. Tell me where Zariah is keeping the hostages. Tell me how they're guarded. We'll get them out. Tyrion's laugh was bitter. You're insane. The hostages are kept in the old fortress at the kingdom's heart, guarded by 50 elite warriors. You'd need an army to breach those walls. Or one alpha singer, Oriva said quietly. The clearing went silent. Even Tyrion stopped struggling to stare at her. You can't be serious, he said finally. You'd march into Zariah's stronghold to free wolves you don't even know? I'm serious. Oriva met his gaze steadily. Because you're right, this won't end until we deal with Zariah directly. And the best way to weaken her is to free everyone she's using as leverage. Oriva, Silas sent privately. That's suicide. Even with your power, walking into that fortress is exactly what the prophecy says I'm supposed to do, she interrupted. Unite the broken pieces.
Free the oppressed.
Restore balance. How can I do any of that hiding in this valley? She felt his fear through the bond, his absolute terror at the thought of losing her. But she also felt his recognition that she was right. How long, Silas asked Tyrion aloud, before Zariah expects you to report back? Tyrion studied them both for a long moment. 3 days. Maybe 4 if she's distracted with other matters. Then we have 3 days to plan a rescue mission. Vaila stepped forward. Your Majesty, if we're actually doing this insane thing, we need to start strategizing now. Silas shifted back to human form, the transformation smooth and painless now that the silver poison was gone. He stood naked and unashamed, every inch the king despite lacking a crown. Vaila, gather the council. We plan this properly. He turned to the captured hunters. And you 12 have a choice. Help us free your families, or stay in chains while we do it without you. You'd trust us? Tyrion asked, disbelief in his voice. I trust that you love your families more than you fear Zariah. Silas's expression was hard. Help us and you get them back. Betray us and you lose everything. Simple as that. Tyrion looked at his fellow hunters. Some kind of silent communication passed between them. Finally, he turned back to Silas. If you can actually pull this off, if you can get our families out safely, you'll have 12 more warriors for your cause. His ice-blue eyes narrowed. But if this is a trick, if you're lying to manipulate us, then I give you permission to kill me yourself, Silas said simply. Through the bond, Oriva felt the truth of his words. He meant it. Would actually let Tyrion kill him if this rescue failed. You're insane, she sent him. I'm a king, he replied. Sometimes those are the same thing. The war council met in the largest building, a stone structure that might have been a great hall once. 43 loyal wolves, 12 captured hunters, Silas and Oriva, all gathered around a crude map someone had drawn on the floor. The fortress is here. Tyrion pointed to the map center with a snout. They'd left him in wolf form, but removed the chains after he'd sworn a temporary oath. 3 walls, each heavily guarded. The hostages are kept in the inner courtyard, separated by family groups to prevent organizing. How many hostages total? Viola asked. Last count, 47. Mates, children, elderly parents. Anyone's Araya could use as leverage. Tyrion's voice was grim. She keeps them comfortable, fed and housed. But make no mistake, they're prisoners. And the guards have orders to kill them if there's any hint of rescue. Oriva's stomach churned. How do we get them out without triggering that order? We don't. A new voice spoke, one of Tyrion's hunters, a female with silver-streaked fur. The only way this works is if we get them all out simultaneously, before the guards can react. Impossible, Lorcan said. Even with the singer's power, she can't command 50 warriors and evacuate 47 hostages at once. No, Oriva said slowly, an idea forming. But I might not have to command the warriors. What if I could make them sleep instead? Everyone turned to stare at her. Sleep? Viola echoed. My grandmother's songs could do it. Lull people into deep sleep. Oriva's mind raced. I never tried it because I thought it was just pretty music. But what if it's another singer ability? What if I could sing the guards into unconsciousness long enough to evacuate the hostages? It's worth testing, Silas sent. Viola, you're one of our strongest warriors. Let Oriva try it on you. Viola looked skeptical, but moved to stand in front of Oriva. Go ahead, singer.
Put me to sleep.
If you can. Oriva closed her eyes, reaching for the memory of her grandmother's lullaby. The one she'd sung to dying children when medicine failed. The one that had always seemed to ease suffering. She began to sing. The melody was gentle, almost fragile. But underneath it, power thrummed. Oriva poured intention into each note. Sleep, rest, let go, peace. Viola's eyes widened. Then they began to droop. She swayed once, twice. No, she muttered, fighting it. Won't work on me. She collapsed mid-sentence, unconscious before she hit the ground. The council chamber erupted in shocked murmurs. Oriva stopped singing, breathing hard. How long will she sleep? Silas knelt beside Viola, checking her pulse. Her heartbeat is slow but steady. She looks peaceful. He glanced up at Oriva with awe in his golden eyes. You actually did it, but for how long? Oriva pressed. How long until she wakes? As if in answer, Viola's eyes snapped open. She sat up abruptly, looking disoriented. What? How long was I out? Maybe 90 seconds, Lorcan said, checking the rough timepiece he carried. Viola shook her head, clearing it. It felt like hours, like the deepest sleep I've ever had. She looked at Oriva with newfound respect. That's incredible. And terrifying. 90 seconds isn't enough, Tyrion said. We'd need at least 10 minutes to evacuate all the hostages. Unless, the silver-furred female hunter said thoughtfully, we had multiple singers. Could you teach others to do this, Alpha Singer? Oriva hesitated. I don't know. I'm still figuring out my own abilities. Teaching someone else. We don't have time for teaching. Silas stood, his expression thoughtful. But what if Oriva didn't have to put all 50 guards to sleep at once? What if we could divide them into groups?
How?
Viola asked. Distraction. Silas began pacing, his tactical mind clearly working. We create a diversion on the outer wall. Draw half the guards away from the inner courtyard. That leaves 25 for Oriva to handle. Still a lot, Lorcan observed, but more manageable. Silas turned to Tyrion. You know the guard rotations. When is the fortress least defended? Tyrion thought for a moment.
Dawn.
That's when the night shift is exhausted and the day shift hasn't fully woken. The guards are at their weakest then. Then we strike at dawn. Silas looked around the council chamber. 3 days from now. We'll use 2 teams, one to create the diversion, one to evacuate the hostages. Oriva sings the remaining guards to sleep while we get everyone out. It's still risky, Viola said. If even one guard escapes Oriva's song and raises the alarm, then we fight. Silas's voice was hard. But we fight to protect innocents, not to kill indiscriminately. Our goal is rescue, not revenge. Through the bond, Oriva felt his determination, his absolute commitment to this mission, and his terror that it would fail. I can do this, she said quietly, placing her hand on his arm. I know I can. I believe you, he sent it back. I just don't want to lose you in the process. You won't. She smiled despite her fear. We're bonded, remember? I'm not going anywhere. Tyrion cleared his throat. If we're actually doing this, my hunters and I will help. We know the fortress layout better than anyone. We can guide your evacuation teams.
Why?
Viola asked suspiciously. Why help us beyond getting your families back? Tyrion looked at Silas for a long moment. Because I remember the king you used to be. The one who negotiated peace instead of enforcing it through fear. The one who actually cared about his people. His voice roughened. And because I'm tired of serving a tyrant who holds children hostage to ensure loyalty. If you can actually take Zariah down, I want to be part of it. One by one, the other captured hunters nodded their agreement. Silas studied them carefully, and Oriva could feel him analyzing their sincerity through years of practice reading wolves. Finally, he nodded. All right, we work together. He raised his voice to address the entire chamber. 3 days. We train, we plan, and we prepare. And then we march on the fortress and remind Zariah what happens when she underestimates the power of wolves fighting for their families. The chamber erupted in howls of agreement. Oriva felt the energy shift, from desperate refugees hiding in the mountains to warriors preparing for battle. And at the center of it all, connected to Silas through the bond that grew stronger every day, she felt something else.
Hope.
For the first time since her banishment, real hope that she might actually belong somewhere. Might actually be part of something greater than herself. 3 days later, she was sent to Silas. Do you really think we can pull this off? Honestly? His mental voice was rueful. No idea. But we're going to try anyway. That's not very reassuring. Would you prefer I lie? Despite everything, the danger, the impossible odds, the fact that they were planning to infiltrate a hostile fortress in 3 days, Oriva laughed. Through the bond, she felt Silas's surprise. Then his warmth. That's the first time I've heard you truly laugh, he sent. I like it. Then we'd better survive this mission, Oriva said aloud. So you can hear it again. Silas smiled, a real smile that transformed his harsh features into something almost gentle.
Deal, he said.
And through the bond, Oriva felt his promise settle into her bones. They would survive. They would win. And they would change the world. Starting in 3 days. Chapter 6. The night before the mission, Oriva couldn't sleep. She stood on the balcony outside her quarters, watching the stars will overhead. The mountain air was cold enough to make her breath mist, but she barely felt it. Her mind was too full of strategy, contingencies, and the 100 ways tomorrow could go wrong. You should rest, Silas sent through the bond. She felt him approaching before she heard his footsteps. Should and will are different things, she replied without turning. He came to stand beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. In human form, he wore simple clothes, dark pants and a loose shirt that did nothing to hide the warriors built beneath. The silver marks from their bond wound up his left arm, visible in the moonlight. Second thoughts? He asked quietly. Third and fourth thoughts. Oriva finally looked at him. 47 hostages, Silas. 47 lives depending on me not making a mistake. What if my song doesn't work? What if I can't hold the guards long enough? What if the sun doesn't rise tomorrow? Silas interrupted gently. What if the mountains crumble? What if the stars fall from the sky? He turned to face her fully. You can torture yourself with possibilities all night, or you can trust in the training you've done. 5 days of training, Oriva said bitterly. Against guards who've been soldiers for years. 5 days of training with a power they've never encountered, and don't know how to defend against. Silas's hand came up to cup her face. Oriva, you held 12 alpha hunters simultaneously. You put Vaila, one of my strongest warriors, to sleep with a lullaby. You purged silver poison from my blood. What makes you think tomorrow will be different? Because tomorrow, people die if I fail. People die if we do nothing. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. Those hostages are suffering right now, living in fear, used as pawns in Zariah's games. At least tomorrow, we give them a chance. Through the bond, she felt his absolute conviction, his unshakable belief in her. It should have been reassuring. Instead, it made her afraid of disappointing him. What if I'm not the alpha singer from the prophecy? The words tumbled out before she could stop them. What if I'm just a wolfless girl with a strange voice? What if everyone's belief in me is misplaced? Silas was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft but firm. Do you know what I see when I look at you? A liability? A risk? Someone who needs constant protection. I see someone who saved a dying wolf without knowing who he was. Someone who chose compassion over safety. His golden eyes held hers. I see someone who was banished by her pack and instead of breaking, became stronger. Who learned to wield power she didn't understand in a matter of days. Who stands here terrified but refuses to run. That's not strength, Oriva whispered. That's stubbornness. Sometimes they're the same thing. Silas smiled slightly. Oriva, the prophecy doesn't say the alpha singer will be fearless. It says she'll rise when needed. That she'll unite the broken pieces. You're doing exactly that, taking scattered, desperate wolves and giving them hope. Giving them something to fight for beyond survival. I'm giving them false hope if tomorrow fails. Then we make sure it doesn't fail. His other hand came up to frame her face. Together. That's what the bond means, Oriva. You're not facing this alone. Every step you take, I'm right beside you. And if you stumble, I catch you. Just like you caught me when I was dying in that river. Tears pricked at her eyes. I'm scared. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. He leaned closer, his forehead touching hers. But don't let it paralyze you. Don't let it make you doubt what you've already proven you can do. Through the bond, his emotions washed over her. Fear, yes, but also pride. Love, growing stronger every day despite the impossibility of their situation. Absolute faith in her ability to do this. How are you so calm, she asked. I'm not. He laughed softly. I'm terrified, but I've learned to hide it better. Years of practice being a king? Years of practice pretending to be invincible when I felt anything but. He pulled back slightly to look at her. Do you want to know a secret? Always. The night of the coup, when Zariah and Kaelin attacked, I was petrified. I never felt so helpless, so powerless. The mate bond severing nearly killed me, and I wished it had. Death seemed easier than surviving what came after. Oriva's heart clenched. Through the bond, she felt echoes of that old pain. But then I survived anyway, Silas continued. And I had to figure out what to do with that survival. I had to find a reason to keep going when everything I'd built was ashes. His eyes searched hers. You gave me that reason, Oriva. You showed me that sometimes the universe takes everything away so it can give you something better. I'm better than being a king? You're better than being alone. His voice roughened with emotion. For 3 years, I wandered the unclaimed lands with nothing but rage and grief for company. Then you sang to me in the darkness, and suddenly I remembered what it felt like to connect with someone, to matter to someone beyond what I could do for them. You matter to me, Oriva said softly. Not because you're a king, not because of the bond, because you're you, broken and brave and trying so hard to do the right thing even when it costs you everything. Through the bond, his love flared bright and overwhelming. Then he kissed her. It wasn't their first kiss. They'd shared brief moments over the past days, stolen touches when no one was watching. But this was different. This was desperation and hope and tomorrow we might die urgency. Oriva kissed him back with everything she had, pouring her fear and faith through the bond. His hands tangled in her hair. Her fingers clutched at his shirt. For a moment, nothing existed beyond the two of them and the connection burning between them. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Silas rested his forehead against hers again. "Whatever happens tomorrow," he said quietly, "I need you to know something."
What?
"I love you." The words were simple, stark. "I know it's fast. I know we barely know each other in the traditional sense. But the bond doesn't lie, and what I feel through it, what I feel for you, is real." Oriva's breath caught. She'd felt his emotions through the bond, yes, but hearing him say the words aloud made them undeniable. "I love you too," she whispered. "And that terrifies me almost as much as tomorrow does." "Why?" "Because I've never had anything this good before. Never had someone look at me the way you do. Like I'm worth something." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "And the thought of losing it, losing you." "You won't." Silas kissed her again, soft and sweet. "We will survive tomorrow. We free the hostages. And then we keep fighting until we've built a world where wolves like us, broken, different, powerful in ways others don't understand, can exist without fear." Through the bond, Oriva felt his absolute determination. His refusal to consider any outcome where they didn't both survive. It should have been naive, foolish even. But somehow, connected to him like this, she believed it too. "All right," she said, managing a shaky smile. "Let's save the world. Or at least 47 hostages. That's my alpha singer." Silas pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. "Now try to get some sleep. Dawn comes early, and you'll need your strength." "Will you stay?" The question came out smaller than she intended. "I sleep better when I can feel you close." Through the bond, warmth flooded her. "Of course." They went inside together. Oriva curled up on the pile of furs that served as her bed, and Silas shifted to wolf form, settling beside her with his massive body curved protectively around hers. "Thank you," she said drowsily, already feeling sleep pulling at her. "For what?" "For believing in me when I don't believe in myself." "Always," he promised. "Now sleep. Tomorrow, we will show Zoraya what happens when she underestimates a singer and her wolf." Oriva closed her eyes, one hand buried in Silas's thick fur. Through the bond, she felt his heartbeat, steady, strong, unwavering. And for the first time since learning about the mission, she slept. Dawn came too quickly. Oriva woke to find Silas already in human form, dressed in battle gear that someone had prepared, reinforced leather, dark colors designed for stealth. He was checking weapons with the efficiency of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. "How long have you been awake?" she asked, sitting up. "An hour. Couldn't sleep anymore." He glanced at her, and through the bond, she felt his carefully controlled anxiety. "Vaila's assembling the teams. We leave in 30 minutes. Oriva stood, moving to where her own gear waited. Someone, probably Vaila, had left clothes similar to Silas's, along with a lightweight pack and a water flask. As she dressed, Silas moved to stand behind her. "May I?" She nodded, and he began braiding her hair, long, practical plaits that would keep it out of her face during the mission. His fingers were surprisingly gentle. "My mother used to braid my sister's hair like this," he said quietly. "Before battles. She said it was good luck." "What happened to your family?" Oriva asked. She'd never heard him mention them before.
"Dead."
"All of them." His hands didn't falter in their work. "My parents were killed in a rogue attack when I was 16. My sister died in childbirth 2 years later. Her mate went mad with grief and got himself killed challenging an alpha 3 times his size. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago." He finished the last braid. "But sometimes I wonder what they'd think of all this. Of who I've become." Oriva turned to face him. "They'd be proud. You're fighting for something good, trying to save people from a tyrant. That's exactly what a true king should do." Through the bond, she felt his gratitude. His old grief, yes, but also hope that she was right. A knock at the door interrupted them. Vaila entered without waiting for permission. Warrior efficiency left no time for courtesy. "Teams are ready, Your Majesty. Tarian's hunters have scouted the approach." The fortress guards are following their normal rotation. She looked at Oriva. You ready, singer? No, Oriva admitted. But I'm going anyway. Viola's scarred face split into a fierce grin. Good answer.
Come on.
Let's go save some hostages. The march to the fortress took 3 hours, traveling fast through terrain that Tarian's hunters knew intimately. They moved in 2 groups, the diversion team led by Viola with 20 warriors, and the rescue team led by Silas with Oriva, Tarian, and 15 others. As they traveled, Oriva went over the plan again in her mind. Viola's team would attack the outer wall at precisely dawn, creating enough noise and chaos to draw half the fortress guards away from the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, Silas's team would infiltrate through an old drainage tunnel that Tarian swore was still accessible. Once inside, Oriva would sing the remaining guards to sleep. They'd have approximately 5 minutes, the time Oriva estimated she could hold the sleep song, to evacuate all 47 hostages through the drainage tunnel. Simple. Straightforward. 1,000 things could go wrong. Stop overthinking, Silas sent as they approached the fortress. Trust the plan. The plan relies on me not making mistakes. The plan relies on you doing what you've already proven you can do. He glanced back at her. I believe in you. The wolves following us believe in you. Now you just need to believe in yourself. Before Oriva could respond, Tarian's mental voice echoed through the group bond he'd established. Fortress in sight. Everyone gets into position. They'd reached a ridge overlooking the fortress, a massive stone structure that looked like it had been built to withstand sieges. 3 concentric walls, exactly as Tarian had described, with guard towers at regular intervals. And somewhere in that fortress, 47 innocent wolves waited, not knowing that rescue was coming. Viola's team is in position, Silas sent. We have 10 minutes until dawn. Everyone, move to the drainage entrance. They descended the ridge in absolute silence, using shadows and terrain for cover. The drainage tunnel entrance was exactly where Tarian had said, hidden behind an outcropping of rock, barely wide enough for a human to squeeze through. This tunnel hasn't been used in years, Tarian warned. It might be blocked. Or collapsed. Only one way to find out, Silas said grimly. He went first, shifting to wolf form to fit through the narrow opening. Oriva followed, her heart pounding so hard she was sure the guards must hear it. The tunnel was dark, wet, and smelled like centuries of decay. Oriva had to crouch to avoid hitting her head on the low ceiling. Behind her, she heard the other team members squeezing through. They crawled through the darkness for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, Silas stopped ahead. We're directly beneath the inner courtyard, he sent. I can hear the guards above. At least 20 voices. Can you hear the hostages?
No.
They must be keeping them silent. Oriva closed her eyes. Reaching out with senses, she was only beginning to understand. Through the bond with Silas, she could feel the fortress above, the weight of stone, the presence of wolves moving about their duties. And underneath it all, fear. So much fear it made her chest ache. The hostages she sent. I can feel them. They're terrified. Then let's give them a reason to hope, Silas replied. Is everyone ready? Affirmative responses echoed through the group bond. Viola, you're up, Silas sent to the diversion team. A moment of silence. Then, from somewhere above, the sound of battle erupted. Howls, snarls, the clash of bodies colliding.
Go,
Silas commanded. He surged upward, breaking through the grate that covered the drainage tunnel's exit. The team poured into the inner courtyard behind him. Oriva emerged last, her eyes adjusting to the sudden daylight. The courtyard was exactly as Tarian had described, a large open space surrounded by stone walls, with small structures that must house the hostages. And everywhere guards. At least 25 of them, just as predicted. They were already moving toward the outer wall where Viola's diversion was happening, but some had stayed behind to watch the hostages. One of them saw Oriva's team and shouted in alarm. Now, Oriva, Silas sent urgently.
Sing them to sleep now.
Oriva drew in a breath and opened her mouth. The lullaby poured out of her, soft, gentle, impossibly powerful. It wrapped around the courtyard like a blanket, touching every guard simultaneously.
Sleep, she sang. Rest.
Let go. You're safe. You're tired. Sleep. The guards' eyes widened. They tried to resist, to raise weapons, to shout for help. But one by one they collapsed. It's working. Tyrion's mental voice was awed. By the goddess, she's actually doing it. Get the hostages. Silas shouted aloud. Move, move, move. The team scattered, rushing toward the small structures. Oriva kept singing, pouring every ounce of power into holding the guards in sleep. Her team started emerging with hostages, confused, frightened wolves in various states of health. Some could walk. Others had to be carried. For minutes, Silas warned. How much longer can you hold them? Oriva's vision was already starting to blur. Sweat poured down her face. But she pushed harder, reaching deeper into that well of power. As long as it takes, she is sent back. More hostages appeared. 15.
20.
30. We found them all. One of the rescue team members sent. All 47 accounted for. Then get them out. Silas commanded. Back through the tunnel, now. The evacuation was chaotic. 47 terrified wolves trying to squeeze through a drainage tunnel while the rescue team urged them to move faster, stay quiet, and keep going. Oriva kept singing. Her legs trembled. Her throat burned. The power was draining from her like blood from a wound. 3 minutes, Silas sent. Almost there. Just hold on. One of the sleeping guards stirred. Oriva focused more power on him, forcing him back under. But the effort cost her. Another guard began to wake. Oriva, you're losing them, Silas warned. I know, she sent back desperately. I can't. There's too many. The last hostage is in the tunnel. Tyrion shouted. We need to go. Oriva released the song, which Silas commanded. Let them wake. We're leaving now. But if she released the song now, the guards would wake immediately. Would raise the alarm. Viola's diversion team would be caught between two forces. I can buy us more time, she sent. No. We leave together or... Oriva changed the song. Instead of sleeping, she sang in confusion. Disorientation. A command that would keep the guards fuzzy and disorganized long enough for everyone to escape. The power required was enormous. Oriva felt something inside her tear, like a muscle stretched too far. She cried out, stumbling. Silas caught her before she hit the ground. Enough. We're leaving. He threw her over his shoulder and ran for the drainage tunnel. Behind them, guards were beginning to wake, shouting confused questions. They dove into the tunnel just as the alarm bells began to ring throughout the fortress. Viola, retreat. Silas was sent to the diversion team. Mission accomplished.
Get out now.
The crawl through the drainage tunnel was a nightmare. Oriva, barely conscious, draped over Silas's back in wolf form. The hostages ahead of them moving too slowly, panicking in the darkness. But they made it. They emerged from the tunnel into daylight to find all 47 hostages safe, guarded by the rescue team. Minutes later, Viola's team appeared over the ridge, running hard but intact. Everyone accounted for, Viola reported. No casualties. Mission success. A cheer went up from the assembled wolves. Silas shifted to human form, cradling Oriva in his arms. Are you all right? Talk to me. Did we get them all? She mumbled. All 47. He pressed his forehead to hers. You did it. You actually did it, you impossible, magnificent woman. Through the bond, she felt his fierce pride, his overwhelming relief that she was alive, and his love, blazing bright enough to warm her even as exhaustion dragged her toward unconsciousness. Told you, she whispered. Told you I could do it. Then darkness claimed her. Chapter 7. Oriva woke 3 days later to the sound of arguing. Can't keep pushing herself like this. Silas's voice, tight with anger. She nearly killed herself holding that sleep song. If she'd maintained it another 30 seconds. She didn't. Viola's calm response. She knew her limits and adjusted accordingly. That's good tactical thinking. That's reckless. That's what warriors do. A pause. Your Majesty, with respect, you can't protect her from every danger. Especially not when she's our most powerful weapon. She's not a weapon. Silas's voice broke. She's everything. Through the bond, Oriva felt his anguish. His terror at how close she'd come to burning herself out completely. She opened her eyes. I'm fine. Both Silas and Viola spun toward her. Silas crossed the room in 3 strides, dropping to his knees beside the bed where she lay. You're awake. He took her hand, pressing it to his face. Thank the goddess. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The healers said he couldn't finish. What did they say? Oriva asked, her voice hoarse. Viola answered from the doorway. That you overtaxed your power. That your body shuts down to protect itself from complete burnout. Her scarred face was grave. Singer, you held 25 alpha wolves in sleep simultaneously for nearly 5 minutes. That should have killed you. But it didn't. Oriva sat up slowly, testing her body. Everything ached, but nothing felt broken. The hostages are safe. All of them. Silas's hands tightened on hers. They're being housed in the valley, reunited with their families. Tyrion and his hunters have formally pledged allegiance to our cause. We've gained 12 experienced warriors and proven that Zariah can be beaten. So, why do you both look like someone died? Silas and Viola exchanged glances. What? Oriva demanded. What aren't you telling me? Viola stepped forward. Zariah knows. Not just that we freed the hostages, but that you exist. An alpha singer bonded to the exiled king. She's declared you both enemies of the crown and placed bounties on your heads. How much? Oriva tried to make it sound like a joke. For Silas, alive, 50,000 gold pieces. Viola's expression didn't change. For you, dead or alive, 200,000. The number stunned her. 200? Why so much more? Because you're the real threat, Silas said quietly. I'm just a deposed king. You're an alpha singer who can command any wolf regardless of pack bonds. You can break her power structure with your voice alone. Of course she wants you dead. Through the bond, Oriva felt his fear. Not for himself, for her. There's more, Viola continued. Zariahing the Council of Alphas. Every pack leader in the Northern Territories, plus representatives from the Eastern and Western Kingdoms. She's claiming you used dark magic to steal her hostages. That you've corrupted Silas with forbidden singer abilities. That's insane. That's politics. Viola crossed her arms. She's painting you as a threat to all wolves. Saying that if an alpha singer can command anyone, no pack is safe. No alpha's authority is secure. Oriva's stomach sank. She's turning the other packs against us.
Worse.
She's uniting them in fear of you. Silas's voice was bitter. The one thing that could bring together kingdoms that have been rivals for centuries is a common enemy. And she's made you that enemy. When is this council meeting? 1 week from today. Viola pulled out a crude map, spreading it on the bed. At the old amphitheater in neutral territory. Every major pack will send representatives. Zariah will present her case against you, and the council will vote on whether to declare you a rogue threat to be eliminated on sight. And if they vote yes, then every wolf in 4 kingdoms will be hunting you, Silas said flatly. You'll have no safe haven, nowhere to run. The room fell silent. Oriva stared at the map, her mind racing. She'd known freeing the hostages would provoke Zariah. But she hadn't anticipated this, a coordinated campaign to turn the entire wolf world against her. So what do we do? She asked finally. We could run, Viola said. Take our forces and disappear into the unclaimed lands. Build a new pack somewhere Zariah's reach doesn't extend.
No.
Silas's voice was firm. Running just confirms everything Zariah's saying about us. Makes us look guilty. Then what? Viola challenged. We can't fight every pack in 4 kingdoms. Even with Oriva's power, we're outnumbered 1,000 to 1. We don't fight them. Oriva's mind was working through possibilities. We convince them. We will go to this council meeting and prove Zariah's lying. Both Silas and Viola stared at her. You want to walk into a gathering of hostile alphas who've been told you're a threat? Viola's voice rose. That's suicide. It's the only way. Oriva looked at Silas. You said it yourself. Running makes us look guilty. But if we show up, if I demonstrate my power isn't dark magic or mind control, if we expose Zoraya's lies in front of everyone, they'll kill you the moment you start singing, Viola interrupted. The second they feel your power, every protective instinct in those alphas will scream at them to eliminate the threat. You won't get a chance to explain. Then I don't sing. Oriva's voice was quiet but certain. I go by myself. Wolfless, powerless, just a woman asking for a fair hearing. Through the bond, she felt Silas's internal war. Part of him wanted to lock her away, keep her safe from every threat. But the king in him recognized the strategic brilliance of her suggestion. It's dangerous, he said slowly. Incredibly dangerous. But it might work. He looked at Viola. What do you think? Viola was quiet for a long moment, studying Oriva with those sharp warrior's eyes. I think the singer has more courage than sense, she said finally. But I also think she's right. We can't win this through force. We need to win it through truth. Then we prepare. Silas stood, his expression hardening into the king Oriva had glimpsed before. 1 week to build our case. To gather evidence of Zoraya's crimes. To prepare Oriva for the hardest performance of her life. Performance? Oriva echoed. You'll be standing before hundreds of alphas who've been told you're a monster. Silas helped her to her feet, supporting her when she swayed. You need to show them you're not. That you're just a woman who's been wronged, who's fighting for justice. I'm not good at performing, Oriva admitted. I've spent my whole life trying to make myself invisible. Then it's time to be seen. He cupped her face gently. Time to show the world who Oriva really is. Not a threat. Not a monster. Just someone fighting for a better way. Through the bond, she felt his faith in her. His absolute certainty that she could do this. She wished she shared it. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Silas and Viola coached Oriva on pack politics, teaching her the intricate dance of alpha dominance and submission. How to stand to project confidence without aggression. How to speak to command respect without triggering defensive instincts. You can't show fear, Viola said during one session. Alphas can smell it. They'll interpret it as weakness and dismiss everything you say. I am afraid, Oriva admitted. How do I hide that? You don't hide it. Silas circled her, evaluating her posture. You acknowledge it and use it. Fear makes you relatable. But you pair it with strength, with determination. Show them you're afraid, but doing this anyway. They also gathered the freed hostages, 47 wolves who could testify to Zoraya's cruelty, to the truth of what she'd done. Many were too traumatized to speak publicly, but a few volunteered to come to the council meeting. Among them was a young mother named Aloan, who'd been separated from her daughter for 2 years while her mate served in Zoraya's forces. She told us we were being protected, Aloan said, her voice shaking with suppressed rage. That it was for our own good. But we were prisoners. Fed barely enough to survive, kept in locked rooms, told our families would die if we tried to escape. Will you tell the council that? Oriva asked gently. Aloan's jaw set. I'll tell anyone who'll listen. Zoraya needs to answer for what she's done. They also had Tarion and his hunters, wolves who'd served Zoraya and could speak to the lies she'd told, the loyalty she demanded through fear. She rules through terror. Tarion explained during a planning session. Every pack alpha knows that defying her means their families suffer. She's built an empire on hostages and threats, not on legitimate authority. But will the council believe you? Oriva asked. You served her for 3 years. They'll believe 12 of us saying the same thing, Tarion said grimly. Especially when we show them the scars from silver chains she used on wolves who questioned her. Silver chains that are illegal under every kingdom's law. The evidence was damning. Overwhelming even. But Silas remained cautious. Facts don't always win political battles, he warned. Zoraya will have her own testimony. Her own witnesses. She'll claim everything we say is lies told by traitors and rebels. Then what decides it? Oriva asked. Perception. Performance. He took her hands. Who the council believes more? Who seems more trustworthy, more legitimate? A deposed king and a wolfless singer versus a sitting ruler with an established power base. Oriva's laugh was bitter. Those aren't great odds. No, Silas agreed. But we have something Zariah doesn't. What? The truth. His golden eyes held hers.
And you?
When you speak, Oriva, people listen. Not because of your singer voice, but because you speak from the heart. You make people feel things. That's more powerful than any political maneuvering. Through the bond, she felt his absolute conviction. She just hoped he was right. The night before they were to leave for the council meeting, Oriva found herself back on the balcony, staring at the stars. This time, when Silas joined her, he brought a flask of something that smelled like honey and burned going down. Courage in a bottle, he said, offering it to her. Oriva took a sip, coughing. That's awful. It's traditional. Kings drink it before major battles. He took a sip himself. Tastes like regret and bad decisions. Despite everything, Oriva laughed. How many battles have you fought? Personally? Dozens. As king, commanding others? Hundreds. He set the flask aside. None of them scared me as much as tomorrow. Because you might lose? Because you might get hurt. He turned to face her fully. Oriva, I need you to understand something. If tomorrow goes wrong, if the council turns hostile, you run. Don't try to fight. Don't try to convince them. Just run, and I'll hold them off long enough for you to escape. Absolutely not. That's not a request. That's a command from your king. His voice was hard. You're too important to lose. Not just for this rebellion, for everything we're trying to build. If it comes down to choosing between my life and yours, I choose yours. Every time. Through the bond, she felt his immovable determination. He'd made this decision already, and nothing she said would change it. You're an idiot, she said, tears pricking her eyes. I'm a king in love with an impossible woman who keeps saving my life. He pulled her close. Let me protect you this once. Please. Oriva buried her face in his chest, breathing in his cedar and smoke scent. I don't want to lose you. You won't. I'm very good at surviving impossible situations. He kissed the top of her head. But if something does happen, I need you to promise me you'll keep fighting. Keep building what we started. Don't let my death be meaningless. Stop talking like you're going to die. I'm talking like a realist preparing for all possibilities. He tilted her chin up to look at him. Promise me, Oriva. Promise you'll survive and keep fighting, no matter what. Through the bond, she felt how important this was to him. How desperately he needed this promise. I promise, she whispered. But only if you promise the same thing. That you'll survive tomorrow and every day after. That we'll build this new world together. I promise. He kissed her then, deep and desperate.
Together.
Always together. They stood on the balcony long into the night, wrapped around each other, both pretending they weren't terrified of what morning would bring. They left at dawn, a small convoy of 20 wolves. Silas, Oriva, Vaila, Tarion, and 16 others chosen for their testimony or their fighting skills. The amphitheater where the council met was a 3-day journey through neutral territory. They traveled carefully, avoiding major packlands, camping in hidden clearings. On the second night, Oriva couldn't sleep. She wandered away from camp, needing space to think. She didn't get far before Vaila appeared at her side. Can't sleep either? The warrior asked. Too much on my mind. They walked in silence for a while. Finally, Vaila spoke. I owe you an apology. Oriva glanced at her, surprised. For what? For doubting you. When you first arrived at the compound, I thought you were just another complication. A distraction for the king. Vaila's scarred face was thoughtful. But you've proven me wrong repeatedly. You're stronger than I gave you credit for. I don't feel strong, Oriva admitted. I feel like I'm barely holding it together. That's what real strength looks like. Vaila smiled slightly. Cowards run when they're afraid. Warriors keep going despite the fear. You're a warrior, singer. Even if you don't carry a blade. The words settled into Oriva's chest, warm and unexpected. "Thank you," she said quietly. "Don't thank me yet. Wait until we survive tomorrow." Viola's expression turned serious. "But Oriva, whatever happens at that council meeting, know this. You've already changed things. Those freed hostages, they're telling everyone who'll listen what you did. Word is spreading about the alpha singer who defied a tyrant. You've given wolves hope. That's worth more than any crown." Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas listening. Felt his pride and love warming her from the inside out. Maybe Viola was right. Maybe she was stronger than she knew. Tomorrow, she'd find out just how strong. They reached the amphitheater at midday on the third day. It was ancient, carved from a natural rock formation, with tiered seating that could hold thousands. Already, hundreds of wolves had gathered. Pack representatives from across the territories, all watching as Silas's small group approached. The atmosphere was hostile. Oriva could feel it like a physical pressure, suspicion, fear, anger all directed at them. At her. "Stay close," Silas sent through the bond. "Don't let them separate us." They descended into the amphitheater's center. A raised platform had been prepared with two podiums facing each other. On one side stood Zaraya. Oriva's breath caught. She'd imagined Zaraya as a monster, all cruelty and ugliness. But the woman on the platform was beautiful, tall and elegant with silver blonde hair and eyes like winter ice. She wore the crown that should have been Silas's, and she carried herself with absolute confidence. Next to her stood a man who must be Kalen, handsome in a sharp-edged way, watching Silas with open hatred. Silas Theron. Zaraya's voice carried across the amphitheater. "You dare show your face here? After everything you've done?" "I dare seek justice," Silas replied, his voice equally strong. "Something you know nothing about." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Council of Alphas sat in the front rows, 12 pack leaders representing the major territories. Their expressions ranged from curious to hostile. One of them stood, an elderly male with white fur and kind eyes. "This council will come to order. We're here to address the claims made by Queen Zaraya regarding Silas Theron and the individual known as Oriva the Singer. Both parties will have an opportunity to present evidence. The council will then vote on appropriate action." "Thank you, Elder Selim," Zaraya said smoothly. "I'll begin by presenting the facts. 3 weeks ago, Silas Theron and his rebel forces attacked a secured facility and stole 47 lawful prisoners." "Hostages," Silas interrupted. "Innocent wolves held against their will." "Using forbidden magic," Zaraya continued as if he hadn't spoken. "This woman, Oriva, wielded powers that no natural Omega should possess. She controlled the minds of guards, forcing them to sleep while her accomplices committed theft and treason. She gestured, and images appeared in the air, magical projections showing the fortress, the sleeping guards, Oriva singing. The council members leaned forward, fascinated and alarmed. "You see?" Zaraya's voice was passionate. "This is the threat we face. An Omega who can command any wolf, override any Alpha's authority, destroy the very foundations of pack structure. If we allow her to live, no pack is safe. No hierarchy is secure." More murmurs. The crowd was turning against them. Oriva could feel it. "Let me speak," she sent to Silas. "Not yet. Wait for the right moment." Furthermore, Zaraya continued, "Silas Theron is a known traitor who attempted to seize absolute power during his reign. I was forced to remove him for the good of the kingdom. His current rebellion is simply another attempt to claim power he has no right to." "Liar!" The shout came from their group. Tyrion stepped forward. "I served in your forces, Zaraya. I know the truth of how you took power, through betrayal and silver chains, through holding families hostage." Zaraya's expression didn't change. "Ah yes, Tyrion. The hunter who abandoned his post and betrayed his oaths. Your testimony is worthless." "What about mine?" Eloan pushed forward, her voice shaking but determined. "I was one of your lawful prisoners. I was locked in a room for 2 years, separated from my child, told my family would die if I tried to escape. Is that lawful?" Is that justice? More wolves stepped forward, freed hostages, Tarian's hunters, all speaking at once. The council chamber erupted in chaos. Elder Selim stood, raising his hands for silence. Order. We will hear testimony in the proper sequence. He looked at Zariah. These are serious accusations, my queen. How do you answer them? Through the bond. Oriva felt Silas's tension. This was the moment. Zariah's answer would set the tone for everything that followed. Zariah smiled, cold and beautiful and utterly without mercy. I answer, she said quietly, by asking why we're listening to traitors and rebels at all. They've already shown they'll lie, steal, and use forbidden magic. Of course they'll make accusations. She looked directly at Oriva. The real question is, will this council allow an alpha singer to threaten everything we've built? Or will you do what's necessary to protect our way of life? The council members exchanged glances. Oriva could see the fear in their eyes, the calculation. They were going to vote against her. She could feel it. Now, Silasent. Speak now before they make up their minds. Oriva stepped forward onto the platform, her legs shaking but her voice steady. May I address the council? She asked. Elder Selim nodded slowly. You may speak, Oriva the singer. Every eye in the amphitheater fixed on her. Hundreds of hostile wolves, all waiting to judge. This was it. The moment everything hung on. Oriva took a breath.
And began to speak.
Chapter 8. My name is Oriva, she began, her voice carrying across the amphitheater without any singer power behind it. Just her own voice, raw and human. And everything Queen Zariah said about me is true. Shock rippled through the crowd. Beside her, Silas stiffened. Trust me, she sent through the bond. I am an alpha singer, Oriva continued. I can command wolves regardless of pack bond. I did use my voice to put guards to sleep during the rescue mission. And yes, that power is dangerous. She paused, letting the admission settle. But danger and evil are not the same thing. She turned slowly, meeting the eyes of council members one by one. I was born wolfless. For 22 years, I lived in the Clearbrook pack, waiting for a shift that never came. I was called defective, broken, less than. And when I finally turned 22 without manifesting a wolf, I was banished, cast out of the only home I'd ever known. Her voice didn't waver, though she felt the old shame trying to surface. I walked into the unclaimed lands expecting to die there. Instead, I found a dying wolf chained to an altar, surrounded by rogues who were going to sacrifice him. And I made a choice. She looked at Silas. I chose compassion over safety. I chose to help someone who was suffering, even though it put me at risk. How touching, Zariah interrupted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. But this council isn't here for your life story. This council is here to determine if I'm a threat. Oriva cut her off, her voice sharp. And my life story is relevant because it shows who I am. Not a monster. Not a power-hungry tyrant. Just someone who believes wolves deserve better than to be ruled through fear and hostages. She turned back to the council. When I sang to that dying wolf, when I saved Silas Theron's life, I didn't know he was a king. I didn't know about prophecies or politics or any of this. She gestured to the amphitheater. I just knew he was suffering and I could help. That's what my power is for. Not control. Not domination. Healing. You speak of healing, Elder Selim said thoughtfully, yet you used your power as a weapon. You forced guards to sleep against their will. How is that different from the mind control we fear? It was a fair question. Oriva had known it would come. Because I gave them a choice, she said quietly. Before I sang them to sleep, I asked them to step aside. To let us free the hostages peacefully. They refused. So I used the minimum force necessary to complete the mission without bloodshed. She looked at the elder directly. Every one of those guards woke up unharmed. No lasting damage. No trauma. Compare that to what would have happened if we'd fought them conventionally. Dozens dead on both sides, hostages caught in the crossfire. She's manipulating you. Zariah's voice rose. using her words to make you sympathize with her. This is exactly what alpha singers do. They twist your thoughts, make you believe what they want you to believe. I'm not using any power, Oriva said calmly. I'm just speaking. And if my words are convincing, maybe it's because they're true. Murmurs from the crowd, some agreeing, some still hostile. Let me demonstrate something, Oriva continued. Elder Selim, would you allow me to use my singer voice on you? Briefly, with your permission? The elderly wolf's eyebrows rose. For what purpose? To show the council exactly what my power feels like, so they can judge for themselves whether it's mind control or something else. Zariah laughed harshly. You expect him to volunteer to be controlled? I accept, Elder Selim said, standing. Show us, young singer. Let us feel this power we've been told to fear. Oriva nodded, grateful for his courage. She drew on her singer voice, carefully, gently, using just enough power to make the point. Elder Selim, she sang softly, please raise your right hand. The elder's hand lifted, but his eyes remained clear, aware. He looked at his own hand with fascination. I can feel it, he said, wondering in his voice. Like a gentle suggestion, not a command. I could resist if I truly wanted to. He lowered his hand. This is not what I expected. That's because I'm not trying to control you, Oriva explained. I'm asking. Yes, my voice carries power that makes it harder to refuse. But it's not absolute. A strong-willed wolf can push back and can choose to disobey. She looked at Zariah. Unlike the silver chains and hostages used by our current queen, which give no choice at all, the comparison landed. Several council members shifted uncomfortably. More lies, Zariah snarled. She admits her power makes it hard to resist, then claims it's not control? The council isn't foolish enough to. I was there. The voice came from the crowd. A young male stepped forward, one of Tyrion's hunters. I was there when the singer commanded us in the unclaimed lands. We'd come to kill her and King Silas. She could have forced us to tear each other apart, could have made us hurt ourselves, could have done anything. He met Zariah's gaze. Instead, she told us to leave. That's it. Just leave. And she let us go without harm. I was there too, another hunter added. She didn't torture us. Didn't humiliate us. She showed mercy to wolves who'd come to kill her. What tyrant does that? More voices joined in, freed hostages describing Oriva's kindness, warriors testifying to her restraint. Zariah's expression darkened. Enough. This is exactly what I warned about. She's turned these wolves into her puppets, made them speak for her. I speak for myself, Eloan interrupted, stepping onto the platform. Her voice shook but held strong. Queen Zariah, you kept me prisoner for 2 years. You told my mate you were protecting me while using me as leverage to force his obedience. The singer freed me, returned me to my daughter. If she's such a monster, why did she risk her life for wolves she'd never met? Because she's building an army. Zariah's composure was cracking. Don't you see? She frees you, earns your loyalty, and then commands you to fight for her cause. It's manipulation at its finest. Is it? Silas spoke for the first time in minutes, his voice cutting through the chaos. Zariah, you ruled through fear and hostages. I ruled through respect and earned loyalty. Oriva rules through compassion and truth. The council can decide which approach they prefer. He stepped forward to stand beside Oriva. But let me be clear about something. The woman standing next to me is not my puppet or my weapon. She's my equal, my partner, and yes, my mate. The bond marks on both their arms glowed slightly. We are bonded by choice, not by force. And together, we're offering the wolf world something it hasn't had in generations, leadership that doesn't require chains or hostages or terror to maintain. Pretty words from a deposed king. Kaelin spoke for the first time, his voice cold. You had your chance to rule, Silas. You failed. Zariah had to remove you, for the good of the kingdom. I failed. Silas's laugh was bitter. I negotiated peace between territories that had been at war for decades. I established trade agreements that enriched every pack. I protected the weak and held the strong accountable. His golden eyes locked on Kalen. You call that failure because I wouldn't let you and Zariah exploit pack resources for personal gain. Because I refused to rule as a tyrant. You were weak, Kalen snarled.
Soft.
The Northern Territories needed strength. The Northern Territories needed justice, Silas interrupted. Something neither you nor Zariah understand. The crowd was turning. Oriva could feel it, the tide shifting as wolves began to question the narrative they'd been fed. Zariah felt it too. Her ice-blue eyes narrowed dangerously. Elder Selim, she said, her voice tight with controlled fury. I request a formal vote. This debate could continue for days. Let the council decide. Is Oriva the singer a threat to be eliminated, or will we allow this dangerous precedent to stand? Elder Selim looked between Zariah and Oriva, his expression troubled.
Very well.
Council members, prepare to vote. He raised his voice. The question before us, is Oriva the singer a threat to pack structure and wolf society? Those who believe she is, and that action must be taken, raise your hand. Oriva's heart pounded. This was it. Everything came down to this moment. 3 hands went up immediately. Alpha's loyal to Zariah, or too afraid to oppose her. Then a 4th. A 5th. 5 against, Silas sent through the bond. We need 7 votes in our favor to block any action. More hands rose. 6. 7.
8.
Oriva's stomach dropped. 8 votes against her. Only 4 more needed for a majority. Then Elder Selim spoke again. And those who believe Oriva the singer is not a threat, raise your hand. Slowly, carefully, his own hand rose. Another council member followed. Then another. The votes were coming in agonizingly slow. 6 in favor.
7. 8.
It was tied, 8-8. 4 council members hadn't voted yet. One of them stood, a middle-aged female with gray-streaked hair. I abstain, she said quietly. I need more time to consider. Another stood. As do I. This decision is too important to rush. That left 2 undecided votes and a tied council. The last 2 council members looked at each other. Brothers, Oriva realized, nearly identical with dark fur and amber eyes. The first brother stood. I vote that she is not a threat. Hope flared in Oriva's chest. 9 votes in their favor. Just 1 more. The second brother stood, and slowly, deliberately, raised his hand against her. 9-9. A perfect tie. The amphitheater erupted in chaos, wolves arguing, shouting, some calling for Oriva's immediate execution, others demanding she be allowed to leave peacefully. Order. Elder Selim's voice boomed across the noise. We have a tied vote. By ancient law, such ties are broken by trial of challenge. Oriva's blood ran cold. What does that mean? It means, Zariah said, a vicious smile spreading across her beautiful face, that you and I will face each other in ritual combat. The winner takes all, the council's vote, legitimacy to rule everything. Oriva doesn't have a wolf, Silas protested. She can't fight you in the traditional way. Then she fights in human form. Zariah's smile widened. Or she can choose a champion to fight in her place. Those are the options under ancient law. I'll fight for you, Silas sent immediately through the bond. I'm your bonded mate. I have the right. No, Oriva said aloud. She stepped forward, meeting Zariah's gaze directly. I'll fight her myself. The amphitheater went silent. Oriva, you can't, Silas started. I can, and I will. She looked at him, letting him see her certainty. This whole time, I've been asking wolves to believe in me, to trust me. How can I do that if I hide behind a champion when things get hard? You'll die, he sent desperately. Zariah is a trained warrior. You've had less than 2 weeks of combat practice. This is suicide. Maybe. Oriva turned back to Zariah. But it's my choice. My risk. My fight. Through the bond, she felt Silas's anguish. His desperate need to protect her warring with his understanding that she was right, that accepting Zariah's challenge was the only way to truly prove herself. "Very well," Elder Selim said heavily. "The challenge is accepted. By ancient law, the combat will take place at sunset tomorrow. Both parties will fight in human form with weapons of their choosing. The fight continues until one party yields or dies." "I won't be yielding," Zariah said coldly. "Neither will I," Oriva replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Zariah's laugh was like breaking glass. "Then you'll die, little singer. And when you're gone, I'll execute everyone who followed you, starting with your precious mate." She turned and swept from the amphitheater, Kaelin and her supporters following. The moment she was gone, Silas grabbed Oriva's shoulders. "What were you thinking? You can't beat her in single combat." "I know." Oriva met his frantic gaze. "But I can try. And sometimes trying is enough. Trying gets you killed, and hiding behind you gets me labeled a coward." She touched his face gently. "Silas, I have to do this. You know I do." Through the bond, she felt him break a little. Felt his terror and rage and desperate love. "Then we train," he said finally, his voice hoarse. "We have until sunset tomorrow. I'm going to teach you everything I know about combat. And you're going to survive this, Oriva. Because I'm not losing you. Not now. Not ever." Vaila appeared at their side. "I'll help. Between the three of us, we can prepare her." "Prepare her for what?" Tyrion joined them. "Zariah has been training for decades. She's killed dozens of wolves in combat. No offense to the singer, but one day of training won't." "Then we don't train her to fight like a warrior," Vaila interrupted. "We train her to fight like a singer. Use her strengths, not ours." Oriva looked at her in confusion. "My strength is my voice. I can't use it in this fight. The moment I start singing, every alpha here will interpret it as cheating." "Your voice is one strength," Vaila corrected. "But you have others. Your intelligence, your ability to read people, your compassion, which Zariah will underestimate because she sees it as weakness." The warrior's scarred face was thoughtful. "We work with what you have. Make Zariah's advantages into disadvantages."
"How?"
Silas demanded. "I don't know yet." Vaila's smile was sharp. "But we have 24 hours to figure it out. Let's get started." They trained through the night. Silas taught Oriva basic defensive moves, how to block, how to roll away from strikes, how to protect her vital areas. Vaila drilled her on reading an opponent's body language, anticipating attacks before they came. But it wasn't enough. Every practice bout ended with Oriva on the ground, dead within seconds. "This isn't working," Oriva gasped after her 10th defeat. "She's going to kill me in the first minute." "Then we change tactics," Vaila said. "Stop trying to fight her directly. Focus on surviving long enough to find an opening." "An opening for what?" "We'll know it when we see it." Vaila pulled her up.
"Again."
"And this time, don't try to block, dodge. You're smaller and faster. Use that." They trained until Oriva could barely stand. Then they trained more. As dawn approached, Silas finally called a halt. "Enough. She needs to rest." Oriva collapsed onto the ground, every muscle screaming. Through the bond, she felt Silas's anguish. "I can't watch you die," he sent. "Please, Oriva. Let me fight in your place. Let me protect you this once." "You've protected me every day since we met," she replied gently. "But this is my battle. My chance to prove that strength comes in different forms. What if you're wrong? What if you die and I'm left alone again? Then you keep fighting. You keep building the world we dreamed of." She sat up, taking his hand. "But I'm not planning to die. I'm planning to win." "How?" he asked aloud, desperately. "How do you win against someone with decades of training and a wolf's strength?" Oriva was quiet for a long moment, thinking. "I don't know yet," she admitted. "But I have until sunset to figure it out." She looked at the horizon where the first hints of dawn were appearing. One day, one chance, one impossible fight. And everything is riding on the outcome. Chapter 9. The sun climbed too quickly across the sky. Oriva spent the morning in a strange calm. moving through preparations like she was watching herself from a distance. She ate the breakfast Silas brought her, though her stomach rebelled against every bite. She let Viola wrap her hands and wrists in protective bindings. She accepted the simple fighting leathers someone had found for her. But her mind was elsewhere, turning over a problem that had no clear solution. How do you defeat someone stronger, faster, and more experienced when you can't use your only real advantage? You're thinking too hard, Silas sent through the bond. He sat across from her, watching with haunted eyes. Sometimes instinct is better than strategy. My instincts tell me to run, Oriva admitted. Then listen to them. We can leave right now. Disappear into the unclaimed lands. And prove Zoraya right, that I'm a coward who hides behind others. She shook her head.
No.
I made my choice. I'm seeing it through. Through the bond, his anguish was a living thing. A knock at the door interrupted them. Eloan entered, carrying something wrapped in cloth. I know you're preparing, the young mother said quietly. But I wanted to give you this. For luck. She unwrapped the cloth to reveal a knife. Not ornate or special, just a simple blade with a worn leather grip. It was my mate's, Eloan explained. He carried it for 20 years before Zoraya's forces killed him. He always said a good blade doesn't need to be fancy. It just needs to be reliable. She pressed it into Oriva's hands.
Use it well.
And come back alive, so I can thank you properly for giving me back my daughter. Oriva's throat tightened. Eloan, I can't take. You can and you will. The woman's eyes were fierce. You fight for all of us today. Every hostage Zoraya held. Every wolf she terrorized. We're with you, Singer. Don't forget that. After Eloan left, Oriva sat holding the knife, feeling its weight. It was well-balanced, clearly loved and maintained over years of use. A weapon is only as good as the warrior wielding it, Silas sent. Then I'm in trouble because I'm not a warrior.
No.
He stood, moving to kneel in front of her. You're something better. You're someone who fights for others, not for glory or power. That makes you more dangerous than any warrior. How do you figure? Because warriors fight to win. You fight because you can't stand to let injustice go unchallenged. He took her free hand. Zoraya will underestimate that. She'll expect you to fight for survival. When you fight for something bigger, it'll throw her off balance. Oriva wanted to believe him, but doubt gnawed at her. What if it's not enough? Silas was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was raw with emotion. Then I will tear Zoraya apart myself and spend the rest of my life avenging you. He touched her face gently. But I don't think it'll come to that. You're stronger than you know, Oriva. You just need to trust yourself the way I trust you. Through the bond, his faith in her blazed bright and absolute. She closed her eyes, breathing it in, letting it steady her. All right, she said finally. Let's do this. The amphitheater was packed when they arrived. Word had spread throughout the territories, the Alpha Singer versus the False Queen, fighting to determine the future of the Northern Kingdom. Thousands of wolves had gathered, filling every available space. The air thrummed with anticipation and bloodlust. A fighting circle had been prepared in the amphitheater's center, a ring of stones marking the boundaries. Outside that circle meant defeat. Inside meant the fight continued. Zoraya was already there, stretching with the easy confidence of someone who'd done this 100 times before. She'd changed into fighting leathers that looked custom-made, reinforced at the vital areas. Twin blades hung at her hips, longer and deadlier than Oriva's single knife. Kalen stood beside her, his expression smug. Last chance to withdraw, he called across the circle. Send your mate to fight in your place, and we'll show mercy. The only mercy here will be the kind I show when I win, Oriva replied, her voice steadier than she felt. Zoraya laughed. Bold words from a wolfless girl who's about to die. Elder Selim stepped into the circle, raising his hands for silence. By ancient law, we gather to witness trials by combat. Oriva the Singer versus Zoraya of the Northern Territories. The fight continues until one party yields, dies, or leaves the circle. He looked at both women. Are you prepared? More than ready, Zoraya purred. Oriva just nodded, not trusting her voice. Silas pulled her aside for one final moment. Remember, you don't have to beat her. You just have to survive long enough to find your opening. And, if I don't find one, you will. He kissed her, deep and desperate. I love you. Come back to me. I love you too, Oriva whispered against his lips. Then she stepped into the circle. The crowd fell silent. Zoraya drew her twin blades, spinning them with practiced ease. Oriva drew a Lowen's knife, feeling its comfortable weight in her hand. Begin. Elder Selim's voice rang out. Zoraya attacked immediately. She was fast, faster than anyone Oriva had sparred with. Her blades sang through the air, coming at Oriva from two directions at once. Oriva dodged, barely. The blade whistled past her ear, so close she felt the wind of it. Don't try to block, Vaila's training echoed in her mind.
Dodge. Move. Survive.
Zoraya pressed the attack, driving Oriva backward with a flurry of strikes. The crowd roared. This was what they'd come to see: violence, dominance, blood. Oriva's foot caught on a stone. She stumbled. Zoraya's blade flashed toward her throat. Oriva dropped flat, rolling to the side. The blade passed over her harmlessly. She came up in a crouch, breathing hard. Too close, Silas sent through the bond, his terror bleeding through. Oriva, please? She couldn't answer. Couldn't spare the concentration. Zoraya was already coming at her again. This time, Oriva saw the pattern in her attacks. Zoraya favored her right side and used her left blade primarily for defense. It was subtle, but it was there. Find the weakness, Oriva told herself. Everyone has one. She dodged another strike, then another. Not trying to fight back yet. Just watching. Learning. Running won't save you. Zoraya snarled, frustration creeping into her voice.
Good.
Frustration led to mistakes. Oriva kept dodging, kept moving. Her legs were already burning from the effort, but she didn't stop.
Couldn't stop.
Zoraya's attacks were getting sloppier, whiter, angrier. There, an opening. Zoraya overextended on a right-hand strike, leaving her left side exposed for a fraction of a second. Oriva lunged, her knife aiming for Zoraya's exposed ribs. Zoraya spun at the last second, catching Oriva's wrist. Her grip was iron-strong. Predictable, Zoraya hissed. She yanked Oriva close and drove her knee into Oriva's stomach. Pain exploded through Oriva's body. She doubled over, gasping. Zoraya released her wrist and kicked her in the chest. Oriva flew backward, hitting the ground hard enough to see stars. The crowd roared louder.
Blood.
They wanted blood. Through the bond, Silas's anguish was overwhelming. Get up. Please, Oriva, get up. Oriva struggled to her hands and knees, coughing. Her ribs screamed. Her vision swam. Zoraya approached slowly, savoring the moment. This is the great alpha singer? The one who is supposed to save you all? She addressed the crowd. She can't even save herself. Oriva's hand closed around her fallen knife. She looked up at Zoraya through her hair. And she saw it. The thing she'd been looking for. Zoraya's smugness. Her absolute certainty that she'd already won. That was her weakness. Not her fighting style. Not a gap in her defense. Her arrogance. Oriva slowly got to her feet, still hunched as if in pain. Let Zoraya think she was beaten. Let her get cocky. Give up, Zoraya said. Yield, and I'll make your death quick. No, Oriva rasped. Zoraya's eyes narrowed. Then die slowly. She attacked again, but this time, Oriva was ready. She'd been studying Zoraya's patterns for the entire fight. Knew exactly where the queen would strike, how she'd move, what openings she'd create. As Zoraya's right blade came down, Oriva didn't dodge away. She stepped inside the strike, too close for the blade to be effective. And she drove her knife upward toward Zoraya's exposed neck. Zoraya twisted desperately. The knife missed her throat but carved a deep line across her shoulder. First blood. The crowd gasped. Zoraya stumbled back, shock and rage warring on her beautiful face. You cut me. I did. Oriva said, finding her balance. And I'll do it again. Something had shifted. Oriva could feel it through her exhaustion and pain. She'd proven she wasn't helpless. Wasn't easy prey. And Zoraya knew it. The queen's attacks came faster now, fueled by rage instead of control.
Sloppy.
Predictable. Oriva dodged, blocked with her knife when she had to, and waited for another opening. That's it, Silas sent, hope blazing through the bond. Use her anger against her. They fought across the circle. Zoraya's blades whistling through the air. Oriva's smaller knife deflecting, dodging, occasionally landing glancing blows that infuriated Zoraya further. Minutes passed.
5, 10.
Oriva was tiring fast, but so was Zoraya. The queen wasn't used to fights lasting this long. Then Zoraya made a mistake. She committed fully to a two-handed strike, bringing both blades down together in an overhead slash meant to cleave Oriva in half. Oriva rolled to the side. The blades hit stone with a shower of sparks. And for one heartbeat, Zoraya was completely exposed. Oriva surged upward, her knife aimed at Zoraya's back. At the last second, she adjusted. The blade didn't go for a killing strike. Instead, it sliced through the tendons in Zoraya's right wrist. Zoraya screamed. Her right blade fell from nerveless fingers. Yield, Oriva said, her knife at Zoraya's throat. You've lost. Zoraya's eyes blazed with hatred. Never. She spun, her remaining blade lashing out desperately. Oriva caught her wrist with her free hand. They grappled face to face, blades between them. Why won't you yield? Oriva demanded. You're injured. You've lost. It's over. Because I am queen, Zoraya snarled. I rule these territories. I won't lose to a wolfless nobody. Then you'll die to one, Oriva said quietly. And she meant it. She could see it in Zoraya's eyes. The queen would rather die than admit defeat. But Oriva didn't want to kill her. Didn't want to become the kind of person who solved problems through death. Sometimes you don't have a choice, Silas sent grimly. If you don't end this, she will. He was right. Oriva knew he was right. But still she hesitated. That hesitation nearly cost her everything. Zoraya wrenched her wrist free and slashed upward. The blade carved across Oriva's arm, sending her knife flying. Both women stood there breathing hard. Zoraya still had one blade. Oriva had nothing but her bare hands. Now, Zoraya panted, you die. She raised her blade for the killing strike. And Oriva sang. Just one note. Pure and clear and filled with power.
Stop.
Every wolf in the amphitheater froze. The command crashed over them like a physical wave. Zoraya stood paralyzed, her blade raised, unable to complete the strike. I didn't want to use my voice, Oriva said quietly, walking towards Zoraya. I wanted to beat you fairly, but you've given me no choice. She reached out and took the blade from Zoraya's frozen hand. The crowd was silent.
Shocked.
Watching to see what the alpha singer would do. Oriva could kill her.
Right now.
While Zoraya was frozen by the command. No one could stop her. It would be justice. Revenge for all the wolves Zoraya had hurt. Through the bond, she felt Silas's conflict. Part of him wanted Zoraya dead, the part that still raged about the betrayal. But another part, the part that had been king, knew that executing a helpless enemy would make Oriva everything Zoraya had claimed she was. A tyrant who ruled through fear. Oriva made her choice. She dropped the blade and released the command. Zoraya stumbled, gasping. What? Why didn't you? Because I'm not you, Oriva said simply. I don't kill helpless enemies. I don't rule through terror. She looked at the Council of Alphas. The fight is over. Zoraya has lost. I claim victory by right of combat. You cheated, Kaelin shouted from the sidelines. She used her singer voice. That's against. Against what rules? Elder Selim interrupted, his voice thoughtful. The ancient law says the fight continues until one party yields or dies. It says nothing about what powers may or may not be used. He looked at Oriva with something like respect. The singer won fairly. And more importantly, she showed mercy when she could have been killed. That speaks to her character. The council must vote, Zoraya demanded, clutching her injured wrist. This isn't. The council already voted, another council member said, standing. This combat was meant to break the tie. The singer won. The question is decided. She looked at Oriva. Oriva the singer is not a threat to be eliminated. She has proven herself honorable in combat. One by one, the other council members nodded agreement, even the ones who'd voted against her initially. Furthermore, Elder Selim continued, testimony presented yesterday regarding hostages and illegal use of silver chains warrants investigation. Zoraya, you will submit to council inquiry regarding your governance. I will submit to nothing, Zoraya screamed. She shifted, the transformation violent and desperate, into a massive silver wolf. She lunged at Oriva with killing intent. Oriva didn't have time to sing, didn't have time to defend herself. But Silas did. He shifted mid-leap, intercepting Zoraya's attack. The two wolves collided with bone-crushing force, tumbling across the fighting circle in a tangle of fur and fangs. They separated, circled, both bleeding from a dozen wounds.
Silas, stop.
Oriva sent desperately. You don't have to. Yes, I do. His mental voice was hard as stone. She tried to kill you. That ends now. They lunged at each other again. The fight was brutal, vicious. Two alpha wolves with years of rage finally allowed to express it through violence. But Silas was bigger, stronger, and he was fighting to protect his mate, which gave him an edge Zoraya couldn't match. He got his jaws around her throat. One bite would end it. Through the bond, Oriva felt his hesitation. His desire for revenge warring with his understanding that killing Zoraya would make him no better than her. Let her go, Oriva said gently. She's defeated. It's over. She tried to kill you. And I'm still alive.
Because you protected me.
Oriva walked closer to where the two wolves stood frozen in the killing position. But if you kill her now, in front of everyone, they'll remember you as a king who executed his rival. Is that the legacy you want? Slowly, reluctantly, Silas released Zoraya's throat. He shifted back to human form, standing naked and covered in blood. Zoraya, by right of combat and by judgment of the Council of Alphas, I reclaim my crown. You are stripped of all authority and will be held for trial on charges of illegal imprisonment, use of forbidden silver, and attempted murder of the Alpha Singer. Zoraya shifted back, clutching her bleeding throat. You think this is over? She croaked. You think one fight changes anything? I still have allies. Still have power. You have nothing, Silas said coldly. Your hostages are free. Your hunters have turned. Your lies have been exposed. It's over, Zoraya. Accept it with whatever dignity you have left. Guards moved forward, wolves loyal to the council, and restrained Zoraya. She didn't struggle, just stared at Silas with pure hatred burning in her ice-blue eyes. This isn't finished, she whispered. You'll regret showing me mercy. Maybe, Silas said. But I can live with regret. Can you live with failure? They dragged her away, still bleeding, still defiant. Kalen tried to run. He made it 3 steps before Viola tackled him. I'll take that one into custody too, she said cheerfully, sitting on his back. Pretty sure he's complicit in about a dozen crimes. The amphitheater erupted in chaos, wolves cheering, arguing, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. Oriva stood in the center of it all, swaying with exhaustion. Then Silas was there, catching her before she fell. You did it, he said, wondering in his voice. You actually did it. We did it, Oriva corrected.
Together.
Through the bond, his love and pride washed over her in waves. Elder Selim approached, his expression thoughtful. King Silas. Alpha Singer Oriva. The council recognizes your victory and your legitimate claim to the Northern Territories. He paused. But there is still the matter of governance. How do you intend to rule? Silas looked at Oriva. Through the bond, she felt his question. She smiled.
Together.
As equals. The way it was always meant to be. Then the council recognizes your joint sovereignty, Elder Selim said. King Silas Theron and Queen Ariva the Singer. May your reign bring the peace and justice these territories have been lacking. A cheer went up from the crowd, not everyone, but enough. Enough to matter. Ariva leaned against Silas, her entire body shaking with exhaustion and relief and overwhelming emotion. We won, she whispered. You won, he corrected, pressing his forehead to hers. You beat a warrior queen in single combat and then showed mercy. You proved every accusation against you was a lie. You changed the world, Ariva. Through the bond, she felt his awe, his absolute certainty that she was extraordinary, and for the first time in her life, she believed it too. Chapter 10. The journey back to the Northern Territories took 5 days. Ariva rode in a cart for the first 2, her body too battered from the fight to manage walking. Every muscle ached. The cut on her arm had been healed by pack medics, but it still throbbed with remembered pain. Her ribs were bruised, her hands swollen. But she was alive. And they'd won. The procession that traveled with them had grown significantly. The 43 wolves who'd been hiding in the mountain compound were now joined by freed hostages, Tarian's hunters, and wolves from various packs who'd witnessed the council meeting and decided to pledge loyalty to the new king and queen. By the time they crossed into Northern Territory proper, their group numbered over 200. Look at what you've built, Silas sent through the bond as they crested a hill and saw the capital city sprawling below. An army that chose to follow you, not because they were forced, but because they believed in what you represent. What do I represent? Ariva asked, staring at the city she was now meant to rule. Hope.
Change.
The possibility that power can be wielded with compassion instead of cruelty. He rode beside her cart, still in wolf form. He'd been shifting back and forth constantly, testing the ability he'd regained through her healing. The wolves following us don't want another tyrant. They want someone who sees them as individuals, not pawns. No pressure, Ariva muttered. Through the bond, she felt his amusement, and underneath it, his own anxiety about returning to a place that held so many painful memories. The capital city, North Haven, was larger than Ariva had imagined. Stone buildings rose 3 and 4 stories high, packed tightly together along winding streets. At the city's heart stood the palace, a massive structure of gray stone and dark wood that looked like it had grown from the mountain itself. As their procession entered the city, wolves emerged from buildings to watch. Some cheered. Others looked uncertain. A few turned away, making clear their disapproval. Not everyone is happy about our return, Viola observed, riding close to Ariva's cart. Zariah had 3 years to install loyalists in key positions. We'll have resistance. How much resistance? Ariva asked. Enough to be dangerous if we're not careful. Viola's scarred face was grim. The palace guard, for one. Zariah handpicked them. They'll be more loyal to her than to a king they barely remember. Then we replace them, Silas said. With whom? We have 200 wolves, and most of them are exhausted from the journey. Zariah's guards number over 100, all fresh and positioned in the palace we need to occupy. Viola shook her head. This could get ugly fast. As if summoning trouble through words alone, a contingent of palace guards appeared at the city gates. They wore Zariah's colors, silver and white, and their leader stepped forward with clear hostility on his face. The palace is closed by order of Queen Zariah, he announced. No one enters without proper authorization. Silas shifted to human form. Someone tossed him clothes, and he dressed quickly. I am King Silas Theron, rightful ruler of these territories. By judgment of the Council of Alphas, Zariah has been stripped of authority. Stand aside. The guard captain's expression didn't change. We recognize no king but Zariah. You're a traitor and a pretender. Leave peacefully, or be removed by force. Tension rippled through their group. Ariva felt warriors readying for a fight. She sent through the bond to Silas. We can't start our reign by slaughtering guards who are just following orders. Then what do you suggest? Ariva climbed down from the cart, ignoring the protests from Viola and others. Her legs shook, but she forced herself to walk toward the guard captain. "What's your name?" she asked. The captain looked surprised by the question. "Captain Darian Thane." "Captain Thane, I'm Oriva." She stopped a respectful distance away. "I know you're following the orders you were given. I respect that. Loyalty is admirable. But the situation has changed. Zariah was defeated in ritual combat and arrested by the Council of Alphas. She no longer has authority to give orders." "So you say," Thane replied. "But I've heard the council was manipulated by singer magic. That you controlled their minds." Murmurs from his guards. Agreement. Fear. "If I'd controlled the council's minds," Oriva said calmly, "don't you think I'd have made them vote unanimously in my favor? Instead, the vote was 9-9. Half the council still opposed me even after hearing all the evidence." That gave Thane pause. "Still, Captain, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to think for yourself." Oriva gestured to the freed hostages in their group. These wolves were imprisoned by Zariah for years, used as leverage to force loyalty. Do you really believe that's how a legitimate ruler should govern? Some of Thane's guards were shifting uncomfortably now. Furthermore, Oriva continued, Zariah used illegal silver chains, tortured wolves who questioned her authority. If you served under her, you must have seen evidence of this. Must have wondered if it was right. Thane's jaw tightened. It's not a soldier's place to question orders, even when those orders are unjust? Oriva's voice was gentle, not accusatory. "Captain, you swore an oath to protect these territories, didn't you? To serve the crown and the people." "Yes, but..." "Then serve them. The crown belongs to King Silas by right of law and combat. The people deserve rulers who don't terrorize them into obedience." She took a step closer. "I'm not going to command you to stand down. I could, you've heard what I can do. But I won't. Because I want you to make this choice freely. Choose what you believe is right, not what you're afraid will happen if you disobey." The silence stretched. Thane looked at his guards, then at the crowd gathering in the streets. Citizens of North Haven watched to see what would happen. Finally, he spoke. "If you're truly the legitimate rulers, prove it. Show us something Zariah could never show." "What would you like to see?" Silas asked, moving to stand beside Oriva. "Compassion." Thane's voice was rough. "Zariah executed 3 of my guards last month for questioning her orders. Their families were cast out, left to starve. If you're different from her, help them. Show us you actually care about the wolves you claim to rule." Oriva didn't hesitate. "Give me their names and locations. They'll be provided for immediately, housing, food, whatever they need. And anyone else Zariah harmed this way, we'll make it right." Thane stared at her. "Just like that? No conditions? No demands for loyalty first?" "Just like that," Oriva confirmed. "Because helping people who are suffering shouldn't be conditional." Something shifted in Thane's expression. He looked at his guards again, and this time Oriva saw several of them nodding. "Stand down," he ordered his troops. Then he turned back to Silas and Oriva. "The palace guard will remain neutral while we observe your governance. If you prove worthy of our loyalty, you'll have it. But if you're just another tyrant wearing a different crown, then you have my permission to remove me yourself," Silas said quietly. "I don't want loyalty built on fear. I want it earned through trust." Thane studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped aside. "The palace is yours, your majesties. Use it wisely." The palace was both grander and more depressing than Oriva had imagined. The public areas were magnificent, soaring ceilings, elaborate tapestries, polished marble floors that reflected the light from hundreds of windows. But as they moved deeper, Oriva felt the wrongness, the fear that had soaked into the walls during Zariah's reign. Servants crept through corridors with their heads down, avoiding eye contact. Guards stood rigid at their posts, watching with suspicious eyes. Even the air felt heavy, oppressive. "She ruled through terror," Silas said quietly as they toured the private wings. "Every person here was afraid of making a mistake, saying the wrong thing, being noticed for the wrong reasons." They reached what had been Silas's chambers, now Zariah's. Someone had redecorated extensively, removing every trace of the previous occupant. The rooms were beautiful but cold, decorated in silver and white with no warmth or personality. "We'll need to change this," Oriva said, looking around. "Make it feel like a home instead of a prison." "That will take time." Vaila entered behind them. "Your Majesties, the staff is assembled in the main hall. They're requesting an audience." The main hall was packed with palace workers, servants, guards, administrators, craftspeople. Hundreds of wolves who'd served under Zariah, now uncertain about their futures. Oriva stood beside Silas on the dais where the throne sat. Neither of them moved to claim the seat. "Not yet." "I know you're frightened," Silas began, his voice carrying across the hall. "For 3 years, you've lived under a ruler who punished mistakes with death, who demanded perfection and showed no mercy. I understand why you're afraid now." The crowd shifted nervously. "But I am not Zariah. And this," he gestured to Oriva, "is not the kind of queen who rules through fear. We're here to rebuild what was broken. To create a kingdom where wolves can live without terror." "Pretty words," someone called from the crowd. "But how do we know you mean them?" "Because I'm going to prove it," Silas said simply. "Starting now. Anyone who served Zariah under duress, who was threatened or coerced or had no choice, you are pardoned.
Completely.
No punishment, no consequences. Your service ends with no stain on your record." Gasps rippled through the hall. "Furthermore," Oriva added, "if you choose to stay and serve this administration, you'll be paid fairly, treated with respect, and never asked to do anything that violates your conscience. And if you choose to leave, you'll be given a month's wages and safe passage to wherever you wish to go." "Why?" The question came from an elderly woman near the front. "Why show such generosity to wolves who served your enemy?" "Because you're not my enemies," Oriva said gently. "You're people who were caught in an impossible situation. You did what you had to do to survive. I understand that better than most." Through the bond, she felt Silas's love and pride warming her. "We have one request," he continued. "Honesty. If you know of crimes committed during Zariah's reign, wolves imprisoned unjustly, laws broken, people hurt, come forward. Help us understand what needs to be fixed. You won't be punished for reporting what you witnessed. Instead, you'll be helping us build something better." The hall was silent. Oriva could see the internal struggle on dozens of faces, the desire to trust warring with years of learned fear. Finally, a young male stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I was a guard in the detention center. I witnessed many things. Things I was ordered not to speak of." His voice shook. "If I tell you what I know, what happens to me?" "Nothing bad," Oriva promised. "You have our word. Speak freely." The guard took a shaky breath. "There are still prisoners in the lower dungeons. Wolf Zariah was arrested for questioning her authority. Some have been there for years." His eyes were haunted. "We were ordered to give them minimal food and water. Some have gone mad from isolation. I wanted to help them, but I was afraid." Oriva's heart clenched. "How many prisoners?" 23 that I know of. Maybe more in sections I couldn't access." Silas's rage blazed through the bond, but his voice remained controlled. "Vaila, take a team. Get those prisoners out immediately. Medical care, food, whatever they need." "At once, Your Majesty." Vaila was already moving. The young guard looked like he might cry with relief. "Thank you. Thank you for doing what should have been done long ago," Silas interrupted gently. "This is not your fault. You were following orders in an impossible situation. But now things change." Others began stepping forward. More guards, servants, administrators, all with stories of injustice they'd witnessed. Each confession painted a darker picture of Zariah's reign. By the time the audience ended, Oriva felt sick. The scope of suffering Zariah had caused was staggering. How do we fix all of this? She was sent to Silas as they retreated to private chambers. One day at a time. One decision at a time. He pulled her close, his own exhaustion bleeding through the bond. "We can't repair 3 years of damage overnight. I just keep thinking about those prisoners in the dungeons. How long they've been suffering while we While we were exiled and fighting just to survive, Silas interrupted firmly. Oriva, you can't blame yourself for not fixing problems you didn't know existed. All you can do is fix them now. A knock at the door interrupted them. Viola entered, her expression grim. We found the prisoners. All 23, plus 17 more in a section the guard didn't know about. She paused. Your Majesty, it's bad. Many are malnourished. Some show signs of torture. A few are not in their right minds. Oriva felt tears prick her eyes. Can they be helped? The healers are working on them now. Physical wounds will heal. Mental trauma. Viola shook her head. That takes longer. But at least they're free now. I want to see them, Oriva said suddenly. The prisoners. I want to meet them. Apologize for what they endured. Oriva, you didn't, Silas started. I know. But they suffered while I was learning to use my power, while we were planning our return. The least I can do is acknowledge that. She looked at Viola. Will you take me to them? Viola hesitated, then nodded. They're in the healing wing. But, Your Majesty, prepare yourself. Some of them are difficult to look at. The healing wing was in organized chaos. Healers rushed between beds where emaciated wolves lay in various states of consciousness. Some were being fed carefully, their bodies too damaged to handle normal food. Others thrashed in restraints, lost in nightmares or madness. Oriva moved through the room slowly, speaking softly to each prisoner who was aware enough to understand. Apologizing, promising that things would be different now. Most couldn't respond, but a few managed weak smiles or tears of relief. One male, middle-aged with scars covering his torso, caught her hand as she passed. You're real, he rasped. The alpha singer. I thought you were just a story we told ourselves to stay sane. I'm real, Oriva confirmed gently. And you're safe now. Zariah can't hurt you anymore. She's really gone?
Defeated.
Defeated and imprisoned. She'll face justice for what she did. The male's eyes filled with tears. Thank the goddess. Thank the goddess. Oriva stayed in the healing wing for hours, moving from bed to bed, offering what comfort she could. Through the bond, she felt Silas's concern for her, but also his understanding that she needed to do this. Finally, when the last prisoner had been settled for the night, she returned to their chambers. Silas was waiting with food and hot water for bathing. You're exhausted. I'm angry, Oriva corrected, sinking into a chair. Those wolves suffered for years. Some of them might never fully recover. And Zariah did it just to maintain power. I know. He knelt beside her chair. And we'll make sure she faces consequences. But Oriva, you can't carry the weight of every injustice she committed. It'll destroy you. Someone has to carry it. Someone has to remember. Then we remember together. He took her hands. We bear witness to what happened. We make sure it never happens again. And we build something better. That's how we honor their suffering, by creating a kingdom where it can't be repeated. Through the bond, she felt his determination, his vision of what they could build together. She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his. I'm glad you're here. I couldn't do this alone. You won't have to. Ever. He kissed her gently. Now eat something and rest. Tomorrow, we start the real work of rebuilding. The next week was a blur of decisions and discoveries. They released all of Zariah's prisoners and began the process of addressing their grievances. Some wanted revenge. Others just wanted to go home. Oriva and Silas worked to give each wolf what they needed. They reformed the palace guard, removing those still loyal to Zariah and promoting wolves who'd proven trustworthy. Captain Thane, true to his word, pledged his loyalty after observing their governance for 3 days. They established a council of advisors drawn from different packs and perspectives. Not just alphas, but betas and omegas too, voices that had been silenced under Zariah's rule. And they began dismantling the systems of fear and control Zariah had built. It was exhausting work. Every day brought new challenges, new problems that needed solving. But through it all, Oriva felt something growing. Not just between her and Silas, though their bond deepened daily, but in the kingdom itself.
Hope.
Real, tangible hope that things could be better. On their 7th night back in the palace, Oriva stood on a balcony, overlooking the city. Lights twinkled in windows. She could hear laughter floating up from the streets, a sound that had been absent when they first arrived. Silas joined her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "What are you thinking about?" "About how far we've come. A month ago, I was a banished Wolfless Omega with no future. Now I'm a queen helping to rebuild a kingdom." She leaned back against him. "It's surreal." "You were always meant for this," Silas murmured against her hair. "You just needed the chance to prove it." Through the bond, his love washed over her, steady, unshakable, absolute. "I love you," she said softly. "I love you too. More than I thought possible." He turned her to face him. "Oriva, there's something I need to ask you." "What?" "The bond we share, it's still partially artificial. A singer bond created to save your life." His golden eyes were intense. "But I want more than that. I want a true mate bond. I want to be bound to you in every way possible, not because magic forced it, but because we chose it." Oriva's breath caught. "You're asking me to complete the mate bond?" "I'm asking you to marry me."
Properly.
"With ceremony and witnesses, and all the traditions our people use to celebrate true mates." He cupped her face gently. "I'm asking you to choose me, not because I saved you from bond rot, but because you want to spend your life with me." Through the bond, she felt his nervousness, his fear that she might refuse. As if she could ever refuse him. "Yes," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, I'll marry you. I choose you, Silas. I'll always choose you." He kissed her then, deep and passionate, and through the bond, their artificial connection began to shift, to transform into something natural and permanent and unbreakable. A true mate bond, forged through choice and love and shared purpose. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Silas was grinning. "We should probably plan an actual ceremony. Something public to show the kingdom their rulers are united." "Something small," Oriva countered. "I've had enough of performing for crowds. Whatever you want, as long as I get to call you my wife by the end of it." They stood on the balcony holding each other as the city lights twinkled below. "Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new problems to solve, new wolves who needed their help. But tonight they had this, each other. A bond that had started in desperation and grown into something extraordinary, and a future they would build together." Chapter 11. The wedding was planned for 3 weeks hence. Oriva had wanted something simple, but the kingdom had other ideas. After 3 years of Zariah's cold, fear-based rule, the people craved celebration. They wanted to witness hope made tangible, to see their new rulers united in a bond that represented everything Zariah's reign had lacked. So the simple ceremony Oriva had envisioned grew into something larger. Not the massive spectacle a royal wedding might traditionally require, but something meaningful. Representatives from every pack in the Northern Territories were invited. The freed hostages were given places of honor. Even wolves from neighboring kingdoms asked permission to attend. "It's becoming a symbol," Vaila explained when Oriva protested the growing guest list. "Not just of your union with the king, but of the new era we're building. People need symbols, Your Majesty. They need something to believe in." So Oriva surrendered to the planning, letting others handle the details while she focused on more pressing matters, like the disturbing reports coming from the outer territories. 3 villages have reported missing wolves, Lorcan said during a council meeting 2 weeks before the wedding. All young, all disappeared without a trace. No signs of struggle, no bodies found. "Rogues?" Silas asked, his expression grim. "We thought so initially. But rogues leave signs, blood, torn clothing, witnesses to the attacks. These disappearances are too clean, too organized." Lorcan spread a map across the council table. "And they're following a pattern. All 3 villages are within a day's travel of the old fortress, where we freed the hostages." Oriva felt ice forming in her stomach. "You think Zariah's forces are still active?" Zaraya is imprisoned under constant guard, Captain Thane reminded them. She can't be orchestrating anything from her cell.
But her allies could be, Viola said.
Kalen's imprisoned too, but there were dozens of wolves loyal to their regime. Some fled when we took power. Others might still be embedded in positions we haven't identified. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's frustration. Every day brought new evidence of how thoroughly Zaraya had corrupted the kingdom's infrastructure. I want increased patrols in the affected areas, Silas ordered. And send scouts to investigate the old fortress. If someone's using it as a base, I want to know. Your Majesty, one of the newer council members, an Omega named Calyx who'd proven invaluable in helping freed prisoners recover, spoke up hesitantly. There's another possibility we should consider. Which is? The disappearances started exactly 1 week after we imprisoned Zaraya. What if they're not about rebuilding her forces? Calyx's expression was troubled. What if they're a message? A threat aimed specifically at destabilizing your rule before the wedding. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed that possibility. You think someone wants to prevent the mate bond from completing? Oriva said slowly. The wedding ceremony will transform your artificial singer bond into a true mate bond, Calyx confirmed. Once that happens, your connection to King Silas becomes unbreakable. Your combined power will be even more formidable. There are wolves who might see that as a threat. Or an opportunity, Tyrion added grimly. Your Majesties, with respect, you're both vulnerable right now. The artificial bond can still be severed if one of you dies. A true mate bond would make that impossible. If something happened to one of you, the other would likely survive the grief. But right now, you're exposed. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's spike of protective fury. So, we accelerate the timeline, he said. Move the wedding up. Complete the bond before whoever's behind this can act. That might be exactly what they want, Viola countered. Rush the ceremony, make mistakes in security, create openings for an attack. Then we don't rush it, but we triple the security, Oriva said. Viola, can we protect both the city and the wedding ceremony adequately? If we pull guards from the outer territories, yes. But that leaves villages vulnerable to exactly the kind of attacks we're seeing. Viola's scarred face was frustrated. We're spread too thin. Zaraya gutted the military during her reign, replacing experienced warriors with loyalists who've since fled or been arrested. We're rebuilding from almost nothing. The council fell into debate about resource allocation and security protocols. Oriva listened, but her mind kept returning to Calyx's observation. Someone wanted to prevent the mate bond from completing. The question was, who? That night, Oriva couldn't sleep. She slipped out of bed carefully, trying not to wake Silas, and made her way through the palace corridors. She found herself drawn to the dungeons where Zaraya was imprisoned. The guards at the entrance recognized her immediately and bowed. Your Majesty, did you need something? I want to see Zaraya. The guards exchanged uncertain glances. Your Majesty, King Silas ordered that no one see the prisoner without his direct approval. I'm not no one, Oriva said gently. I'm your queen, and I'm ordering you to let me pass. They hesitated, then stepped aside. Zaraya's cell was in the deepest part of the dungeons, the same area where she'd kept her own prisoners for years. There was a certain justice in that. The former queen sat on a stone bench, still beautiful despite weeks of imprisonment. Her silver blonde hair was loose, her clothes simple, but she radiated the same cold confidence she'd always possessed. Well, Zaraya said as Oriva approached the bars. The little singer comes to gloat. I don't gloat over suffering. Even yours. Oriva studied her through the bars. I came because I need answers. And you think I'll just give them to you? Zaraya laughed. Why would I help the woman who destroyed everything I built? Because wolves are disappearing. Young wolves from villages near the old fortress. And I think you know something about it. Zaraya's expression didn't change, but Oriva caught a flicker of something in her ice-blue eyes. Satisfaction? Knowledge? I'm imprisoned, Zaraya said. How could I possibly know anything about disappearances? Your allies. The wolves who still support you. Oriva stepped closer to the bars. What are they planning, Zariah? What are you trying to accomplish? I'm not trying to accomplish anything. I'm rotting in a cell, waiting for whatever mockery of a trial your mate decides to give me. Zariah stood, moving to stand directly across from Oriva. But if wolves are disappearing, maybe it's because your precious new kingdom isn't as stable as you think. Maybe people are leaving because they don't believe in your vision of compassionate leadership. Or maybe someone is orchestrating attacks to undermine us before the wedding. There, another flicker in Zariah's eyes. Definitely satisfied this time. The wedding, Zariah purred. Yes, I heard about that. How romantic. The exiled king and the wolfless Omega, binding themselves together in eternal love. Her smile was cruel. Tell me, Oriva, do you really think a ceremony will protect you? That completing the mate bond will somehow make you invincible? I think it makes us stronger together than apart. It makes you a bigger target. Zariah leaned against the bars. You're not just the alpha singer anymore. You're the mate of the king who deposed me. There are wolves across 4 kingdoms who want you dead for what you represent. And once that bond is complete, killing you both becomes much harder. So they'll try before the wedding, Oriva said quietly. That's what you're counting on. I'm not counting on anything. I'm just observing reality. Zariah's expression turned thoughtful. But hypothetically, if someone wanted to prevent your rise to permanent power, the next 2 weeks would be their window. After the wedding, you're untouchable. Before it, you're vulnerable. Who? Oriva demanded. Who's planning the attack? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zariah's smile widened. But if I did, why would I tell you? You took everything from me, Singer. My throne, my freedom, my future. The only satisfaction I have left is knowing that somewhere out there, wolves who hate you as much as I do are planning your downfall. Oriva stared at her, reading the truth in her eyes. Zariah knew, maybe not specifics, but she knew something was coming. When it happens, Zariva said softly, when whatever you're planning unfolds and wolves die because you refuse to warn us, their blood will be on your hands, not ours. Remember that. I'll remember that you chose revenge over redemption, Zariah shot back. That when given a chance to help prevent suffering, you wallowed in your own bitterness instead. For a moment, something flickered across Zariah's beautiful face. Regret? Doubt? But it was gone too quickly to identify. Get out, the former queen said coldly. And next time you want to interrogate me, bring your mate. At least he's honest about his hatred. You pretend to be better than me, but you're not. You're just another wolf grasping for power. I never wanted power, Oriva said quietly. I just wanted to survive. Everything else was thrust upon me. And yet you hold it now. How convenient. Zariah turned away, dismissing her. Enjoy your wedding, Singer. While you still can. Oriva left the dungeons with more questions than answers. But one thing was clear. Zariah knew something was coming. And she was glad of it. When Oriva returned to their chambers, Silas was awake and pacing. Where were you? His voice was tight with barely controlled fear. I woke up and you were gone. I went to see Zariah. Silas stopped mid-stride. You what? I needed to know if she was involved in the disappearances. If her allies are planning something. Oriva sat heavily on the bed. She wouldn't admit to anything specific, but Silas, she knows. She's expecting an attack before the wedding. Through the bond, she felt his rage spike, then carefully bank. He came to sit beside her. What exactly did she say? Oriva recounted the conversation. Silas listened in silence, his jaw tightening with each detail. She's right about one thing, he said finally. We're vulnerable right now. The next 2 weeks are our window of greatest risk. So what do? We prepare for the worst. Silas stood already planning. I'll call an emergency council meeting for dawn. We need to shore up defenses, increase patrols, and investigate anyone who might still be loyal to Zariah. He looked at Oriva. And you need to stay protected. Extra guards, limited public appearances.
No.
Oriva. No, she repeated firmly. We can't build a kingdom based on openness and trust while I hide in the palace. The people need to see that we're not afraid. I need you alive more than the people need symbolic gestures, Silas shot back. Through the bond, his fear was overwhelming. Not for himself, for her. Oriva stood and took his hands. I understand that you're scared. I'm scared too. But if we let fear dictate our actions, we've already lost. Zariah wants us paranoid and isolated. That's how she can undermine us. Zariah wants you dead. Maybe. But she wanted that before too, and I'm still here. Oriva squeezed his hands. Silas, we can be careful without being cowards. We can take precautions without abandoning the principles we're trying to build this kingdom on. He pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. I can't lose you.
Not now.
Not when we're so close to everything we've worked for. You won't lose me. She held him tightly. We're stronger together, remember? That's the whole point of the mate bond. We face threats as partners, not as one person trying to protect the other. Through the bond, she felt his internal struggle. The king in him knew she was right. But the mate in him wanted to lock her away somewhere safe and stand guard until every threat was eliminated. Finally, reluctantly, he nodded.
All right.
But we compromise. You can maintain public appearances, but with increased security. And you don't go anywhere without at least 3 guards and either Vaila or me present.
Deal.
They sealed the agreement with a kiss that quickly deepened into something more urgent. Fear and love and desperation need all tangled together through the bond. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Silas rested his forehead against hers. 2 weeks, he said. We just need to survive 2 weeks. Then the bond completes and we're safe. 2 weeks, Oriva agreed. But even as she said it, she couldn't shake the feeling that 2 weeks might be longer than they had. The emergency council meeting at dawn confirmed Oriva's worst fears. We've identified 17 wolves in positions of minor authority who have confirmed ties to Zariah's regime, Captain Thane reported. All of them have been arrested for questioning. Any confessions? Silas asked. 3 admitted to passing information to unknown contacts. Routine reports about palace security, guard rotations, the wedding preparations. Thane's expression was grim. They claim they didn't know what the information would be used for, but someone is definitely gathering intelligence. The disappearances have increased, Lorcan added. 5 more wolves vanished last night. Same pattern, young, healthy, no signs of struggle. That's 8 total, Viola said. All within a 10-mile radius of the old fortress. Your Majesty, we need to investigate that location directly. I'll lead a team, Silas said immediately. No, Oriva and Viola said simultaneously. Silas glared at them both. Someone needs to. Someone who isn't one half of the kingdom's leadership, Viola interrupted. Your Majesty, if this is a trap, and it probably is, they're expecting you to investigate personally. Don't give them what they want. Viola's right, Oriva added. Send a team of trusted warriors. You and I stay here, visible and protected. Silas looked like he wanted to argue, but finally nodded.
Fine.
Viola, take Tyrion and 20 of our best. Investigate the fortress. Find out what's happening to those missing wolves. And if we encounter hostiles, capture if possible. Kill if necessary. But bring me answers. His golden eyes were hard. I want to know who's orchestrating this and why. The council dispersed to their various duties. Oriva and Silas were left alone in the chamber. I hate this, Silas said quietly. Sending others into danger while I stay safe. That's what kings do. They make hard decisions that keep kingdoms stable. Oriva moved to his side. You can't protect everyone personally. You have to trust others to help. I know. Doesn't make it easier. He pulled her close. Especially when you're the one I most want to protect. Through the bond, she felt his love and fear in equal measure. We'll get through this, she promised.
Together.
Like we've gotten through everything else. A knock interrupted them. A messenger entered, looking nervous. Your Majesties, there's a situation in the main courtyard. You should come quickly. They followed the messenger through the palace, Oriva's heart racing.
What now?
The main courtyard was packed with wolves, Hundreds of them, from all walks of life. Servants, guards, craftspeople, nobles, freed prisoners. All standing together, watching the palace entrance. At the front stood Eloan, holding her young daughter's hand. "Your Majesties," she called as Silas and Oriva emerged. "We heard about the threats. About wolves trying to prevent your wedding and destabilize the kingdom." "We're handling it," Silas assured her. "We know. But we wanted you to know," Eloan gestured to the assembled crowd, "that you're not handling it alone.
We stand with you.
All of us." A cheer rose from the crowd. "We've organized neighborhood watches," a male called out. "Extra eyes watching for suspicious activity. The craftspeople are working overtime to complete wedding preparations," someone else added. "So, you don't have to delay the ceremony. The healers have organized additional support for the guard," a woman said. "Medical supplies, emergency protocols, whatever's needed." One by one, wolves stepped forward to pledge support. Not grand gestures, but practical help. The kind of grassroots organization that couldn't be commanded or controlled, only inspired. Oriva felt tears prick her eyes. Through the bond, she felt Silas's overwhelming emotion. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough. "All of you. This is what we've been trying to build. A kingdom where wolves support each other instead of living in fear." "You gave us that gift," Eloan said simply. "You freed us from Zariah's tyranny. The least we can do is help protect what you're building." The crowd cheered again, and this time Oriva heard something different in it. Not just approval or celebration.
Hope.
Real, vibrant, unshakable hope that things could be better. Whatever Zariah's allies were planning, they were going to face more than just a king and queen. They were going to face an entire kingdom that had finally found something worth fighting for. Chapter 12. Vaila's team departed at midday with 20 warriors and strict orders to report back every 6 hours. The first report came exactly on schedule. Approaching the fortress. No signs of activity. Proceeding with caution. The second report was delayed by 30 minutes, and Tyrion's mental voice carried an edge of tension. Inside the fortress. Found evidence of recent occupation, supplies, bedrolls, but no people. Something's wrong here. The third report never came. 6 hours passed. Then 7.
8.
Silas paced the war room like a caged animal. Through the bond, Oriva felt his escalating fear and rage. "We should have heard from them by now," he said for the 10th time. "Something's happened. Give them 1 more hour," Oriva said, though her own anxiety was mounting. "They might have encountered something that requires radio silence. Or they've been captured. Or killed.
Or,
Your Majesties." Tyrion's mental voice suddenly exploded into their minds, raw with terror. "It's a trap. They're using the missing wolves as bait. There are dozens of..." The connection cut off abruptly. Silas was already moving, calling for guards, issuing orders. "Assemble every available warrior. We will march on the fortress immediately." "Silas, wait." Oriva started.
No.
His eyes were wild. "Vaila and 20 of our best are walking into a trap. I'm not leaving them to die. And if that's exactly what they want, for you to rush to the rescue and walk into an ambush yourself." Oriva grabbed his arm. "Think strategically. If they wanted Vaila's team dead, they'd already be dead. They want you to come charging in without thinking." Through the bond, she felt him fighting between logic and emotion. The king versus the warrior, the tactician versus the friend. "Then what do you suggest?" he demanded. "We send a second team. Smaller, stealthier. They assess the situation and report back before we commit our full forces." Oriva's mind was racing. "Captain Thane, take 10 scouts. Get as close as you can without being detected. Find out what we're dealing with." Thane nodded sharply and departed. Silas rounded on her. "And if they're torturing Vaila right now, if every minute we delay costs lives, then we'll avenge them properly instead of dying alongside them stupidly." Oriva shot back. "Silas, I'm terrified too. But we can't let fear make us reckless. That's what they're counting on." He stared at her for a long moment, then pulled her into a fierce embrace. "I hate that you're right. I know. She held him tightly. But we're not losing anyone else if we can help it. We wait for Thane's report. Then we act. The wait was agony. Oriva tried to maintain normalcy, meeting with council members about wedding preparations and resource allocation. But her mind kept returning to Vaila and the others. Through the bond, she felt Silas's matching anxiety as he coordinated defensive positions in case the fortress attack was a diversion for something closer to home. Captain Thane's team returned 4 hours later, moving with urgent speed. "It's worse than we thought," Thane said without preamble. "Vaila's team is alive, but imprisoned in the fortress's lower levels. We counted at least 80 hostiles, former soldiers loyal to Zariah, plus what looks like mercenaries from the eastern kingdoms." 80. Oriva's stomach dropped. "We have maybe 100 warriors total in the city. And half of them are green recruits," Thane added grimly. "These are experienced fighters. Well-armed, well-organized. They've turned that fortress into a killing ground." "What about the missing wolves?" Silas asked. Thane's expression darkened. "Prisoners. All of them. They're being held in cages on the fortress walls," he paused. "They're using them as human shields. If we attack, the prisoners die first." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. "It's a perfect trap," Silas said quietly. "If we attack, innocent wolves die. If we don't attack, Vaila's team is executed and the hostiles prove we can't protect our own people. Either way, we lose." "There has to be another option," Oriva said desperately. "There is." Everyone turned to look at the speaker, Calyx, the Omega Counselor, standing in the doorway. "Your Majesty, may I speak?" "Please." Calyx entered, carrying a stack of old documents. "I've been researching the fortress's history. It was built 3 centuries ago by the first Alpha Kings, and it has secrets even Zariah might not have known about." He spread an architectural plan across the table. "There's a network of maintenance tunnels beneath the fortress. They were designed as escape routes in case of siege." "Tunnels?" Thane leaned forward. "I didn't see any tunnel entrances during our reconnaissance." "Because they're hidden. The entrances were built into the natural cave system 2 miles north of the fortress." Calyx pointed to markings on the plan. "According to these documents, the tunnels connect to the fortress's lowest levels, exactly where Captain Thane says the prisoners are being held." Hope sparked in Oriva's chest. "Could we use them to infiltrate? Free the prisoners and Vaila's team from inside?" "Possibly. But there's a problem." Calyx's expression was troubled. "These plans are 300 years old. The tunnels might have collapsed. They might be flooded. Or worse. They might be guarded now," Silas finished. "If our enemies have done their research, they'll know about these tunnels too." "But they might not," Oriva countered. "Zariah didn't even know about the compound where your loyal wolves were hiding. She wasn't as thorough as she thought she was. These tunnels might be our only chance." Silas studied the plans, his tactical mind clearly working through scenarios. "It's risky. If the tunnels are compromised, we lose the element of surprise. If they've collapsed, we waste precious time. And even if we get inside, we're still outnumbered." "Not if we're smart about it." Oriva's mind was forming a plan. "We don't need to fight all 80 hostiles at once. We just need to free the prisoners and get everyone out through the tunnels before they can respond." "And how do we keep 80 warriors distracted long enough for that to happen?" Oriva met his eyes. "I create a distraction. At the front gate. With my voice." Through the bond, his horror was immediate. "Absolutely not. You are not walking into that fortress alone. Not alone. With you and a small team." She spoke quickly, cutting off his protests. "We approach under a flag of negotiation. I use my singer voice to hold their attention, keep them focused on me, while Captain Thane leads a second team through the tunnels to free the prisoners. They'll kill you the moment you start singing. Not if I'm singing to negotiate. To bargain." Oriva's voice was steady. "I offer myself in exchange for the prisoners and Vaila's team. I keep them talking long enough for Thane's team to work. And once everyone's free, we all escape through the tunnels." "It's insane," Silas said flatly. It's the only plan that doesn't involve charging into a fortified position and getting everyone killed, Oriva countered. Silas, I know you want to protect me, but right now, my voice is our best weapon. Let me use it. He stared at her for a long moment. Through the bond, she felt his internal war, every instinct screaming at him to refuse, to lock her away somewhere safe. But the king in him recognized the tactical soundness of the plan. Modified version, he said finally. You approach me and 20 guards, enough to seem legitimate but not threatening. Captain Thane takes another 20 through the tunnels. And the moment things go wrong, the instant I feel danger through the bond, we abort. Everyone retreats. Agreed. And you don't offer yourself as a prisoner, Silas continued, his voice hard. You negotiate for time, for a peaceful resolution. Anything but offering yourself as a hostage. Oriva wanted to argue, but she saw the fear in his golden eyes. The absolute terror at the thought of losing her. All right, she conceded. I negotiate without offering myself. But if it becomes necessary, then we fight our way out together. He pulled her close. I'm not losing you, Oriva. Not to Zariah's allies. Not to some noble sacrifice. Will we survive this together or not at all? Through the bond, his love and fear overwhelmed her. Together, she agreed. Always together. They departed at sunset, two teams moving separately toward the fortress. Captain Thane's group went north, seeking the cave entrances to the ancient tunnels. Oriva and Silas's group approached directly, carrying a white banner of negotiation. As the fortress loomed ahead, Oriva felt her heart racing. Through the bond, Silas's fear and determination pulsed in time with her own. Are you ready? He sent.
No.
But I'm doing it anyway. That's my brave Omega. His love warmed her. Whatever happens, I'm proud of you. Don't talk like we're going to die. I'm not planning to. But just in case, I love you. More than anything. I love you too. They reached the fortress gates to find them barred. Guards appeared on the walls, wolves in mismatched armor. Clearly the mercenaries Thane had mentioned. State your business, one called down. Silas stepped forward. I am King Silas Theron. I'm here to negotiate the release of my warriors and the innocent wolves you're holding hostage. Laughter from the walls. The false king comes begging? How generous. I come under the flag of negotiation. Ancient law demands you hear my offer. More laughter. Then a new voice, familiar and cold. Let them in. I want to see the look on Silas's face when he realizes how thoroughly he's failed. The gates opened. Oriva's group entered slowly, hands visible, weapons sheathed. The fortress courtyard was exactly as Captain Thane had described. Cages lined the walls, filled with frightened wolves, the 8 originally missing plus what looked like more recent captures. All of them positioned where any attack would endanger them first. And standing in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by armed warriors, was someone Oriva had hoped never to see again. Kaelin. Impossible, Silas breathed. You were imprisoned in the palace dungeons. Was I? Kaelin's smile was vicious. Or did you imprison a decoy while the real Kaelin walked out with the servants you so trustingly pardoned? He spread his arms. Did you really think we'd go down that easily? That's Zariah, and I wouldn't have contingency plans. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's rage building. Where's Vaila? She asked, keeping her voice steady. The scarred warrior?
Alive.
For now. Kaelin gestured, and guards dragged Vaila and her team, beaten, bloodied, but breathing. I've been keeping them comfortable while waiting for you to arrive. Because this, he gestured to the courtyard, was never about them. It was about you. What do you want? Silas demanded. What do I want? Kaelin laughed. I want my mate freed. I want my crown returned. I want the natural order restored where alphas rule and omegas know their place. His eyes fixed on Oriva. But I'll settle for destroying the symbols of your new regime, starting with your precious singer. Warriors began closing in around them. Oriva counted quickly, at least 40 in the courtyard alone, with more visible on the walls. Thane, She sent through the mental link they'd established. Are you in position? Still navigating the tunnels, came the tense reply. 10 more minutes. They didn't have 10 minutes. I have an offer, Oriva said, stepping forward despite Silas's hand trying to hold her back. Release the prisoners and Viola's team, and I'll stay here as a hostage? Kaelin interrupted. Sacrifice your self-nobility while your mate escapes? How predictable. His smile widened. No, Singer. I don't want you as a hostage. I want you dead. He nodded to the warriors. Kill them all. Oriva opened her mouth to sing, and felt something pierce her throat. A dart. Coated in something that made her voice freeze, made her power sputter and die. Wolfsbane, she realized dimly. They poisoned the dart with Wolfsbane. Through the bond, Silas's terror exploded like a supernova. Did you think we wouldn't prepare? Kaelin asked, approaching Oriva as she collapsed to her knees. We've spent weeks researching Singers. Learning your weaknesses. Wolfsbane doesn't just suppress shifting, it disrupts all supernatural abilities, including that voice of yours. Oriva tried to speak, to sing, to do anything, but her throat was frozen.
Silent.
Silas shifted, his massive wolf launching at Kaelin with murderous intent. 3 warriors tackled him mid-leap. Silver chains wrapped around him, burning, binding. No. Oriva tried to scream, but no sound came out. Perfect, Kaelin purred. The mighty king and his precious singer, both helpless. Exactly as it should be. He drew a blade. The wedding is in 1 week, yes? Consider this my gift. You'll die together, just as you'd planned. Romantic, really. He raised the blade toward Oriva's throat, and the fortress exploded. Not literally, but close. Captain Thane's team burst from the lower levels, having freed Viola's warriors and the prisoners. At the same moment, the caged wolves on the walls broke free, locks picked by sympathetic guards who'd been waiting for a signal. Chaos erupted. Warriors fighting warriors. Freed prisoners attacking their captors. Through the confusion, Oriva saw Viola, battered but fierce, cutting through Kaelin's guards with brutal efficiency. Can you move? Silas sent desperately through the bond. He was still wrapped in silver chains, but fighting to break free. Oriva tried. Her body responded sluggishly. The wolfsbane was spreading through her system, making everything slow and difficult. But she could move. Barely. She crawled towards Silas as fighting raged around them, grabbed the silver chains and pulled, ignoring how they burned her hands. Leave me. Silas's mental voice was anguished. Get yourself out. Together, she rasped, her voice returning in painful whispers. Together or not at all. She pulled harder. The chains loosened slightly. A blade flashed toward her back. Viola intercepted it, her own sword meeting the attackers in a shower of sparks. Get the king free, she shouted. I'll hold them off. Oriva pulled with strength she didn't know she had. The chains broke. Silas shifted to human form, gasping. Can you sing?
No.
Her throat was still frozen. Wolfsbane. Then we run. He pulled her to her feet. Around them, the battle was turning. Thane's forces had freed everyone, but Kaelin's mercenaries still outnumbered them. The tunnels, Thane shouted. Everyone to the tunnels. They ran, a desperate retreat through the fortress's lower levels while Viola's warriors held the rear guard. Oriva stumbled, still weak from the poison. Silas caught her, half carrying her as they descended into darkness. Behind them, Kaelin's furious roar echoed through stone corridors. Find them. Kill them all. The tunnels were exactly as the old plans had shown, narrow, dark, smelling of centuries of disuse. But they were passable. Thane led the way with a torch. Behind them, they could hear pursuit. Faster. Viola urged. They're catching up. Oriva's legs gave out. The wolfsbane had spread too far. She couldn't keep running. Silas didn't hesitate. He shifted to wolf form and crouched. Get on my back. She did, clinging to his fur as he ran. Through the bond, she felt his determination, his absolute refusal to leave her behind. The tunnel forked. Thane chose the left passage. Behind them, their pursuers took the right, pulled off course by a false trail someone had laid. They ran for what felt like hours but was probably minutes. Finally, they emerged into a cave system, then out into moonlit forest. They'd escaped. Oriva slid off Silas's back and immediately vomited, her body purging the wolfsbane. Silas shifted back to human form and held her while she shook. Everyone accounted for, he called hoarsely. All present, Thane confirmed. The prisoners, Viola's team, our forces. We got everyone out. Casualties? Minor injuries only. It's a miracle. It's not a miracle, Viola interrupted, limping forward. It's the singer's plan working perfectly. They expected us to fight. Instead, we evacuated. She looked at Oriva with deep respect. Well done, Your Majesty. Oriva wanted to respond, but another wave of nausea hit. The wolfsbane was powerful. It would take hours to fully leave her system. Rest Silas sent through the bond. You're safe now. I've got you. She leaned against him, trusting him to keep her upright. Around them, freed wolves were crying with relief, hugging each other, thanking the warriors who'd rescued them. They'd won. Against impossible odds, they'd won. But as Oriva's vision started to blur with exhaustion and poison, one thought kept repeating. Kaelin was still out there, still planning, still determined to destroy them. And in 6 days, the wedding would take place. 6 days to prepare for whatever came next. 6 days to survive. Chapter 13. Oriva woke to the sound of arguing. Absolutely out of the question. She was poisoned with wolfsbane 24 hours ago. She needs rest, not. I understand that, healer, but the council is demanding answers. The attack on the fortress, Kaelin's escape, the wedding timeline. Then the council can wait until their queen is strong enough to stand without collapsing. Oriva opened her eyes to find herself in the palace healing wing. Late afternoon light streamed through tall windows. Her throat still ached, but the terrible numbness from the wolfsbane had faded to a dull throb. Through the bond, she felt Silas nearby, his presence a constant warmth even when he wasn't physically close. You're awake, he sent immediately, relief flooding through the connection. How do you feel? Like I swallowed broken glass, she replied. But alive. Thank the goddess. His emotions were overwhelming. Fear that had been barely contained, love that bordered on desperate. I'm in the council chamber. They're pushing to delay the wedding. To postpone until we've dealt with Kaelin.
No.
Oriva sat up despite the healer's protests. We don't delay. That's exactly what he wants. She felt Silas's conflict through the bond. Oriva, you are nearly killed. You can't even use your voice properly yet. Which is why we proceed as planned. Show Kaelin that we won't be intimidated. She stood carefully, testing her legs. Weak, but functional. Give me 10 minutes. I'm coming to the council meeting. The healer will never allow. The healer doesn't decide what the queen does. Despite everything, she felt his amusement through the bond. You're impossible. You love me anyway. More than you know. Oriva entered the council chamber 15 minutes later, dressed in simple but formal clothing, her hair braided back from her face. She moved slowly, conserving her strength, but her spine was straight and her expression was calm. The council, which had grown from the original 12 members to nearly 20 as more voices were added, stopped mid-debate to stare at her. Your Majesty, Elder Selim stood, concern written across his face. You should be resting. I'll rest when we've resolved this crisis, Oriva said, her voice raspy but clear. What have I missed? Silas pulled out a chair beside his own. As she sat, he took her hand under the table, a gesture of support that the bond amplified into a wave of warmth and love. We were debating whether to postpone the wedding, Viola said bluntly. Arguments for. It gives us time to hunt down Kaelin and eliminate the threat. Arguments against. It makes us look weak and gives our enemies more time to plan. There's also the matter of the mate bond, Calyx added quietly. The longer you remain connected by an artificial singer bond rather than a true mate bond, the more vulnerable you both are. Kaelin proved he's researched singer weaknesses. If he's found a way to disrupt the bond itself. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. The artificial bond could potentially be severed. A true mate bond couldn't. How many days until the wedding is currently scheduled? Oriva asked. 5, Lorcan replied. 5 days during which Kaelin will undoubtedly try again. Then we proceed in 5 days. Oriva's voice was steady despite the pain in her throat. But we changed the venue and the security protocols. That got everyone's attention. Explain, Silas said, though through the bond, she felt his approval. He'd already guessed where she was going with this. Kaelin expects a large public ceremony. Hundreds of guests, multiple access points, chaos he can exploit. Oriva looked around the table. We give him the opposite. A small, private ceremony in a location he can't predict. Minimum attendees, maximum security. The people will be disappointed, one council member objected. They've been preparing for this celebration. The people will understand when we explain that we're protecting them from attack, Oriva interrupted. We can hold a larger celebration later, once Kaelin is captured. But right now, our priority is completing the mate bond safely. Where would you hold this private ceremony? Elder Selim asked thoughtfully. Oriva looked at Silas. Through the bond, they communicated silently, his tactical mind meshing with her intuitive understanding of symbolism and meaning. The mountain compound, they said in unison. Vaila's eyes widened. Where were your loyal wolves hiding? That's brilliant. Kaelin doesn't know that location exists. It's defensible, isolated, and it's where this all started, Silas finished. Where Oriva first became my queen in all but name. Where she learned to use her power. It's fitting. It's also a 3-day journey, Tyrion pointed out. That gives Kaelin 3 days to discover our plans and intercept us. Not if we're smart about it. Captain Thane leaned forward. We make a show of preparing the palace for a ceremony here. Decorations, guests arriving, the full spectacle. Meanwhile, a small group slips away quietly to the compound. We make Kaelin waste resources preparing to attack the wrong location. A decoy, Lorcan said slowly. Combined with misdirection. It could work. The council fell into rapid planning. Who would attend the real ceremony? Only those absolutely essential and completely trusted. Who would staff the decoy ceremony at the palace? How to move Silas and Oriva without alerting spies or sympathizers. Through it all, Oriva felt exhaustion pulling at her. But she forced herself to stay alert, to contribute, to show strength even as her body screamed for rest. Finally, after 2 hours of debate, a plan emerged. In 3 days, the palace would begin hosting arriving guests for what everyone believed would be the wedding. Silas and Oriva would make public appearances, inspect preparations, and greet dignitaries. Meanwhile, trusted warriors would quietly prepare the mountain compound. On the 4th night, Silas and Oriva would retire early to their chambers. In reality, they would slip out through secret passages and make the 3-day journey to the compound compressed into one desperate night of hard riding. The ceremony would take place at dawn on the 5th day, with only a handful of witnesses. By the time anyone realized the palace ceremony was a decoy, the mate bond would be complete and unbreakable. It's risky, Vaila said as the council dispersed. A lot of things could go wrong. Everything we've done has been risky, Silas replied. At least this time, we're controlling the risk. After the council meeting ended, Silas insisted Oriva return to the healing wing. She didn't argue, her body had reached its limit. But that night, as she lay in the healing bed with Silas sitting vigil beside her, she couldn't sleep. What are you thinking? He asked quietly, his hand holding hers. About Kaelin. About how far he's willing to go. She turned her head to look at him. Silas, what if this doesn't work? What if he finds out about the compound? What if? Then we fight, he interrupted gently. Together. Like we always have. He brought her hand to his lips. Oriva, I won't lie, and say nothing can go wrong. But I can promise that whatever happens, we face it as partners. As mates. Soon to be permanent mates. Through the bond, his love and determination flowed into her like sunlight. "I'm scared," she admitted. "Good. Fear keeps you sharp." He echoed his words from what felt like a lifetime ago, before her fight with Soraya. "But don't let it paralyze you. We've survived everything the world has thrown at us. We'll survive this too." "How can you be so certain?" "Because we have something Kaelin and Soraya never understood." He leaned closer, his golden eyes intense. "We fight for each other. Not for power, not for revenge, but for love. And love is stronger than hate every single time." Oriva wanted to believe him. "I wanted to trust that love would be enough." But as sleep finally claimed her, her dreams were filled with darkness and wolfsbane, with Kaelin's cold smile and the sound of silver chains binding. The next 3 days passed in a blur of careful choreography. Publicly, Oriva and Silas played the role of excited rulers preparing for their wedding. They inspected decorations, approved menus, greeted arriving dignitaries with smiles and warmth. Privately, they prepared for war. Vaila handpicked the warriors who would accompany them to the compound, 20 of their most trusted, all sworn to secrecy. Captain Thane organized the palace defenses, ensuring the decoy ceremony would look authentic enough to fool spies. The freed prisoners, now recovered, insisted on helping. Eloan and several others volunteered to staff the decoy ceremony, to act as though nothing was amiss. "You gave us our lives back," Eloan said when Oriva tried to refuse. "Let us give you this. Let us help protect you the way you protected us." Oriva's voice was nearly healed by the 3rd day, the wolfsbane finally purged from her system. She practiced quietly in private chambers, rebuilding her strength, making sure her power had returned fully. "Can you sing?" Silas asked through the bond, watching her practice.
"Yes."
"The power's back," she demonstrated with a soft note that made the candles in the room flicker. "I'm ready." "Good. Because tomorrow night, everything changes." The 4th day was the hardest. Knowing that tonight they would slip away, that the charade would end, made every public smile feel brittle. Oriva greeted the last arriving dignitaries, representatives from the Eastern and Western kingdoms, coming to witness the union of the Northern Territories' rulers. They bowed and offered congratulations and had no idea the ceremony they'd traveled to attend would be an empty theater. As sunset approached, Silas and Oriva made their final public appearance, a dinner with the council and important guests. Oriva wore a beautiful gown that had been prepared for the rehearsal. Silas wore formal robes that made him look every inch the king. They smiled. They toasted. They accepted well wishes. And through the bond, they counted down the minutes until they could leave. Finally, mercifully, the dinner ended. Silas and Oriva retired to their chambers, to rest before the big day tomorrow. The moment the doors closed, they moved. Simple traveling clothes replaced formal wear. Weapons were strapped on. A small pack with essentials was grabbed. Vaila appeared through the secret passage that led from the royal chambers to the palace's hidden escape routes. "The team is assembled. Horses are ready. We have a 6-hour window before anyone checks on you." "Then let's not waste it," Silas said. They moved through the secret passages, tunnels that Silas remembered from his childhood, when he'd explored every corner of the palace. The passages led to a hidden stable 2 miles from the palace walls. 20 warriors waited there with horses. All of them looked grim but determined. "Everyone understands the stakes?" Silas asked quietly. Nods all around. "Then we ride. Hard and fast. We don't stop except to rest the horses. And if anyone falls behind..." "We leave no one behind," Viola interrupted. "We're all making it to that compound, Your Majesty. Together." Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's pride in these wolves who'd followed them through everything. They mounted and rode into the night. The ride was brutal. They pushed the horses to the edge of endurance, stopping only briefly to rest and water the animals before pushing on again. The route took them through rough terrain, deliberately chosen to avoid main roads where they might be spotted. Oriva's body, still recovering from wolfsbane poisoning, protested every jolting step. But she gritted her teeth and held on, refusing to be the weak link. Through the bond, Silas's concern was a constant presence. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." "Keep riding. You're in pain." "I'll survive. Focus on getting us there safely." They rode through the night and into the next day, stopping only when the horses were literally swaying with exhaustion. A brief rest, then back in the saddle. By the second nightfall, they'd covered what should have been a 3-day journey. The mountain compound was in sight. But as they approached the valley entrance, Viola suddenly held up a hand.
"Wait."
"Something's wrong." The group halted. Through the darkness, Oriva strained to see what had alarmed the warrior. Then she saw it, smoke rising from the compound. Not campfire smoke. Something bigger. "We're too late," Tarion sent grimly. Kalen found it. They approached cautiously, weapons drawn. The valley opened before them, and Oriva's heart sank. The compound was burning. Not all of it. The fires were controlled, deliberate. And in the center of the valley, surrounded by at least 50 warriors, stood Kalen. "Welcome," he called out cheerfully as they descended into the valley. "I was hoping you'd arrive in time. It would be such a shame to miss your own wedding." Silas shifted to wolf form, a growl rumbling from his chest. Now, Kalen asked. "Let's be civilized. You're outnumbered more than 2-1. Your little decoy plan was clever, but not clever enough. One of your trusted guards was very helpful in revealing where you'd really gone." Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's rage building. Someone had betrayed them. Again. "What do you want?" Oriva called out, her hand on her knife. "What do I want?" Kalen spread his arms. "I want what I've always wanted. My mate was freed. My power was restored. And you," his eyes fixed on Oriva with pure hatred, "dead. In that order." "You can't have any of those things," Silas snarled, shifting back to human form. "Can't I?" Kalen smiled. "Here's how this will work. You surrender peacefully. I execute you both quickly, well, relatively quickly. And I let your followers live. They can return to the palace and spread the word that the rebellion is over. Or," his smile widened, "you fight. We kill all of you. And I still get what I want, just with more bodies to bury." Oriva's mind raced. 50 warriors against their 20. Exhausted horses. No element of surprise. They were trapped. Through the bond, she felt Silas doing the same calculations. Coming to the same conclusion. "What do we do?" She sent desperately. "We trust each other," he replied. "And we improvise." Aloud, he said, "I have a counteroffer." Kalen raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening." "Single combat. You and me. The winner takes all. The kingdom, the throne, everything." "And why would I accept that when I already have you outnumbered?" "Because you're a coward who hides behind numbers," Silas said coldly. "You've never beaten me in fair combat. You needed Zariah's silver chains and betrayal to take my crown. Now's your chance to prove you're worthy of it." Through the bond, Oriva realized what Silas was doing. Goading Kalen's pride. Making him angry enough to accept. Kalen's expression darkened. "Fine. Single combat. But when I win, your precious singer dies slowly. I want her to watch me take everything you built and burn it to the ground." "When you lose," Silas corrected, "you let everyone here go free. Including yourself. Exile instead of execution."
"Deal."
Kalen drew his blade. "Let's end this." "Silas, no." Oriva sent frantically. "You're exhausted from the ride. You can't." "I can and I will." His love washed over her.
"Trust me."
"And be ready to sing if things go wrong." The two males faced each other in the center of the burning compound. Around them, warriors formed a circle, Kalen's forces mixed with Silas's loyal followers. Someone called the start. They lunged at each other. The fight was vicious. Kalen was fresh, rested. Silas was exhausted from 2 days of hard riding. But Silas had rage and love driving him, while Kalen had only hate. They fought in both forms, human and wolf, shifting back and forth, using every advantage. Silas's greater size versus Kalen's speed. Kalen's fresh strength versus Silas's superior skill. Blood flew. Both males were wounded, bleeding, but neither would yield. Through the bond, Oriva felt every blow Silas took. Felt his exhaustion mounting. Felt the moment he started to slow. Kalen sensed it too. He pressed harder, driving Silas back toward the burning buildings. He's going to lose, Oriva realized with horror. He's too tired. He's going to... Silas stumbled. Kalen's blade flashed toward his throat. Oriva sang. Not a command. Not a weapon. A song of strength and healing and love, channeled directly through the bond to Silas. His exhaustion lifted. His wounds stopped bleeding. The power flowing from Oriva to him, through their connection, was like liquid fire in his veins. He moved impossibly fast, dodging Kalen's strike and countering with his own blade. Kalen fell, Silas's knife at his throat. Cheating. Kalen snarled. She helped you. We're bonded, Silas said coldly. Her strength is my strength. That's what you and Zariah never understood. True, mates don't fight alone. He pressed the blade deeper, drawing blood. Yield. Kalen's eyes blazed with hatred. But slowly, reluctantly, he nodded. I yield. Silas stood, keeping his blade trained on the fallen wolf. Captain Thane, secure him. The rest of Kalen's forces. You have a choice. Lay down your weapons and you'll be allowed to leave. Or fight and die. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, one by one, Kalen's mercenaries dropped their weapons. They'd won. Against impossible odds, they'd won. Oriva ran to Silas, catching him as his legs finally gave out. Through the bond, she felt his complete exhaustion now that the adrenaline was fading. Idiot, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Brave, stupid, wonderful idiot. Takes one to know one, he murmured, his voice rough with pain and exhaustion. Did you really think I'd let him win? Let him hurt you. I think you would have died trying to protect me. Every time. He looked up at her with those golden eyes. For you, I'd die every time. Good thing I'm not letting you die. She helped him sit up. We still have a wedding to finish. Through the bond, his love blazed bright enough to rival the burning buildings. Then let's get married, he said.
Right now.
Before anything else can go wrong. Chapter 14.
Now.
Viola stared at Silas like he'd lost his mind. Your Majesty, you're bleeding from a dozen wounds. The compound is on fire. We just fought a battle. Which is exactly why we do it now, Silas interrupted, his voice hoarse but determined. Every delay gives our enemies another chance. Every moment we wait, the artificial bond remains vulnerable. He looked at Oriva. Unless you want to wait? Through the bond, she felt his need for this. Not just strategic necessity, but emotional urgency. They'd come so close to losing each other so many times. He needed the permanence of a true mate bond like he needed air. And she needed it too. Now, she agreed. We do it now. You're both insane, Viola muttered. But she was already moving, calling orders. Clear the central courtyard. Someone put out those fires. We need a space for the ceremony. Move. The next hour was organized chaos. Warriors who'd been fighting minutes ago worked together to douse flames and clear debris. Kalen's captured forces were bound and secured in one of the intact buildings, heavily guarded. The wounded, including Silas, were tended by healers who'd arrived with Viola's team. Oriva found herself sitting beside Silas as a healer named Marilyn worked on his wounds. You should have let me help during the fight, she said quietly. Instead of waiting until you were nearly killed. I needed to know I could beat him fairly, Silas replied, wincing as Marilyn cleaned a particularly deep gash. Not just with your power backing me. That's pride talking. That's a king talking. He caught her hand. Oriva, if I'd won only because of your intervention, there would always be questions. Always doubts about whether I truly deserve the throne. But I beat him in fair combat. What happened at the end was just you and me sharing strength through our bond. That's allowed. Through their connection, she felt the truth of his words. The need to prove himself, not just to others, but to himself. You're still an idiot, she said, but without heat. You're idiot. He managed a smile despite his pain. For the rest of our lives, if you'll have me. I already said yes. Multiple times, actually. Then say it once more. In front of witnesses. With power and intention behind it. His golden eyes were serious. Marry me, Oriva. Right now. In this burned compound surrounded by warriors and chaos. Because I can't wait another day to call you my wife. She kissed him, gentle and careful of his injuries.
Yes.
Always yes. They gathered in the central courtyard as the sun rose over the mountains. Someone had cleared away the worst of the debris and arranged stones in a circle, reminiscent of a ceremonial circle where Oriva had been banished from her old pack. But this circle represented something different. Not ending, but beginning. The witnesses were few. Viola, Tarion, Captain Thane, Lorcan, Calyx, Aloan, and a dozen warriors who'd fought alongside them. Not the hundreds who would have attended the palace ceremony, but wolves who'd earned their place through loyalty and sacrifice. Marilyn had done what she could for Silas's wounds, but he still bore fresh bandages and moved stiffly. Oriva wasn't much better. Exhaustion and lingering effects of wolfsbane poisoning made her sway on her feet. They were battered, bloody, and completely unsuited for a royal wedding. It was perfect. Elder Selim hadn't made the journey. He was back at the palace maintaining the decoy ceremony, so Viola stepped forward to officiate. Well, the scarred warrior said, looking between them with an expression somewhere between exasperation and fondness. This is the strangest wedding I've ever attended, and I once witnessed a ceremony conducted during a thunderstorm while we were under siege. Laughter rippled through the small gathering. But it's also the most honest, Viola continued, her voice growing serious. Because this is what true partnership looks like. Not polished performances in grand halls, but two people choosing each other in the midst of chaos. Choosing to build something together despite, or maybe because of all the obstacles in their way. She gestured to Silas and Oriva. King Silas Theron. Queen Oriva the singer. You stand here as rulers, yes. But more importantly, you stand here as two wolves who've saved each other repeatedly. Who've chosen each other over safety, over convenience, over everything else. Oriva felt tears pricking her eyes. Through the bond, Silas's emotions were overwhelming. Love and pride and joy all tangled together. The mate bond you share now is artificial, Viola said. Created by necessity, by singer magic designed to save a life. But what you're about to do will transform it into something natural and permanent. A true mate bond, forged by choice and sealed by ceremony. She looked at Silas. Your Majesty, do you accept this bond freely? Do you choose Oriva as your mate, knowing that this choice is permanent and unbreakable? I do, Silas said, his voice rough but certain. I chose her. Today, and every day after. Viola turned to Oriva. Your Majesty, do you accept this bond freely? Do you choose Silas as your mate, knowing that this choice is permanent and unbreakable? Oriva met Silas's golden eyes. Saw her entire future reflected there, challenges and triumphs, pain and joy, all of it faced together. I do, she said. I chose him. Now and always. Then by the authority granted to me as witness and friend, Viola said, I declare this bond sealed. Speak the words that will complete the transformation. Oriva and Silas turned to face each other fully. They discussed this part beforehand, the traditional words that transformed an artificial bond into a true one. Silas spoke first, his hands taking hers. I, Silas Theron, claim you, Oriva, as my true mate. I bind myself to you by choice, by love, by unbreakable vow. Your joy is my joy. Your pain is my pain. Your life is as precious as mine. Through the bond, Oriva felt power building. The artificial connection between them begins to shift, to transform. Her turn. I, Oriva, claim you, Silas Theron, as my true mate. I bind myself to you by choice, by love, by unbreakable vow. Your strength is my strength. Your heart is my heart. Your life is sacred as my own. The power intensified. The artificial singer bond, held together by magic and necessity, started to dissolve. For a terrifying moment, Oriva felt nothing. The connection she'd grown so accustomed to simply disappeared. Then it came roaring back. Not artificial anymore. Natural.
Permanent.
A true mate bond that blazed through her chest like wildfire. She gasped. Silas did too. Through the new connection, she felt everything. Every emotion, every thought, every sensation amplified 100-fold. His love for her was staggering. An ocean of devotion, so deep she could drown in it. And her love for him, reflected back through his perspective, was equally overwhelming. They were still two separate people, but also one, connected in ways that transcended physical proximity or conscious thought. It's done, Viola said softly. The bond is complete. Oriva swayed, overwhelmed by the intensity of it all. Silas caught her, and the physical touch amplified the bond even further. I've got you, he whispered. Always. I know. She looked up at him, tears streaming freely now. I can feel it. Feel you. Everything you are. Everything we are, he corrected. There's no separation anymore. Someone started clapping. Then everyone joined in, applause and wolf howls celebrating the newly completed mate bond. Oriva barely heard them. She was lost in Silas's eyes, in the bond singing between them, in the absolute certainty that this was right. She'd been banished as defective, cast aside as worthless, told her entire life that she was broken. But standing here, bonded to a king who saw her as precious, surrounded by wolves who valued her strength, she finally understood. She'd never been broken. She'd just been waiting to find the place where she fit. And she'd found it. The celebration that followed was subdued but genuine. Someone produced food and drink that had been stored in the compound. Warriors who'd been enemies hours ago now sat in cautious proximity, united by exhaustion and the strange camaraderie that came after battle. Kalen, still bound and under heavy guard, watched from his imprisonment with hatred burning in his eyes. But he said nothing. His chance to stop this had passed. Eloan approached Oriva and Silas, her daughter hiding shyly behind her legs. Your Majesties, she said, tears in her eyes. I wanted to thank you for everything. You gave me back my daughter, my freedom, my life. And now you've given us hope that things can be different. You're the ones who gave us hope, Oriva replied gently. Every wolf who stood with us despite the danger. Every person who believed we could build something better. You're why we kept fighting. The little girl peeked out from behind her mother. Are you really a queen who can't shift? She asked in a small voice. Oriva knelt carefully to be at eye level with the child. I am. I've never had a wolf. Does that bother you? The girl thought about it seriously. Mama says you're the strongest Omega she's ever met. And you saved us from the bad queen. So, I think it's okay that you're different. She smiled shyly. Different can be good. Oriva felt her throat tighten with emotion.
Yes.
Different can be very good. After Eloan and her daughter moved away, Silas pulled Oriva close. Through the bond, she felt his exhaustion. He'd been running on adrenaline and stubbornness, and now that the ceremony was complete, his body was demanding rest. We should sleep, she said. Both of us. Before we collapse. Agreed. But first. He gestured to where Kalen sat bound. We need to deal with him. They approached the captured male together. Kalen looked up at them with undisguised hatred. Come to gloat, he sneered. The mighty king and his freak Omega, victorious once again. We came to offer you a choice, Silas said calmly. Execution for your crimes, and they are numerous. Or exile to the unclaimed lands with the understanding that if you ever return to any civilized territory, you'll be killed on sight. Kalen laughed bitterly. Some choice. Death or slow death in the wilderness. It's more than you offered us, Oriva pointed out. You would have killed us both without hesitation. And I should have. Kalen's eyes were wild. You're destroying everything. The natural order, the hierarchy that kept packs stable for centuries. Wolves like you, he looked at Oriva with disgust, should know their place. Should submit to their betters, not rule over them. Wolves like me built this kingdom, Oriva said quietly. We healed the wounded. We raised the children. We held communities together while alphas like you fought for dominance. The only thing we lacked was recognition and power. Well, we have both now, and we're not giving them back. Then the world will burn, Kaelin spat. Other kingdoms won't accept your perverted version of pack structure. They'll see you as threats, will unite to destroy you. Let them try, Silas interrupted. We've beaten everything you and Zariah threw at us. We'll beat whatever comes next too. He looked at Kaelin steadily. So, what's your choice? Execution or exile? Kaelin was silent for a long moment. Then, where's Zariah? What have you done with her? She's still imprisoned at the palace, awaiting trial for her crimes. Let me see her. One last time. Then I'll accept exile. Kaelin's voice was raw.
Please.
She's my mate. I need to say goodbye. Oriva felt the truth of his emotion through her empathic senses. Despite everything, the violence, the hatred, the attempted murder, he genuinely loved Zariah. She looked at Silas through the bond. What do you think? I think it's manipulative. A ploy to buy time or create another opportunity to escape. His mental voice was hard. But I also think denying a mate the chance to say goodbye is cruel. And we're not cruel. Even to people who tried to kill us. Especially to them. Because that's how we prove we're different from what they were. Aloud, Silas said, we'll arrange a meeting. Under heavy guard, in the palace dungeons. You'll have 1 hour with Zariah. Then you accept exile, and you never return. Agreed. Agreed. Kaelin looked almost relieved. Thank you. As they walked away, Viola fell into step beside them. You're really going to let him see Zariah? That seems risky. It is risky, Silas acknowledged. But it's also the right thing to do. And I'm tired of making every decision based on fear of what might go wrong. Besides, Oriva added, we'll be monitoring them the entire time. If they try anything, we'll know immediately. Through the bond, she felt Silas's approval of her strategic thinking. You're getting good at this ruler thing he sent. I have an excellent teacher. We teach each other. His love washed over her. That's what makes us strong. They slept in one of the compound's intact buildings, a simple room with a bed barely large enough for two. Oriva collapsed onto it with a groan of relief. Every muscle in her body ached. Her throat was still tender from the wolfsbane. Her head pounded with exhaustion. But through the bond, she felt Silas's matching exhaustion. Felt his pain from wounds that hadn't fully healed. Felt his deep, bone-weary fatigue. We're a mess, she mumbled as he settled beside her. We're alive, he corrected, pulling her close. And married. And bonded permanently. Everything else can wait. Through the bond, his contentment filled her like warm honey. Despite the pain, despite the exhaustion, he was happy. And so was she. I love you, she whispered. I love you too. He kissed her forehead. My mate. My queen. My everything. They fell asleep tangled together, the true mate bond humming between them like a song. They woke at sunset to find the compound transformed. The fires were completely out. Debris had been cleared. And someone had strung up lights and decorations, simple but beautiful, turning the battle-scarred valley into something almost festive. What is this? Oriva asked, emerging from their room to find warriors gathered around makeshift tables laden with food. We figured you deserved an actual celebration, Viola said, grinning. Even if the ceremony was unconventional. We sent word to the palace, Tyrion added. Told them the wedding happened successfully, the enemies were captured, and everyone could relax. The decoy ceremony will continue for the guests who traveled to attend. We'll host a big party there too. But this, he gestured to the gathering. This is for us. The wolves who were actually here when it mattered. Oriva felt tears prick her eyes again. These wolves, warriors and healers and freed prisoners, had created this celebration with their own hands, using whatever materials they had available. It wasn't the grand palace affair that had been planned, but it was perfect. Through the bond, she felt Silas's emotion mirroring her own. Pride in these wolves, gratitude for their loyalty, love for the community they were building together. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough. "All of you. This means more than you know." The celebration lasted into the night. Someone produced instruments, and music filled the valley. Wolves danced and sang and told stories. Eloan's daughter taught Ariva a simple dance, giggling when the queen stumbled over the steps. For a few hours, the weight of ruling fell away. They were just wolves celebrating together, enjoying the simple pleasure of community and survival. But as the night deepened and warriors began drifting off to sleep, Ariva found herself standing at the valley's edge, looking out over the mountains. Silas joined her, his arms slipping around her waist. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "About how far we've come. About everything that happened to get us here." She leaned against him. "A month ago, I was a banished Omega with no future. Now I'm a queen with a mate bond and a kingdom to help rule. It doesn't feel real." "It's real." He turned her to face him. "And it's just beginning. We still have challenges ahead. Rebuilding the kingdom's infrastructure, dealing with other territories, establishing new laws and systems. It won't be easy." "Nothing worth doing is easy," Ariva replied. "But we'll face it together." "Together," he agreed. "Always together." Through the bond, they shared a moment of perfect understanding. Two wolves who'd been broken and cast aside, now building something extraordinary from the pieces. They stood there holding each other under the stars, the true mate bond singing between them like a promise. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new threats, new problems to solve. But tonight, they were simply Silas and Ariva.
Mates.
Partners. Two halves of one whole. And that was enough. Chapter 15. 6 months later. The morning sun streamed through the palace windows, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Ariva stood on the balcony overlooking North Haven, watching the city wake. Smoke rose from chimneys. Merchants were already setting up stalls in the market square. Children ran through the streets, their laughter carrying on the wind. 6 months since the wedding. 6 months since the true mate bond had completed. 6 months of the hardest work she'd ever done. "You're up early," Silas sent through the bond. She felt him approaching before she heard his footsteps. "I couldn't sleep. Too much on my mind." His arms wrapped around her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. "The trial." "The trial," she confirmed. Today, Zariah would finally face judgment for her crimes. The Council of Alphas had convened again, along with representatives from packs across 4 kingdoms. What happened today would set precedent for how rulers were held accountable. "Are you ready?" Silas asked quietly.
No.
Ariva turned in his arms to face him. "But I'll do it anyway. Someone has to speak for the wolves she hurt." Through the bond, his pride in her was a constant warmth. "You've come so far from that frightened Omega I found dying in a river." "We both have." She touched his face gently. "You've rebuilt an entire government structure in 6 months. Created councils that actually represent all wolves, not just alphas. Reformed laws that had been unjust for centuries." "We did that," he corrected. "Every reform had your voice behind it. Every change was shaped by your understanding of what Omegas needed." It was true. The past 6 months had been a whirlwind of reconstruction. They'd established the Council of Voices, representatives from Alpha, Beta, and Omega populations who advised on kingdom matters. Ariva had insisted that Omegas have equal representation, that their needs and perspectives be heard. They'd reformed the education system, ensuring all wolves, regardless of rank or ability to shift, had access to learning. Ariva had opened schools that taught not just traditional pack skills, but reading, mathematics, history, and critical thinking. They'd abolished the hostage system entirely. Loyalty was now earned through good governance, not coerced through fear. And they created new laws protecting wolves who were different, the Wolfless, the multiply-shifted, the gender nonconforming, anyone who didn't fit traditional pack structure. It had been exhausting. Many alphas resisted. Some packs had threatened to break away rather than accept the reforms. But slowly, gradually, things were changing. "The trial starts in 2 hours," Silas said, pulling her back to the present. "We should prepare." The amphitheater was packed again, just as it had been 6 months ago, when Ariva had fought Zariah. But this time, the crowd wasn't hostile. They were curious, expectant, waiting to see justice served. Zariah was led in wearing simple prisoner's clothing, her silver-blonde hair bound back, her hands chained. She'd lost weight during her imprisonment, but her ice-blue eyes still burned with defiant pride. Kalen sat in the audience. He'd been allowed to return from exile specifically for this trial, under heavy guard. His face was gaunt, haunted. The separation from his mate had clearly taken a toll. Elder Selim stood to address the assembly. "We gather today to render judgment on Zariah, former queen of the Northern Territories. She stands accused of multiple crimes: illegal imprisonment of innocent wolves, use of forbidden silver weapons, attempted murder of the rightful king, abuse of power, and conspiracy to maintain false rule." He looked at Zariah. "How do you plead?" "Not guilty," Zariah said coolly. "Every action I took was to maintain order and stability in the kingdom. If that's a crime, then every ruler in history is guilty." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "The prosecution may present evidence," Elder Selim said. For the next 3 hours, witnesses testified. Freed hostages described years of imprisonment. Guards detailed the torture they'd witnessed. Healers presented medical evidence of abuse. Eloan spoke, her voice shaking but determined, about being separated from her daughter for 2 years. About the constant fear that her child would be harmed if she didn't cooperate. Other wolves came forward, some Ariva recognized, others she didn't. Each with their own story of suffering under Zariah's rule. Through it all, Zariah remained impassive. Occasionally she smirked, as if the testimonies were merely amusing. Finally, it was Ariva's turn to speak. She stood, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes on her. Through the bond, Silas's support flooded her with strength. "I didn't suffer under Zariah's direct rule," Ariva began. "I was banished from my pack before I ever met her. But I've seen the aftermath of her governance. I've held wolves who were so traumatized they couldn't speak. I've watched children flinch at the sight of authority figures because they learned to associate power with cruelty." She looked directly at Zariah. "You claim every action was to maintain order. But there's a difference between order and control. Order allows wolves to thrive within structure. Control crushes anyone who doesn't comply perfectly." "You're too idealistic," Zariah said coldly. "Wolves need strong leadership. They need to know their place, to understand hierarchy. What you and Silas have built, this fantasy of equal representation and reformed laws, will collapse the moment real pressure is applied." "Then let it collapse," Ariva replied. "And we'll rebuild it again. And again. As many times as it takes to create something worth having." She turned to address the council. "Zariah believes power justifies any action, that the ends always justify the means. But we've proven that's not true. We've shown that compassionate leadership can be strong, that wolves can govern themselves without terror as a foundation." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "I'm not asking for revenge. I'm asking for accountability. Zariah committed crimes against her own people. She must answer for them. Not because we're vindictive, but because justice matters. Because victims deserve to be heard and their suffering acknowledged." The amphitheater was silent when she finished. Through the bond, she felt Silas's love and pride warming her from the inside out. Elder Selim stood. "The council will now deliberate. Zariah, do you have anything to say in your own defense?" Zariah rose slowly, her chains rattling.
"Yes.
I have something to say." She looked around the amphitheater, her gaze sweeping across the assembled wolves. "You call me a tyrant, a criminal, someone who ruled through fear. And perhaps you're right. Perhaps I cross lines that shouldn't be crossed." Ariva felt a spark of hope. Was Zariah actually going to admit wrongdoing? "But I did what I thought was necessary," Zariah continued. "I saw a kingdom on the brink of chaos, Silas was too soft, too willing to compromise, too concerned with being liked rather than being effective. Someone had to make the hard choices. Someone had to be willing to do what needed doing, even if it made them hated. Her eyes found Kaelin in the crowd. Something passed between them. Love, regret, resignation. "I don't expect mercy," Zariah said quietly. "I know what I did. I know the price. But I want you all to understand, everything I did because I believed it was right. Because I thought I was protecting the kingdom from weakness." "You are wrong," Silas said, standing. "Strength isn't about crushing dissent. It's about building something that doesn't require constant force to maintain. You confused fear with respect, obedience with loyalty." "Maybe." Zariah smiled sadly. "Or maybe you'll learn I was right when your idealistic kingdom crumbles. Time will tell." Elder Selim raised his hand for silence. "The council will now vote. Those who believe Zariah is guilty of the crimes charged, raise your hand." Every hand went up. All 12 council members unanimous. "Zariah, you are found guilty on all charges," Elder Selim declared. "The sentence will be determined after deliberation. Take her back to holding." As guards led Zariah away, she caught Ariva's gaze one last time. "I hope you're right about your new world, Singer. I truly do. Because if you're wrong, countless wolves will suffer for your mistakes." Then she was gone, leaving Ariva with a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The council deliberated for 5 hours. During that time, Ariva and Silas retreated to a private chamber. Neither spoke much, both lost in thought about what justice should look like. "What sentence would you give her?" Silas asked through the bond. "I don't know." Ariva stared at her hands. "Death feels wrong. She's committed terrible crimes, but execution makes martyrs. Her followers would claim she was murdered for political convenience. Life imprisonment? Maybe. But that's a slow death. Years of suffering that accomplishes nothing except revenge." She looked at him. "What would you choose?" 6 months ago, I would have said execution without hesitation. His mental voice was thoughtful. "But now?" "I don't know either. We've built a kingdom based on rehabilitation and second chances. How do we reconcile that with someone who shows no remorse?" They were still debating when the summons came. The council had reached a decision. Back in the amphitheater, Elder Selim stood to announce the verdict. "The council has deliberated on appropriate sentencing for Zariah's crimes." This was not an easy decision. The crimes are severe, affecting hundreds of lives. The harm is real and lasting. He paused. "However, this new administration has committed to justice that rehabilitates rather than simply punishes. Therefore, the council's sentence is as follows." The amphitheater held its breath. Zariah will be stripped of all titles and authority permanently. She will serve 15 years imprisonment, during which she will receive counseling and education on ethical governance. After 15 years, she will be eligible for parole, provided she demonstrates genuine remorse and understanding of her crimes. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, some approving, others clearly wanting harsher punishment. Additionally, Elder Selim continued, "Zariah will be required to make restitution to her victims. She will participate in a restorative justice program, meeting with those she harmed to hear their stories and acknowledge the impact of her actions." "That's too lenient," someone shouted from the crowd. "That's justice," Elder Selim replied firmly. "Not revenge. Justice. The kind that allows for growth and change, while still holding people accountable." He looked directly at where Zariah stood between guards. "Do you accept the sentence?" Zariah was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, "I do." "Then let it be recorded. The court is dismissed." As the crowd dispersed, Ariva felt a mixture of relief and uncertainty. They'd set a precedent today, showing that even the worst crimes didn't automatically warrant death, that their new system valued rehabilitation. But had they been too merciful? Or not merciful enough? Through the bond, she felt Silas wrestling with the same questions. "We did the best we could," he sent. "That's all anyone can do. Is it enough?" "It has to be." 3 days after the trial, Oriva received an unexpected visitor. She was in her study, the room Silas had prepared for her months ago, when a guard announced that Zoraya had requested to see her. "Alone," the guard added. "She said she has something important to tell you. Only you." Oriva's first instinct was to refuse, but curiosity won out. She agreed, with the stipulation that guards would remain outside the door and Silas would be monitoring through the bond. Zoraya was brought in wearing prisoner's clothing, her hands chained. She looked smaller somehow, less formidable. "Thank you for seeing me," Zoraya said quietly. "Why did you want to see me?" Oriva asked, keeping her voice neutral. "To apologize." Oriva blinked. "What? You heard me." Zoraya sat down uninvited. "I wanted to apologize. For trying to kill you. For calling you a freak and a threat. For everything." Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's shock mirroring her own. "Why?" she asked carefully. "Why now?" "Because I've had 6 months in a cell to think," Zoraya said. 6 months to replay every choice, every decision. And I've come to realize something. She looked up, and for the first time, Oriva saw genuine emotion in those ice-blue eyes. "I was wrong. About you. About Omegas. About what strength really means." "Zoraya. Let me finish." Zoraya's voice was urgent. "I grew up being told that alphas were superior. Those Omegas were meant to serve, to submit, to stay in their designated roles. I never questioned it because it benefited me. I was powerful, so the system worked in my favor." She paused. "But watching you these past months, hearing about the reforms you've implemented, the schools you've opened, the lives you've changed, I've realized that I was the weak one. I was so afraid of losing power that I clung to a system that hurt people. You were brave enough to imagine something better." Oriva didn't know what to say. This couldn't be real. Zoraya didn't apologize. Didn't admit fault. "I don't expect forgiveness," Zoraya continued. "I don't deserve it. But I wanted you to know you were right. About everything. And I'm sorry I tried to stop you." Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's caution. Don't trust this completely. It could be manipulation. But her own empathic senses were picking up something genuine in Zoraya's emotions. Real regret. Real understanding. "I accept your apology," Oriva said carefully. "But apologies don't undo the harm you caused. The wolves you imprisoned, the families you separated, they're still healing from what you did." "I know." Zoraya's voice was barely a whisper. "That's why I'm going to participate in the restorative justice program. Really participate, not just go through the motions. I want to hear their stories. I want to understand what I did from their perspective." She stood. "That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening." As guards led her away, Oriva sat in stunned silence. "Do you believe her?" Silas asked through the bond. I think she's beginning to understand." "I really understand." Oriva rubbed her temples. "Whether that understanding leads to genuine change, only time will tell. You gave her the chance for change. That's more than most would have done. Maybe. Or maybe I'm being naive."
"No."
Silas's love flooded through the bond. "You're being hopeful. And hope is what this kingdom was built on. Never lose that." 6 months after the trial, Oriva stood once again on the palace balcony, watching the city wake. But this time, Silas wasn't the only one with her. Eloan stood beside them, now serving as Oriva's personal advisor on Omega affairs. Captain Thane had been promoted to head of palace security. Viola was training a new generation of warriors in combat techniques that emphasized protection over aggression. The kingdom was changing. Slowly, sometimes painfully, but changing. Reports came in weekly from the schools Oriva had established. Omega children learning to read and write, discovering gifts beyond traditional caregiving roles. Some had voices like hers. Others had different talents that had been suppressed under the old system. The Council of Voices met monthly, with Omegas and Betas now having equal say in kingdom policies. It was messy and argumentative and took forever to reach decisions. It was also functioning. Actually working. "The delegation from the Eastern Kingdoms arrives today," Eloan reminded her. "They want to discuss implementing similar reforms in their territories." And the Western Kingdom sent another request for you to visit, Thane added. Their Omega population is demanding representation after hearing about our changes. Oriva felt overwhelmed and exhilarated in equal measure. What they'd started here was spreading. Other kingdoms were taking notice. Through the bond, she felt Silas's pride and love. You're changing the world, he sent.
Just like the prophecy said.
We're changing it, she corrected. Together. Always together. A servant approached, bowing. Your Majesties, there's someone here to see you. She says it's urgent.
Who?
Silas asked. A young Omega from the Clearbrook pack. The servant hesitated. She says her name is Mireia. And she's your sister, your Majesty. Oriva's breath caught. Her sister. The one she'd left behind when she was banished. Send her in, she said, her voice shaking. Immediately. The girl who entered was 17 now. The last time Oriva had seen her, she'd been barely 14. But she still had the same dark hair, the same hazel eyes. Oriva? Mireia's voice was tentative. Is it really you? Mireia. Oriva rushed forward, pulling her sister into a fierce embrace. What are you doing here? How did you? I ran away. Mireia pulled back, tears streaming down her face. The pack was going to force me to mate with an alpha I don't love. But I heard about you, about what you've done here, about how you're helping Omegas who don't fit traditional roles. So I came. I hoped you might help me too. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's understanding. His immediate agreement. Of course I'll help you, Oriva said, holding her sister's face gently. You're safe now, and you'll never be forced into anything you don't choose. Mireia sobbed with relief. Thank you. Thank you so much. As Oriva held her sister, surrounded by friends who'd become family, bonded to a mate who saw her as an equal, she felt something powerful settle in her chest. Purpose. Complete and undeniable purpose. She'd been banished as broken, declared defective and worthless. But she'd risen from that rejection to build something extraordinary. A kingdom where wolves like her, wolves who were different, could not only survive but thrive. The journey wasn't over. There would be more challenges, more resistance, more threats to face. But standing here with Silas's love flowing through the bond, with her sister safe in her arms, with a kingdom full of possibilities stretching before her, Oriva knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. And that was enough. 3 years later, the amphitheater was packed once again, but this time for celebration rather than judgment. Oriva stood on the central platform beside Silas, watching as hundreds of young wolves graduated from the kingdom's first integrated school, the one where rank didn't determine education, where wolfless students learned alongside shifters, where every voice was valued. Among the graduates was Mireia, now 20 and radiant with confidence. She discovered a gift for diplomacy and would be joining the Council of Voices as its youngest member. Also graduating was Aloan's daughter, who'd grown into a bright, curious child fascinated by healing arts. And dozens of others, Omega, Beta, Alpha, Wolfless, all prepared to build the future the kingdom had promised them. Through the bond, Oriva felt Silas's overwhelming pride. Not just in the graduates, but in what they'd accomplished together. 3 years of reforms. 3 years of resistance and progress in equal measure. 3 years of building something that had seemed impossible. The Northern Territories had become a model. 5 other kingdoms had adopted similar systems. The world was changing, slowly but surely. You did this, Silas sent through the bond. You made this possible. We did this, Oriva corrected, as she always did. Every single person who believed change was possible contributed. She thought about Zoraya, now 3 years into her sentence and genuinely participating in restorative justice programs. Reports said she'd changed significantly. Whether that change was permanent remained to be seen, but the possibility existed. She thought about all the wolves she'd saved, all the lives touched by the simple idea that everyone deserved dignity and choice. And she thought about herself, the wolfless Omega who'd been told she was defective, who'd nearly died from bond rot, who'd had every reason to give up. But she hadn't given up. She'd fought.
She'd grown.
She'd become someone who could change the world. As the graduates received their certificates and the crowd erupted in cheers, Oriva felt something flutter in her chest. Not the bond, something else. New life. Growing inside her. Through the bond, Silas felt it too. His shock and joy exploded like fireworks. Are you pregnant? Oriva confirmed, tears streaming down her face. The healer said I was barren. They said I could never. They were wrong. Silas pulled her into his arms, his own eyes wet. About everything. You were never broken, Oriva. Never defective. Just waiting for the right circumstances to bloom. They held each other as celebration swirled around them, the future they'd fought for now guaranteed to continue through the next generation. The Alpha Singer and her king. The Wolfless Omega who'd saved a dying wolf in the darkness. Two broken creatures who'd healed each other and, in doing so, healed a kingdom. Their story was far from over. But standing here, surrounded by hope made manifest, with new life growing and a true mate bond singing between them, they knew that whatever challenges came next, they would face them together. Always together. And that was the greatest strength of all. The end. Thank you for following Oriva and Silas's journey from broken outcasts to the rulers who changed the world. If this story moved you, please like, comment, and subscribe for more wild alpha tales. Your support helps us create more stories about unlikely heroes who find strength in their differences and love in unexpected places. Remember, being different isn't a curse. It's just power the world hasn't learned to recognize yet. Until next time, may you find your own mate who sees your true worth, and may you never stop fighting for the world you deserve.
Thanks for listening.